672. Chen Pingan wasn't frightened by Nian Xayan's strange words, but by her passionate and focused gaze. Chen Pingan was not used to it. When he was picking up scraps in the bag shop, he saw money and treasures on the ground. Was that the gaze she had? Nian Xayan said, "Let's talk about it when you reach the far-traversing realm. I don't want to collect your corpse." As for whether this young hermit could break through or not, Nian Xayan didn't care what method he used to do it. Chen Pingan nodded. As he walked slowly, he already had his own plans. Nian Xayan floated away in the blink of an eye. As expected, she wasn't restrained in any way. Chen Pingan threw out 3 questions in one breath. "Nian Xayan, what's your age, what realm, and what's your background?" Old Deaf chuckled and didn't say anything. Chen Pingan said, "I cannot do anything to the youth in the water prison." Old Deaf laughed. "As a scholar, how can you be so careless?" Chen Pingan turned a deaf ear to him and squatted down. He bent his fingers and gently tapped on the road. There was the sound of metal and stone. He then opened his palm and covered the ground with his palm. As expected of the corpse of an ancient god, it was very strange. It was obvious that Old Deaf valued that youth the most and had bet the most. Of course, he couldn't rule out the possibility of a smokescreen, but there were only 3 demons who could survive in the end. How much could Old Deaf deceive them? Chen Pingan carefully searched through the secret files of the Summer Palace in his mind and found that the 3 people Old Deaf had chosen had many hidden secrets. Chen Pingan was sure that the previous hermit Xiao Chua must have had some sort of deal with Old Deaf, which was why the hermit's lineage helped to cover up some crucial information. Chen Pingan didn't intend to bring up these old matters that had been collecting dust for a long time. Moreover, he might not be able to do so. Old Deaf beside him was an ascendant realm. If he angered him, the latter only needed to keep his promise with the great sword immortal. In the end, the reason why Old Deaf was willing to give him face everywhere was because of the great sword immortal. A secret official jade token in the hands of someone who wasn't even a sword immortal was useless. However, even though this was the logic, business could still be done. After all, Chen Pingan and Old Deaf had no grudges. If they were to fall out, the younger one and the older one would still be the one to gain an advantage. Therefore, Chen Pingan's way of doing business was very simple. It was equivalent to telling Old Deaf directly that by teaching 3 disciples here, he was already nurturing a tiger in the Great Wall of Sword Chi. However, since this was the instruction of the boss, Sword Immortal, it was not easy to change it. However, leaving the prison under the eyes of a hidden official like him was like releasing a tiger back into the mountain. It was possible to operate. There were many ways for the 3 disciples to leave alive. The promise between Old Deaf and the Sword Immortal didn't conflict with the final decision of the Summer Palace. Old Deaf was probably used to being manipulated by others in the Great Wall of Sword Chi. Even though he had suffered a small loss, he still got the promise of the young hermit, so he wasn't angry. In fact, Old Deaf would have to tell the young man about his 3 disciples sooner or later. Otherwise, he wouldn't be at ease. Chen Pingan hesitated for a moment before slamming his palm heavily on the ground. It didn't move an inch. It was no wonder that the corpse refined into a small world cage by the Sword Immortal could trap those great demons. Nowadays, the gods of mountains and rivers in the vast world were also known for their immortal golden bodies. However, they didn't have any cultivation methods. Normally, they were influenced by the incense of good men and women year after year, just like the saying of gold plastering. The lifespan of gods of mountains and rivers was indeed longer than that of cultivators. It was said that many earth immortal cultivators couldn't break through the bottleneck of the great Tao. In order to forcefully prolong their lives, they didn't hesitate to use forbidden secret techniques to commit suicide. Before that, they had already colluded with the imperial court and local officials to help hide the truth from the Confucian Academy and secretly build obscene shrines. If they were unlucky, they wouldn't be able to survive the two obstacles of being emaciated and having their souls scattered. Naturally, everything would come to an end. If they were lucky and managed to survive, they would be able to turn from immortal to God on the path of cultivation and enjoy the incense of the mortal world. Wei Pai should be an exception. It was just that Chen Pingan had never asked about the many secrets of this mountain lord of the old God Water Nation. Zhu Lian and Jing Dafeng were even more experienced in the Jianghu, so Md Pailuan and Md Luopa had a tacit understanding of each other. Old Deaf finally opened his mouth and said, "Twisting Heart is estimated to be 700 to 800 years old." She stumbled her way to the upper 5 realms. Her aptitude is extremely good, but breaking through several realms in succession damaged her vitality. Now, she can only rely on unorthodox methods, divine money, and magical treasures to reach this realm. The height of her great Tao in this lifetime, if nothing unexpected happens, will stop here. Twisting Heart doesn't have a clear master, so she's most likely a wild cultivator who climbed the mountain through unorthodox methods. Otherwise, she wouldn't have had such a bumpy life. However, her ambition wasn't to reach the summit anyway. She had taken her revenge in Jinjia Continent, so she didn't care if she died. She never thought that she would hear a rumor that the city lord of White Emperor City was interested in her. Twisting Heart didn't want to end up in a situation worse than death, so she escaped to inverted Hanging Mountain. She originally wanted to sneak into the wilderness, where the world was even more chaotic. With her abilities, she would have a place to show off. If she was really lucky, she might have been able to break through. She never thought that she would be intercepted by a sword immortal and thrown here. She wasn't idle here either. The bodies of many great demons were disassembled by her and sent to the pill shop. Her methods were exquisite, saving the pill shop cultivators a lot of trouble. Old Deaf had heard a lot of inside stories from the white-haired boy. Old Deaf had never paid much attention to these twisted stories of others. If he didn't know, he wouldn't lose a few pounds of meat. If he knew, he wouldn't get an extra jug of wine. Chen Pingan retracted his hand and asked curiously, why would the city lord of White Emperor City be interested in a tailor? It wasn't that Chen Pingan was prejudiced against Twisting Heart or tailors. There were many unorthodox paths in the world, and there were many wild fox Dianas in the world. There were differences in cultivation methods, but that wasn't necessarily the case for cultivators. It was just that the authority of the demonic path was too high above the clouds. As a publicly recognized person of the demonic path, Chen Pingan secretly had some thoughts in his early years. One of them was that when he traveled to the Central Plains in the future, he would definitely see the torrential waters of the Yellow River Paradise with his own eyes. He would also take a look at the banner of White Emperor City that read, "First of Mercy under the Heavens." Cui Dong had come out of colored clouds before. Even Cui Dongshan couldn't hide his admiration whenever he mentioned the city lord. Mr. Qi had also traveled to the banks of the great river. The city lord had even left colored clouds White Emperor City for the first time and personally invited Mr. Qi for a round of chess. Chen Pingan was very willing to sincerely address such an authority of the demonic path as senior. Of course, Chen Pingan didn't feel that he had the right to meet the city lord. Old Deaf shook his head and explained, "Master Hidden Official has really underestimated Twisting Heart. She isn't an ordinary tailor. She was only a Jindan expert in her early years, but she already had the means of the unpolished Jade Realm. Once she fully unleashed her spells and abilities, even those in the unpolished Jade Realm wouldn't be able to bear the consequences." Chen Pingan couldn't help but think of the battle in the canyon of the North Continent and the group of assassins from Deer Mountain that had ambushed him. That battle seemed to have a great disparity in strength, but in terms of danger, in Chen Pingan's heart, it wasn't inferior to the encirclement of Liz Henyu and the others. Old Death laughed. Otherwise, with just Twisting Heart's nascent soul realm cultivation, how could she single-handedly destroy an entire sect of Gold Armor Continent? If it was Master Hidden Official, he wouldn't be able to do it either, right? Chen Pingon was greatly surprised and asked in disbelief, a nascent soul realm cultivator single-handedly wiped out an entire sect? Old Death said casually, within half a year, all 700 people, including the entire ancestral hall, were all dead. It was such a large sect, but its lineage was completely cut off. Chen Pingon narrowed his eyes. Twisting Heart caused such a huge disaster, so how did she escape to Inverted Hanging Mountain? Old Death shook his head. Why should I care about this? Chen Pingon laughed. That's right, why should I care about this? However, if there's a chance, I should ask Senior Twisting Heart for guidance. Old Death's interest was piqued. Master Hidden Official, as a disciple of Confucianism, also has a personal grudge. Chen Pingon said, there are a few. Old Death laughed. I think they didn't burn enough incense. Chen Pingon wasn't willing to talk about this, so he asked with a frown, then what's up with that otherworldly demon? Old Death shook his head. I can't say. It's not a business matter, so Master Hidden Official shouldn't make things difficult for me. Chen Pingon changed the topic. Why does a otherworldly demon have a green snake, wear a Taoist robe, and carry a short sword? In Chen Pingon's eyes, that white-haired boy was no different from a normal person, and he didn't use any concealment techniques. Old Death said playfully, can't he like to show off? Chen Pingon shook his head, too careless. Old Death laughed involuntarily. In this prison, who was he being cautious for? Chen Pingon didn't continue asking and changed the topic. Other than Twisting Heart and the otherworldly demon, are there any other guests in Senior's residence? Old Death nodded. There's also a sad person who's addicted to drinking and gambling. Of course, he was also very rich. Old Death asked, Young Hidden Official, did you ask me for the cultivation method of the demon race because there are demons in your hometown that are worth nurturing? Chen Pingon shook his head. It's not nurturing. It's always good to have one more method of self-protection. On Luopa Mountain, the vegetation grew naturally. Old Death waved his hand, and a great demon in the unpolished jade realm moved its huge body towards the sword-light fence. Old Death stretched out his arm and tore off a large piece of bloody meat, putting it into his mouth and chewing slowly. In any case, there was a young hidden official beside him, so he raised his hand to cover his mouth, which could be considered a form of hospitality. Walking out of the prison together, Chen Pingon began to tour the ancient battlefield that was filled with corpses. As the host, Old Death could only accompany him. Old Death asked, Lord Hidden Official, the battle at the Great Wall of Sword Chi is imminent. Are we just going to wander around like this? Don't you want to end work early and return to Summer Refuge Palace to take care of matters? Chen Pingon's eyes drooped. There's no rush. The young man slowly raised his gaze. Actually, I don't really want to go there. Every day that they sat there, every sword cultivator of the Hidden Official's lineage wasn't relaxed or happy, and Chen Pingon was naturally no exception. Big Brother Sword Immortal had previously mentioned that the Summer Palace shouldn't interfere too much in the upcoming battle. He wanted to give all the sword cultivators at the Great Wall of Sword Chi a chance to unleash their swords without restraint. He, Chen Qing, wouldn't restrict them, so the Hidden Official's lineage shouldn't interfere too much. Chen Pingon didn't have any objections. Looking at the corpse of a great demon that was as majestic as a mountain in front of him, it was too pale and didn't have the vitality of the lustrous white corpses in Ghost Valley. If it was moved to the wilderness of the vast world, it would probably fade away in a few years under the sun and wind. Simply put, the corpses of these great demons were worthless. On the other hand, the remnants of the golden bodies of the gods looked as sturdy as before, giving off a feeling that they couldn't be destroyed. The golden bodies shone brightly, and there were only a few holes that were negligible compared to the massive bodies. It was a pity that they were just illusions, so they couldn't be turned into the divine money of Summer Refuge Palace and couldn't be considered the wealth of the Great Wall of Sword Chi. Old Death had said that although these ancient gods were once considered to be of high status and power, they were pitiful creatures that had reached the end of their great Tao. Once the golden body showed signs of decay, even if there was only a slight flaw, it meant that a god was officially heading towards death, with no hope of reversing the situation. Chen Pingan said a word, merit. Old Death nodded. This is how the saints of the three religions remedy the gods of the later generations. It is also the key to the stability of the world. The gods of mountains and rivers that were first conferred by the imperial court and then recognized by the Confucian Academy had always been an important bridge between the vast world and the mountains. It allowed the teachers of the mortal world and the cultivators of the Tao to not always be in direct conflict. For whatever reason, the imperial court didn't pursue the matter of the numerous obscene shrines, and the Confucian Academy also rarely interfered. Naturally, it was because the gods of obscene shrines had patched up the folklore of the land and encouraged good deeds. Walking to a certain place, the god was extremely tall, and half of his body was submerged in the sea of clouds, making it impossible to see his entire body. Chen Pingan bent his knees slightly and suddenly exerted force, rising from the ground and heading towards the sea of clouds. With his hands in his sleeves and his legs swaying, he leaped out of the sea of clouds and finally saw the god with a solemn expression. Chen Pingan stepped on the pine needle and the thunder-cough flying swords, hovering above the sea of clouds. Chen Pingan's mood turned solemn. That is the sword cultivator you see. Above the sea of clouds around this god, there were naturally green water droplets floating. There were more than 100 of them, and the water fate was unimaginably dense. They had clearly not been refined, but their quality was already close to the water pills produced by the ancestral temple of the water residents. Of course, they couldn't be compared to the bottle of mirage water pills given by Venerable Fire Dragon. However, the water droplets were treasures to any water god, river granny, or chi cultivator in the world who cultivated water spells. The key was that they were easy to obtain, and there was an endless supply of them. Any sect would drool over them. If the Rain Dragon sect, which was adjacent to the Flood Dragon ravine, could move this god statue and forge it into the core of the great formation of mountains and rivers, the power of the sect would rise by a huge level. The reason why Chen Pingan felt a connection with this god was that he felt that the aura of the young sword cultivator you see was familiar. Old Death stood at the side and nodded. He has a strong background. As expected of a hidden official, he doesn't kill nameless enemies under his sword. Chen Pingan said helplessly, there are crouching tigers and hidden dragons in this small Jiaxinji. Old Death rejoiced in Qin Mu's misfortune. Chen Pingan asked that youth's water prison was formed from the accumulation of these water droplets. Old Death couldn't be bothered to hide these details, so he admitted it openly. The threshold to raise a dragon was high. First, one had to find a flood dragon that was worth nurturing. Then, there was the art of raising a dragon and the method to create a dragon's nest. It just so happened that Old Death didn't lack any of these. The path of cultivation of every great ascendant realm cultivator in the world could indeed produce an extremely fascinating oddity. Chen Pingan turned his head and asked, if it was Senior who made a move, how did those demon cultivators die? Old Death answered casually, it was a matter of twisting fingers. With the cultivation of an ascendant realm with perfect divine chi, dealing with those prisoners who were at most in the immortal realm, with Old Death overseeing the small heaven and earth, he had the advantage of time, place, and people. It really was a matter of twisting them to death with one finger. The old man added, if they were noisy, scolded, and begged for mercy, they would probably die a slower death. Since I had nothing to do, I learned some tricks from that young lady. Chen Pingan muttered to himself, after staying in the Great Wall of Sword Chi for so long, I almost forgot that sword immortals are sword immortals and great demons are great demons. He still remembered the first time he met Gu, the sword immortal of Ape Ka Mountain, when he was traveling in the North Continent. That was called trembling in fear, as if he was treading on thin ice. One wrong step and he would be consigned to eternal damnation. Earlier, there was the 3 sword quizzes in the Wind Thunder Garden and Jingyang Mountain that he watched through catoptric deflection on the ferry boat. Nascent Soul Li Tuanjing's final sword strike was outstanding. Earlier, there was the rainy night when he stayed in the old house and met the middle 5 great demon of Guyu country. A white steed flashes past a crack, all of a sudden. Chen Pingan said, "Senior just needs to collect this water fate, I can turn a blind eye to it." In front of Chen Pingan, Old Deaf collected dozens of dark green water droplets and kept them in his bag with the heaven and earth in his sleeve. They should be the part with the most abundant water fate. Then, Chen Pingan asked for half of the water droplets. Most of them were placed into the blade-strengthening gourd, leaving only 3 water droplets. He sat cross-legged and started to refine them openly. It was the Tao formula recorded on the rain prayer stele outside the buried river temple. This creation of heaven and earth was split equally between both parties. Old Deaf could accept it, so he did not hesitate. Old Deaf glanced at the rough circulation of the young man's art of water refinement and exclaimed in admiration, "With just this Tao skill, if Lord Hidden Official is really forced to do something desperate one day, you can just abandon your body and choose a desecrated river to become the god of the river." Chen Pingan still had his eyes closed and focused. He refined the 3 water droplets that were equivalent to ordinary water pills at an extremely fast speed. Over at the underwater residence, it was like rain after a long drought. The boys in green started to get busy, fixing the flaws of the life item of the water word seal and adding color to the murals of the underwater residence that were almost reduced to white drawings. The small pond that was so dry that one could see the bottom was also replenished with strands of flowing water. Chen Pingan was slightly distracted and said, "Senior, I advise you not to go to the vast heaven." Old Deaf asked, "Why?" Chen Pingan kept silent. The white-haired boy appeared on the shoulder of the god and sneered, "Old Deaf, you are too good at praising people. You will definitely be cut into 8 pieces and chopped into meat paste." The white-haired boy then sneered again. "Young man, your brain isn't sharp enough." That Old Deaf purposely chose water droplets with thin spirit energy and predicted that you would ask for them. Above the sea of clouds, water droplets would always appear. Old Deaf must have purposely missed the water droplets with the most abundant water. How did such a little fool become a hidden official? He is worlds apart from that Xiao Chua. No wonder the Great Wall of Sword Qi couldn't be defended. Chen Pingan turned a deaf ear to it. Old Deaf was even more indifferent and didn't explain anything. In any case, if that unworldly celestial devil had an opportunity to move the young hidden official's heart, Old Deaf wouldn't just stand by and watch. The unworldly celestial devil of unknown origin was temperamental. It flew into a rage and said angrily, "The disciples of the Confucian school of the vast heaven are still so treacherous. They deserve to be plundered and plundered by the demon race of the desolate world." Chen Pingan took out some water droplets from the sword-strengthening gourd and refined them into the water droplets of his water manner. As a 5th realm Qi cultivator, he was only a step away from becoming a god of the middle 5 realms. His spells were much more powerful than those of the 3rd realm. The white-haired boy seemed to have sensed the young hidden official's state of mind and jumped up and down to scold, "Shameless thing, a cultivator of the lower 5 realms that can't even compare to an ant has the face to be satisfied." The next moment, the boy suddenly quietened down and sat cross-legged again. He said slowly, "That brat surnamed Chin has a perfect Tao heart and is a promising talent. I have 5 kinds of superior Tao skills that lead straight to the upper 5 realms. They are the most profound. With the life items of the 5 elements as your foundation, you will be able to learn them with twice the result with half the effort. Do you want to learn them?" I can swear that as long as you nod your head and agree, there won't be any hidden dangers. If you don't believe me, you can ask Old Deaf. I guarantee that you will be able to reach the unpolished Jade Realm extremely quickly. This is a no-cost deal, do you want to take it or not? Chen Pingon opened his eyes and looked over. He asked with a smile, compared to Lu Chen, whose Dao skill do you think is higher? The white-haired boy laughed loudly. In the blink of an eye, a young Daoist wearing a lotus crown appeared on the shoulder of the god. He smiled without saying a word. Chen Pingon asked Old Deaf, "Is there no one to restrain him from making such a ruckus?" Old Deaf nodded, "There is." A sharp sword light arrived in the blink of an eye and shattered Lu Chen like a piece of ice being smashed by a heavy hammer. The white-haired boy reformed his human form extremely far away. He was unharmed, but the magic robe on his body was already in tatters. He didn't speak anymore, as though he had an agreement with the owner of the sword light. He stared at a certain place far away before transforming into a rainbow light and heading to the corpse of a god nearby. He pulled out his sword from its sheath and began to chisel the mountain. He used the short sword as an awl and his palm as a hammer. Clanking sounds rang out, and in an instant, there were countless fragments and dust flying everywhere. Finally, he dug out a golden body fragment the size of a chestnut. He crushed it in his palm and then smeared it on his magic robe. The golden light flowed like water as though it was alive and mended the magic robe on its own. Chen Pingon asked in a low voice, "The material used to forge the military school's armor pill is actually a fragment of a god's golden body. As for what kind of treasure was used to forge the 3 types of military school's armor pills, there were no records in the books of the vast world." In the past, Chen Pingon also didn't ask Cui Dongshan and Wei Pai about it. As for the origin of the golden copper coins, it had long been confirmed. After the Lotus Root Blessed Land became a mid-grade Blessed Land, other than immortal coins, it also needed a large amount of golden copper coins. Old Deaf nodded. The process of making the military school's armor pill is complicated. The core material is indeed a golden body fragment. The eldest sword immortal suddenly appeared beside Chen Pingon. However, it was shattered by the sword light in the next moment. Then, the white-haired boy who had just dug out the second golden body fragment dashed towards the entrance of the prison. However, halfway there, he was shattered by the sword light again. When he stuck his head out of the prison to look around, the sword light arrived again. The white-haired boy could only squat on the steps and continue to use the palm-sized golden body fragment to mend his magic robe. Old Deaf laughed. After breaking the contract, he can only stay in the prison for 10 days. Chen Pingon said helplessly, "Isn't that more troublesome for me? Can I trouble that sword immortal senior to change the punishment?" Old Deaf said, "As long as there's wine." Chen Pingon felt a little regretful. He had come in a hurry and only had 2 pots of wine left. He couldn't bear to give them away. Especially after seeing Twisting Core, these 2 pots of wine were even more unacceptable. With that otherworldly demon pestering him, he could just treat it as training his Dao heart. Unexpectedly, a vision appeared. The eldest sword immortal slowly walked out of the prison and grabbed the neck of the otherworldly demon as though he was carrying a chick. It was no longer as indifferent as when he faced the sword light. The white-haired boy was trembling in fear in the hands of the eldest sword immortal. However, Chen Pingon suspected that the scene in front of him was a deliberate trick by the otherworldly demon. However, he soon confirmed that the eldest sword immortal was not a false illusion. This was because above the lake in Chen Pingon's heart, there was a piece of paper that the eldest sword immortal had casually manifested. On it were written the arrangements of many sword immortals. Just as Chen Pingon finished reading it, the piece of paper disappeared. Regarding the path of retreat for the young sword immortals outside of the Great Wall, the eldest sword immortal had already made a decision. He directly explained it to Chen Pingon. Chen Pingan had slightly modified it. The eldest sword immortal agreed to some of it but still rejected some. When Chen Pingan saw this piece of paper, he was even more certain of the eldest sword immortal's intentions. It was not much different from his own guess. After the battle, Qi Tingji, one of the 3 old sword immortals who carved the words on the city wall, rushed to Fuyao continent alone. This old ancestor could not bring any of the Qi family disciples with him. When Qi Tingji arrived at Fuyao continent, he needed to guard the mountain water cave for 100 years. After 100 years, he could do as he pleased. If the demon race attacked Fuyao continent, Qi Tingji could not rely on the savage world and had to dig a hole for himself to hide. Chen Shi would fight to the death and reincarnate using the method of dismemberment. His soul would be collected in a life lamp and brought to the 5th world by other sword immortals. Although he could be born with knowledge, he still needed a Tao protector. As for Dong Sanging, he would not leave. Life and death were in his hometown. Nalan Xiaowei would also dismember and leave the world. His life lamp would be brought to the green underworld by a Tao protector. Although after dismemberment, the path of cultivation in the next life would be greatly hindered, the great path would be achieved. It was extremely difficult to stand side by side with the previous life, but it was better than dying. Old Deaf himself chose to rely on Old Blind instead of following the demon race army to the vast world and serving as a slave in the 100,000 mountains. Actually, the reason was very simple. He was afraid of death. Many Ascendant Realm great cultivators cherished their lives to an unimaginable degree. Tong Yi Sex Du Mao was the best example. He could do whatever he wanted and resort to any means. Sects, heirs, disciples, reputation, they could all be abandoned. As for Lu Ji, the path of retreat was paved by Qin Pingan. Other than Lu Ji, Madame Huanyan and Spring Banner House's Xiao Yunyan would all travel with Lu Ji. Connecting to the previous arrangements made by the eldest sword immortal for the young sword immortals, Qin Pingan finally decided on a goal. Almost everyone had to leave. After that, they would truly be separated from each other. Then, to a certain extent, their respective cultivation bases were for reunion. For example, Qi Tingji would go to Fuyao continent, but Qi Shou would stay at Inverted Hanging Mountain. Chen Shi would go to the 5th world, but Chen Sancho would travel the vast world. As for Gao Yeho, his sister Gao Yuqing, who would follow Chen Shi, she would become the direct disciple of Fuping Sword Lakes Li Kai and go to North Continent. The next great battle would also be the last battle in the Great Wall of Sword Qi for 10,000 years. It did not matter if they were not sword immortals. They could just hide. However, at the end of the great battle in the future, it was inevitable that some demons would escape and head north of the city. Not everyone could survive. Sword immortals of the lower 5 realms. Those who wished for the dead to die and went up to the city to fight would still die if they were not capable enough. However, as long as they could hold on until the end, they could preserve their lives and their future. Sword immortals of the middle 5 realms. Those who wished to live would live. Those who could not die even if they wanted to. Only sword immortals of the upper 5 realms. Their life and death were not in their own hands. The eldest sword immortal had already made arrangements. The eldest sword immortal walked out of the top of the prison steps and threw the white-haired boy he was carrying to the ground. He asked, "Are you tired of living?" The otherworldly celestial devil was prostrating on the ground. The white-haired boy who could do as he pleased in front of Old Deaf and the young hidden official only dared to shake his head and not say a word. A person whose true appearance could not be seen appeared beside Qin Qingdou. Only the sword hanging from his waist could be seen clearly. Qin Qingdou said, "If you don't drink, you won't be able to raise your energy. Your sword is soft, do you think it's embroidery?" The strange sword immortal who was being scolded did not say a word. Chen Pingan and Old Deaf came in front of the eldest sword immortal. Chen Qingdou grabbed the two youths and brought them into this world. They fell to the ground and vomited. Chen Pingan only recognized one of them. He was a nameless third realm sword immortal in the Great Wall of Sword Qi. His background and aptitude were ordinary. The youth was in charge of distributing the robes and swords of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. He would also frequently carry the injured sword immortals away from the city. As for the other youth, Chen Pingan had no impression of him at all. Chen Qingdou said to Old Deaf and the sword immortal, "Keep them by your side and serve them for 100 years. In the future, you can do whatever you want." Old Deaf did not dare to disobey. The sword immortal whose true appearance could not be seen also did not make a sound. To the two youths, it was a great fortune. Chen Qingdou looked at the otherworldly demon who was sprawled on the ground. "When it's time to speak, have you become mute?" The white-haired boy hurriedly sat up and said righteously, "Lord Hidden Official should be feeling resentful. Who are you working so hard for? Compared to that tailor, it's even more of a waste. Why did such a great fortune land on the heads of two brats who are worse than pigs and dogs? This Chen Qingdou is so unfair, so how can he be a damn hidden official? He might as well rebel against the Great Wall of Sword Qi and go to the wilderness to seek a position that won't lose to Lord Hidden Official. That's what a real man should do." Chen Pingan held his forehead with his hand. The youth who was about to have a sword immortal servant out of nowhere was very uneasy. The other youth who would become Old Deaf's master was very calm. The sword immortal took off his sword and gave it to the youth. Old Deaf looked at the nominal master with a smile. Chen Qingdou led Chen Pingan towards the prison. Chen Qingdou said slowly, "If not for the fact that we are here, the person talking to you would be that otherworldly demon. Life is like a dream. From the moment you focus on refining the water droplet, you will be taken advantage of. You don't believe me? Do you think you are sufficiently wary of that otherworldly demon? Then give it a try." Chen Pingan suddenly stopped and conjured his intrinsic flying sword, Sparrow Caged. Then, he seemed to wake up from a dream. Chen Pingan surveyed his surroundings and discovered that he was still sitting cross-legged, refining the water droplet. Old Deaf was still standing by the side with a smile. The green snake and the white-haired boy with the short sword were still sitting cross-legged on the god's shoulder. However, the small world of Sparrow Caged did not exist. It was an illusory scene. Chen Pingan felt like he had fallen into an ice cave. Heaven and earth changed again. Beneath the prison, seeing the tailor twisting the core, she still leisurely bowed. However, when she raised her head, her eyes were filled with mischief. "Am I fake? Does she have to be real?" The next moment, Chen Pingan and the youth in the water prison were looking at each other. The youth stood up and smiled. "Are you sure that killing me will save the world from a calamity?" In another instant, he returned to the sea of clouds. Young Taoist Lu Qin stood on the god's shoulder and smiled. "Is my Tao skill high?" Without waiting for Chen Pingan to think, he came to the entrance of the prison. The sword immortal who was shrouded in clouds slowly dispersed, revealing half of his face. He said, "Aren't you curious why my image is blurry? Is it because of the appearance of the sword immortal at the peak of the mountain in your heart?" Scenes flashed past Chen Pingan's mind one after another. However, there were some additional words. Old Deaf stood under the stone tablet of Partridge Sky and slowly said, "Master Hidden Official, as the disciple of the literary saint, your knowledge doesn't seem to be high enough." At the entrance of the prison, the eldest sword immortal grabbed the white-haired boy by the neck and slowly walked to the top of the stairs. He suddenly laughed. "Do you really think Chen Qing has such remarkable ability? I didn't expect Master Hidden Official to admire the eldest sword immortal so much. However, he doesn't seem to have a good temper. Two youths were caught by the eldest sword immortal from the great wall of sword chi into the small world. The more timid youth suddenly laughed, so the youth in Master Hidden Official's heart should be wholeheartedly kind. The other youth shook his head, no, no. Even if he's young, he should have a calm temperament like me. Otherwise, he won't live long. Even if he secretly condensed his consciousness into a mustard seed and went to the Water Manor, the green-clothed boys were actually gathered outside the door of the Water Manor. They all had the appearance of extraterrestrial demons. Chen Pingan's head was getting more and more painful. On the verge of collapsing, he returned to the stairs. After Chen Pingan sat down, he took out his life-flying sword, Sparrow in the cage. However, he was stunned. Didn't he already take it out? Raising his head, he saw Chen Qing, who was standing at the bottom of the stairs, turn his head and ask, "How was it?" Chen Pingan was stunned speechless. Chen Qingdu smiled and said, "You've seen through my illusion and you've won. Have you ever taken a step out of the prison? Are you sure you've really come to the Great Wall of Sword Chi? How do you know that everything you have today is just a dream of golden millet that Lu Qin gave you? Is it possible that you're still in your hometown, Mud Bottle Alley? How can you be sure that you're not a fish in Haoyang observing people? Could you be a certain immortal who entered a dream to observe Tao?" Chen Pingan closed his eyes and took a deep breath. He fiercely punched himself until he fainted. On the stairs, the white-haired boy squatted by the side and said in a muffled voice, "Taking advantage of the situation is an unfair victory. This kid is just a little certain. I don't dare to delay his important matters." Chen Pingan laughed. Resolving the troubles in front of you has always been Chen Pingan's strong point. Old Deaf praised from the side, "It's already not easy for our Lord Hidden Official to be able to confirm that he's in prison." The white-haired boy said angrily, "I have too many restrictions here. Otherwise, this kid wouldn't even be able to deliver that punch." He probed, "Chen Qingdu, if you have the ability, why don't you let me enter his dream? If he wakes up, I'll call old Deaf Grandpa." Chen Qingdu said, "I don't have the ability." Therefore, the white-haired boy was very tactful and could only dismiss the idea. This was because even if Chen Qingdu had no other ability, he had the ability to completely kill this otherworldly demon left behind by an Ascendant Realm sword immortal. Seamstress Twisting Core appeared in the surroundings. She first bowed respectfully to Chen Qingdu before asking curiously, "Boss, why did the sword immortal do that?" The unconscious Chen Pingan seemed to be continuing the dream on his own. His expression kept changing. Sadness, anger, reminiscence, relief, grief, and joy. Chen Qingdu frowned. Chen Pingan knocking him out with a punch wasn't a big deal. It was right. However, now that he was awakened by a punch from an outsider, there was no small hidden danger. The white-haired boy said in a trembling voice, "It really has nothing to do with me." In the end, the young man fell into a deep sleep. His breathing was incomparably stable, as if he was dreaming a good dream that he didn't want to wake up from. Chen Qingdu grabbed the white-haired boy's head and lifted him up. He said solemnly, "Go take a look and see what's going on." The otherworldly demon mumbled. After that, Chen Qing increased his strength and it suddenly howled in grief. It had no choice but to disappear in a flash into the young man's dreamscape. After a while, it left the dream and said helplessly, "Strange, strange. There's nothing strange about it. It's just a little kid jumping around in an alley with a face full of smiles." Then, it turned into a small yard with snow falling. A child who hasn't grown up much was in high spirits and also looked very happy. These two scenes were repeated over and over again without being shaken by thunder. There are only these two pictures. Old Deaf probed, "Is there anyone else in the picture scrolls? Can you conjure someone and use words to break the dream?" The white-haired boy shook his head. "It's difficult. The picture scrolls are too blurry. This is a small world, and there's a big world between it and the vast world. This brat's hometown seems to be another small world. I'm not familiar with this brat's life, so how can I do it? If I really tamper with it, it'll be easy for him to sink deeper into it. When that time comes, even immortals won't be able to save him. In an instant, Chen Pingon opened his eyes and sat up abruptly, his back drenched in sweat. Chen Qingdu let out a sigh of relief and asked, "How did you get out of the dream?" Chen Pingon kept silent. Chen Qingdu shook his head and sighed. "You should know how difficult it is to enter the upper 5 realms in the future." Chen Pingon nodded and wiped the sweat off his forehead. Chen Qingdu looked at the otherworldly demon, and the latter immediately promised, "This brat will be my grandfather in the future, I promise I won't mess around." Chen Qingdu left with old deaf and twisted Axian. The white-haired boy didn't dare to stay for long, afraid that Chen Qingdu, who was in a bad mood, would vent his anger on him. In the end, only Chen Pingon was left behind. After they left, Chen Pingon smiled. He had a good dream. At the end of the dream, he dreamt that someone bowed and someone returned the gesture, so the former didn't know. It was him when he was young. At that time, he was still carrying a large basket. After Mr. Chi bowed and returned the gesture, he smiled and said goodbye to his junior brother. Chen Pingon didn't remember such a thing. He only knew that he had indeed bowed and thanked Mr. Chi back then. If it wasn't a good dream, then what was it? 673. Chen Pingon sat on the steps, rolled up his trousers, took off his boots, and placed them into the white jade item. As for the other 2 items, the one that Yan Ming lent to him had already been sent to the pill workshop to be repaired by an expert. The remaining Daoist token item was exchanged with Sun Qing, the chief of Sparrow Manor, using the Kaisan well. At that time, he even earned an additional 30 grains of grain rain money. If all the businessmen in the world were as straightforward as Sparrow Manor, Chen Pingon would not complain even if he carried an entire manor on his back, let alone carrying a Kaisan well. Of course, if the mansions could be refined into bonsai like Spring Banner House and Plum Blossom Garden, the more the better. The item that was related to Daoist Sun under the heavens had already been entrusted to Alliance to pass to the Daoist Saint. At that moment, Chen Pingon carried the near-hand object and walked through the venerating sword pavilion. After collecting all the sword immortals' portraits, the near-hand object was asked for by the great sword immortal. When it was returned, it had already been set up with a secret restriction. Even the owner, Chen Pingon, could not open it. He did not know what the great sword immortal was up to. Chen Pingon walked along the veritable divine path under his feet and went to the bottom of the prison alone. He gently rolled up his sleeves. The human body was a small world, and the heaven and earth were the human body. This saying could not be viewed as a simple Daoist general term. This prison that did not even have a name, together with the 6 great demons of the upper 5 realms, imprisoned a total of 70 demon cultivators. Excluding the 3 from the lower 5 realms including the young man in the water prison, most of the cultivators were earth immortals. They were all ferocious people. If they were placed in the wasteland world or the vast world, they would be the heroes of a region. Without exception, all of them had killed sword cultivators on the battlefield. Most of them had even destroyed more than one natal flying sword. As Chen Pingon walked, a few great demons of the upper 5 realms who were hiding in silence appeared from the miasma of the prison. They approached the sword-light fence, either in their true form or in human form. They sized up the young man who was wearing a green robe and had rolled up sleeves. He could even speak elegant words of the wasteland world. A great demon in human form stood near the fence of the prison. He looked like a middle-aged man who had cast a camouflage spell. He wore a green robe and looked very elegant, like a scholar. There was a bamboo flute at his waist. It was clear as if it had been there for thousands of years and was unwilling to leave. He tapped lightly on a sword light with his finger. His skin clashed with the sword light, and his flesh was instantly mangled with a sizzling sound. A strange fragrance that was absolutely devoid of meat was suffused. He asked with a smile, "Young man, is the great wall of sword chi about to fall?" Chen Pingan stopped and looked at the great demon across the sword light fence. He nodded and said, "To us, it's not good news." According to the records of the Summer Palace, this great demon's alias was Yunqing. His true form was a rainbow wan, and his feathers were the best material for refining Taoist feather clothes. Therefore, when the great demon ascended to the upper 5 realms, he naturally had a magic robe that was equivalent to a half-immortal weapon. However, the feathers of the great demon Yunqing were extremely slow to grow. After being imprisoned here for 700 years, the pill workshop only managed to collect 7 feathers. They were sold to 3 Taoist sects one after another. The great demon Yunqing asked with a smile, "Is Yunqing dead? Have I ascended to the upper 5 realms?" Chen Pingan answered truthfully, "Yunqing isn't dead. I'm already the youngest sword immortal in the wasteland world." Yunqing nodded and gave his thanks. His figure disappeared into the thick miasma again, and he seemed to sigh. After passing through the next cage, the great demon that had revealed his true form crazily rammed into the sword light fence. The latter was indestructible, and the clouds in the cage churned. The great demon's efforts were in vain, and it only caused a bloody storm. The loach was in the mud, and it fed on the flood dragons in hopes of transforming into a dragon. Chen Pingan asked, "Is there a shortcut to the path of the water race's transformation into a dragon?" Just like the heavenly fox's Tao, as long as the heavenly master's seal is imprinted on the fox's skin, he can avoid the heavenly tribulation. Many ghosts and spirits would need to form a group with a person under their protection to have a chance of escaping the pursuit of the gods in their respective territories. There were countless ghosts and monsters in the world that were blocked by mountains and rivers. Not only that, there were rumors that many flood dragons, when they failed to cross the river, would use all kinds of methods to find various places of protection, seals, and even hide in 2 lines of words in a sage's book. However, there were some things that Chen Pingan had seen with his own eyes, and there were more like rumors that he had never had the chance to verify. The great demon suddenly quietened down and slowly transformed into a human. It was an old man with a withered face. "Little brat, give me 1/2 kilogram of fresh blood in exchange." Chen Pingan said, 1/2 kilogram. The great demon originally thought that it was just a joke to relieve boredom, but he didn't expect this young man to be so stupid as to really bargain. The old man held the sword light fence tightly with both hands, and his eyes were full of vigor. He laughed loudly, "Little brat, you're not old, but your chi and blood aren't bad. The blood essence of your heart is only 3 grams. The blood of your 5 viscera and 6 bowels that are stuck to the path of your soul, 8 grams. Ordinary blood, at least 1/2 kilogram. Just give it to me, and your grandfather will pass on to you a priceless immortal mantra. Let alone a flood dragon descendant, even a monster of the water race will be able to transform into a dragon without any hindrance." Chen Pingan remained silent. After waiting for a few moments for the great demon to show some surprise, he finally said, "Is the secret gate opening art of the Yeluo so simple? I've seen your master's methods, and they're not limited to just this." This great demon, who was only separated by a fence, had actually used a technique that could be considered an extremely high-quality water ghost dragging technique. Monsters use their gazes to pry into one's heart, and with just the slightest thought, one's organs would be shaken and one's soul would be taken away, becoming a puppet. The Yeluo was the undisputed domain of water in the world of wastelands, and the monsters of the water race were powerful. Some of the water ghosts and water immortals of the Great Lakes and rivers were fond of using poisonous life substitution techniques to drag people into the water and reverse their yin and yang, bewitching people's hearts. Thus, there were many people in the world who, when lacking in yang energy, ancestral yin, and luck, would inexplicably throw themselves into the water. The old man put away his injured hands. His wounds healed at an extremely fast speed. The blood mist that was burned by the sword light did not leak out of the cage at all. The old man sneered and said, "If it wasn't for the restriction, you would have been lying on the ground in a state of bliss by now." Chen Pingan said, "If not for the fact that I wasn't a sword immortal, I would already be eating a pot of loach stewed with tofu. Water ginseng is very nourishing and can even sober you up." The old man's face darkened. In the world of wastelands, this great demon was called Qingqiu, a homonym for green loach. What a waste of a good name like Qingqiu. Chen Pingan asked, "Are you going to do business or not?" The old man's body changed, and the smell of blood in the prison surged. The great monster showed his true form. His eyes were as big as lanterns, and his huge head was close to the sword-light fence. He looked down from above and stared at the young man who spoke without thinking. Chen Pingan turned and left. The great demon said, "Yes, Grandpa is thirsty. First, give me half a gene of fresh blood to quench my thirst. If it tastes good, Grandpa will give you the remaining half a gene, and then I'll tell you about the shortcut of transforming into a dragon to avoid disaster." The youth nodded and continued forward. The great demon banged his head against the bars and angrily said, "You bastard, you dare to play with your ancestor." Chen Pingan turned his head and said, "Later, I'll have old Deaf come and take your 3 qian of heart blood essence. Remember to think carefully about your words and don't deceive me. I said half a gene of ordinary blood earlier, but you still didn't agree. I don't understand." "Enough, is this how you do business?" After Chen Pingan left, Old Deaf chuckled as he stood outside the great demon's Qingqiu prison. Beside him was a muddle-headed youth named Yoyu. His name was strange, and it was said that the youth's Tao preacher had casually named him after seeing the words on the tablets in an alley. The other youth was named Du Shanin. The two youths who didn't know each other had completely different attitudes toward the young hidden official. The former kept a respectful distance from him, while the latter wanted to become a big shot like the hidden official, even in his dreams. When interacting with the barefoot youth, Qingqiu was very casual. After seeing Old Deaf, he immediately retreated into the fog. Old Deaf glanced at the fog in the prison and nodded. "So there's a saying about this loach being a ginseng in the water. It can sober one up. I've learned something else." Yoyu said softly, "Lord Hidden Official is very knowledgeable." Old Deaf smiled. "He's even more vengeful. Don't provoke this kind of scholar in the future." The great demon on the throne looked up. The master of the old Yeluo was the master of the great demon Qingqiu. That old woman had once killed a traveling sword immortal surnamed Yu on the battlefield, causing the hidden official to be poked in the back by sword cultivators in the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Therefore, the young hidden official had been very polite to the great demon Yunqing. When he saw the loach, one of the 4 great dangers of the Yeluo, he began to settle the score. He was a ruthless fellow who loved to slaughter sword cultivators on the battlefield. Actually, Chen Pingan didn't really like this kind of action. On the side of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, the sword immortals, Nailan Saiwan, and Qi Shou were all famous for being ruthless. However, according to the records of the hidden official's lineage, this Dragon Gate cultivator who came from a large sect in the wilderness was famous for his brutality in his hometown and among the demon race. He was especially fond of buying bamboo boxes, which were regarded as bastards in the wilderness. He had once bought several female sword cultivator captives with the great demon Chongguang on the mountain. One could imagine what happened to him. Chen Pingan said softly, "Senior Twisting Heart, help me open the door." Chen Pingan knew the secret technique of the prison's restriction, but he couldn't open it. The sewing woman appeared, and the sword-light fence instantly disappeared. Chen Pingan walked forward and found that she had no intention of leaving. Chen Pingan stood at the door, his back facing the tragic woman. He was about to speak. Twisting Heart said, "Isn't the hidden official overestimating himself? Or is it because of your face that you don't want outsiders to see the brutality of a Confucian disciple? There's no need." Chen Pingan nodded and rolled up his sleeves. About half an hour later, Twisting Heart looked at the back of the squatting figure. Only the head of the Dragon Gate cultivator was still intact. Below the neck, the rest was a pile of mud, but it wasn't dead. The skin, flesh, tendons, bones, and soul were inserted layer by layer in a leisurely manner. It seemed that the young hidden official had suffered a lot in his path of martial arts. He was like an expert who had been ill for a long time. Even the Dragon Gate cultivator, whose body and mind were tough enough, was begging to kill me, kill me. Chen Pingan only cut out one of the cultivator's eyeballs and crushed it lightly. He wiped the cultivator's forehead a few times with his finger and asked, "Is there a slight difference in the human form that the cultivator transforms?" Twisting Heart nodded and said, "It's not just the cultivator transforms that are different. Even we, who study the Taoist techniques of the world, come from the same source but have different branches. Those that can be called authentic can all ignore the influence of the branches as much as possible. Unorthodox Taoists are second, evil Taoists and demonic Taoists are second. They can all climb the mountain with different difficulties and strengths. The more authentic they are, the more precisely they can grasp the meridians of the human body, and the fewer detours. The reason is simple: the wider the path, the more abundant the spiritual qi, and the endless stream of horses and carriages. If the path is narrow and rugged, the circulation of spiritual qi will be limited. However, nothing is absolute. Talented cultivators are not restricted by this principle and can still reach the top. Chen Pingan stretched out a finger and pressed it against the cultivator's forehead. He gently slid it down like a knife and then gently peeled off the cultivator's skin. Twisting Heart saw that his movements were slow and steady. Most importantly, his state of mind was unperturbed. There was no resentment, no sorrow, and no joy. He was simply a natural tailor and executioner. Among the 10 types of cultivators listed under the heavens, the executioner and the sewing man had many similarities. Twisting Heart reminded, "Killing a Dragon Gate cultivator with a weak physique is not enough for me to tailor." Chen Pingan nodded and said, "I know. I'm just warming up because I plan to learn the art of tailoring from Senior Twisting Heart." Twisting Heart shook her head and said, "I advise you not to get involved in this path. You will only be hated by the heavens and earth and obstruct the great path. A martial artist becomes a god and a sword cultivator ascends to the heavens. This is the path that a secluded official should take." Chen Pingan poked the cultivator's forehead and stood up slowly. He said slowly, "There is no need to worry about spells. You just need to be calm. Evil people will be punished by evil people. Evil people will only be punished by evil people. It's a difference of one word. The former is too helpless and the latter is too absolute. I don't think both are right." Twisting Heart was silent. Chen Pingan walked out of the prison and went to the next cage. According to the records of the Summer Palace, he could just punch as he pleased. The only similarity between different methods was that he would first announce his name. "Vast world, Chen Pingan." Twisting Heart followed behind the young man and watched the entire process from the beginning to the end. Twisting Heart would open the embroidered bag on her waist and take out different thin needles and short knives to deal with the corpse. The young secluded official would stand at the side and watch. Twisting Heart's spirit was very strange. Her spirit was already as small as a mustard seed and could not be seen clearly. Her spirit also had to hold an even smaller natal item, the embroidery needle. When Chen Pingan was facing a golden core demon, he allowed the other party to attack with all his might and did not retaliate. When confronting a golden core sword cultivator, Twisting Heart was surprised to find that the young secluded official had disappeared into thin air, as if he had isolated a small world. After deactivating the innate ability of the flying sword, Chen Pingan watched as Chui Axian dealt with the corpse. He asked, "Senior Chui Axian, among the 10 types of Qi refinement warriors, including the tailor, how many types have you personally seen?" Twisting Heart's hands did not stop moving. She skillfully selected the marrow, pulled out the tendons and broke the bones smoothly. However, it had little to do with pleasing the eyes. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Twist Axian told the young hermit some secrets that were not even recorded in the Summer Palace. The lone riders of the South Sea who carried the Dragon King basket to capture the weary dragon and steal the water fate served a great demon who had fought with the Fire Dragon Immortal. Even the Fire Dragon Immortal, who was slightly stronger than the Fire Dragon Immortal, could not break the ancient mountain and water formation at the bottom of the sea after 10 years. It was said that the ruins used to be one of the main palaces of the ancient water god. Chen Pingan heard this and said, Fire Dragon Immortal was indeed an unworldly master. Twisting Heart did not raise her head and asked casually, "Have you seen Fire Dragon Immortal before?" Within 100 years, not even a blade of grass would grow and miasma would be rampant. There was also the immortal dove. As the name suggests, it was a dove that specialized in taking over the magpie's nest. Any Qi cultivator in the world could be used as a magpie's nest by them. They could plant their thoughts in the hearts of others without anyone knowing. There was also a type of teacher fairy who traveled between the world of the living and the underworld without permission. It was the most secretive. There was also the debt collector who specialized in targeting the foolish people in the streets and villages. He could transfer his negative karma to his enemies and also secretly collect the incense from the clans and temples. Finally, there was the mirror seller who traveled everywhere and specialized in capturing and refining the shadows of the ordinary people. He wantonly captured people's souls, determined their fate and took away their fortune for his own use. As for the mirror seller, Twisting Axian also mentioned a rumor that was not known to be true. In the history of the vast world, there was once a talented mirror seller who tried to refine the bright moon into a dressing mirror. Once it was done, the world, whether it was the ordinary people or the cultivators, would have to look up to the mirror. The consequences could be imagined. After listening to the strange inside stories on the mountain, Chen Pingan sighed softly. Those who have achieved Tao live a long life. As long as they are willing to travel around, there will always be strange people and strange things to see. While they were talking, Chen Pingan also saw Twisting Axian's natal item. It was the 10 embroidery needles that her yin-yang god held. There was an extremely thin 7-colored luster at the end of the needles, which was aimed at the 3 souls and 7 spirits respectively. After finishing what she was doing, Twisting Axian returned to her yin-yang god. She stood up and said, "I made a rough calculation. There are more than 60 demons. If you can kill them all, I can sew 32 places for you. You are a pure martial artist, so the palm lines, the back of the hand, and the 5 fingers will all have to be done. The face aperture acupoints mainly focus on the pair of eyes. The heart is naturally the most important part. I will pierce it with a needle and thread and twist the heart. It may take a long time. The back is mainly the spine. After peeling off the skin, I will pull the entire spine out an inch or so. These are not too difficult, but the 3 souls and 7 spirits are the key. After sewing and putting on clothes, that is when the real suffering begins." Chen Pingan was expressionless. Twisting Axian nodded. He was not old, but he was bold. Then the young hermit picked up the blade-strengthening gourd and drank a big mouthful of wine. 674. Chinpingan and Twist Axion walked to a cage. A middle-aged man sat cross-legged. He was barely breathing. He was as thin as firewood and was all skin and bones. However, his fist intent was majestic. Wisps of fist intent materialized like countless tiny flood dragons coiled around the man's body. He was a genuine far-wandering cultivator. During the battle before Chinpingan arrived at the Great Wall of Sword Chi, this pure martial artist from the wildlands had killed 6 sword cultivators with his fists. One of them was an earth immortal sword cultivator. The man opened his eyes and asked, "You're here to kill me?" Chinpingan nodded. The man glanced at the woman sewing clothes behind Chinpingan and said calmly, "Take your own head." He knew he was no match for that ugly woman who looked neither human nor ghost. She was vicious and had caused him to suffer a lot. Chinpingan said, "A battle of Q-seeking fist. Life and death." The man sneered, "A pure martial artist from the Great Wall of Sword Chi wants to use me as a whetstone. I'm afraid that if I punch you, you'll be hugging that woman's waist and crying out in pain. Ha, it's a pity that this woman isn't pretty." Chinpingan said, "Senior Twist Axion, close the cage door. We'll open it after we kill one of them." Twist Axion closed the door. A fence of sword lights appeared. Inside the cage were 2 martial artists. The man stood up. "You're pretty straightforward." Chinpingan cupped his fists and said, "Vast world, Chinpingan." The man was slightly taken aback. He cupped his fists and said, "Wildlands Golden Creek City, Hong Yin." A far-wandering cultivator and a golden body cultivator attacked at the same time. Inside the cage, energy from their fists surged. In the blink of an eye, they exchanged dozens of punches. Chinpingan mostly used his fists and legs to neutralize his opponent's attacks. He defended more than he attacked. In the end, Hong Yin's leg swept across his waist. His feet were still rooted to the ground, but he only moved about 10 feet away. Hong Yin pushed off the ground and closed in. However, Chinpingan turned his body and raised his leg. He bent his knee and kicked Hong Yin's abdomen. He changed his strength and pressed Hong Yin to the ground. Chinpingan did not pursue. Instead, he took 2 steps back and placed one hand behind his back. His other hand opened into a palm and placed it in front of him. The fist lowered. However, his fists were rising. Hong Yin, who wasn't seriously injured, slapped the ground with his palm and flipped himself up. He asked, "Are you stopping now?" Chinpingan said, "I know your foundation, but you don't know mine, so I'll let you test me. From now on, I'll give you 100 punches to test whether my punches are light or heavy." After that, Hong Yin twisted his wrist. His spine, ribs, and all the joints in his body were like a fish flipping its back. The energy from his fists exploded and his divine intent poured out. He had indeed wanted to test Chinpingan when he exchanged moves earlier. Hong Yin laughed, "If you really have the confidence to say that, you have to be at the 9th realm." The man had only heard of pure martial artists in the vast world. Due to their innate physiques, they were all trash. Chinpingan shook his head, "I haven't reached far wandering yet. However, killing Hokuei men on the battlefield is not a small price. I haven't fully recovered even now. However, I'll be frank with you. When I fight, it's never a problem whether I'm injured or not." Hong Yin walked slowly, while Chinpingan just stood in place. He didn't even shift his gaze, allowing Hong Yin to walk a path that wasn't too far away. As an extremely powerful far-roaming boundary expert, Hong Yin had naturally heard of Hokuei Gate, who wore extremely fancy attire. Hong Yin had never seen him, but had heard of him. He liked to wear bright red armor, and wore a phoenix feather purple gold crown with two extremely long feathers. His entire body was covered in precious treasures. As a result, Hong Yin did not think much of Ho Kuei men. As a pure martial artist, he should have nothing but his fists. For example, the barefoot young man before him with his sleeves rolled up was refreshing and very pure. Hong Yin asked, "Are all the martial artists in the vast world like you? Do they all have to make things clear before they attack? Are there such strange rules?" Chen Pingan shook his head. "I just want you to feel a little better before you die." After pausing for a moment, Chen Pingan was still honest with him. "You haven't fought for too long. Your fists are rusty, and you're too wary of the woman outside the cage. Your fists are far from being at their peak. What's the point of me killing you with just a few punches?" Hong Yin said no more. The fist of martial artists was a matter of principle. It only depended on the weight of the fist and the skill of the fist. In the following 100 punches, Hong Yin's punches were swift and violent. His aura was like a whale swallowing rainbows, living up to his name. A knee strike smashed into his opponent's chest. The young man in green slid back a dozen steps. He only took a stance without punching out. His spine shook like a dragon vein, dispersing all of the force. Hong Yin's fist also smashed into his opponent's shoulder. Taking advantage of the slight gap in his opponent's body, Hong Yin's fist surged. He smashed into the young man, almost knocking him into the sword-light fence. However, his opponent's gaze, expression, and even his fists were almost deathly still, not moving at all. Hong Yin's final kick swept towards his opponent's neck, causing him to flip a few times. In the end, he actually pressed his palm against the ground, head facing the ground and feet facing the sky. His body was completely still. His eyes were tightly shut. His left hand was in front of him, forming a sword seal. In the last few punches of the 100 punches, Hong Yin twisted his body and threw the young man with his long arm, sending him flying. The latter's breathing was heavy. He pointed to the ground and flipped a few times, changing his landing position continuously. He just happened to dodge Hong Yin's punches. In the end, the young man stood still, right in the line between Hong Yin and Nia Axin. The 100 punches had already ended. It was not that Hong Yin did not want to fight to the death in an instant, but his instincts as a martial artist made him not dare to casually get close to his opponent. Hong Yin stopped in his tracks, greatly surprised. Nia Axin was also very curious. As a Qi refinement warrior who was half a wild cultivator in the Jinjiao continent, Nia Axin had traveled around for hundreds of years. She was also a tailor who specialized in finding good silk. She was not unfamiliar with pure martial artists in the vast world. The Lofty Glory sect used several sinister secret techniques to capture the Sword Immortal's soul and forced him to cultivate in the sword. In the end, the Sword Immortal was refined into a puppet that still had some intelligence left. However, he could only listen to the orders of others. He appeared during the siege of the city and was killed by the Yen family's chief reverend, Li Tumi, and was freed. In this prison, after Nia Axin opened the door, Chen Pingan introduced himself. He only said the two words, "Q sword," and took out the caged sparrow. Unexpectedly, the sword cultivator at the bottleneck of the Golden Core realm knelt on the ground and said that he was willing to swear loyalty to Chen Pingan in exchange for his life. Seeing that the young man was unmoved, the sword cultivator was even more decisive. He was willing to sacrifice his Dao foundation to strip off his natal flying sword and give it to Chen Pingan. He only wanted to continue living in this prison. This sword cultivator, who was a direct disciple of the Lofty Glory sect's ancestral hall, fought on the battlefield and his sword was extremely unpredictable. His natal flying sword, Heavenly Sound, had two natal abhijnas. Wherever the flying sword passed, no other flying sword could be seen. There was only the extremely faint sound of mosquitoes and flies. If the sound of mosquitoes and flies rang in a person's ears, it would cause quite a commotion. It would vibrate violently in a person's chi residence and acupuncture point, and naturally, it was a great killing force that was as loud as thunder. Furthermore, the thunderous sound of the flying sword naturally contained the true meaning of 5 thunders. The most difficult thing to guard against was that when an enemy detected the flying sword, they had to identify its location by the sound. However, once they heard the sound, the flying sword would rush into the sword cultivator's body even faster. As soon as the sword chi moved, wind, thunder, clouds, and rain would immediately occur in a person's small world. It was precisely because this demonic sword cultivator's flying sword was too illogical that he was specifically targeted by the 2 sword immortals of the Great Wall of Sword Chi and was imprisoned. After Chen Pingan obtained the heavenly sound, he kept the flying sword, Sparrow, in the cage. There were some records of the lofty glory sect's secret sword techniques in the Summer Palace. However, Chen Pingan asked again and found that there were many omissions. Chen Pingan and Se Axian looked at each other. She immediately understood and entered the prison. At the same time, a small and exquisite Yin spirit flew out of the body, holding 10 embroidery needles, of different colors. After knowing that he was going to die, the sword cultivator was filled with hatred and cursed Chen Pingan incessantly. Se Axian was rather satisfied. Previously, when she fought with the rainbow drinking fist, Wu Fu Hongyin died too easily. She had too little resentment towards the young hermit, which was not a good thing. Se Axian's sewing technique not only involved the 3 spiritual and 7 physical souls, it could also gather resentment. Chen Pingan stood at the door and drank another mouthful of wine. He was very thrifty. He could not wait until he was really suffering and not be able to drink wine. Se Axian fiddled with the sword cultivator's golden core and said casually, "You can't always have things go your way when you are in your position." Chen Pingan shook his head and said, "I have already thought through these things. There is no need for a reason to kill demons in the Great Wall of Sword Chi. It is the same whether I am a hermit or not. The only thing I am unhappy about is that my cultivation level is too low. If I were to face any of the sovereign-level demons now, I would die. Not to mention them, it is already very difficult to face a nascent soul sword cultivator. If I were to face a sword immortal, I would definitely die. It is too difficult to become a sword immortal." Se Axian smiled and said, "I don't think it is too difficult to become a Realm 5 sword cultivator at such a young age." Chen Pingan was speechless. It was rare for the sewing woman to joke. It was so cold that it was terrifying. Previously, Old Death had asked for 3 grams of blood essence from the Loach demon. The young hermit was not human when it came to doing business. Old Death had also asked for a few more kilograms of meat from the Yeluo Jr. Anyway, he had taken in a young master who seemed to know how to cook. He had a pot of good wine and a pot of the Loach tofu stew that the young hermit mentioned. It was truly a life of immortals. As for the simple and honest young man's master title, would Old Death take it seriously? Did he really think that he was an ascendant realm cultivator who ate meat and chanted Buddhist scriptures? What the eldest sword immortal did was just to give you an opportunity. At most, it was a protective talisman. As long as the young man did not have the ability to receive the opportunity, once the 100-year time limit was up, his life and death would be clear. If it was the clever Du Shanin, Old Death would have already thought of how to deal with Du Shanin 100 years later. That was why it was said that fortune favors fools. Yu was too stupid. Old Death was too embarrassed to make a move because it was not interesting. And Yu did not take the master-servant relationship seriously. That was where the young man's true path to survival lay. That was why reading more was still a good thing. Just as the young hermit had said, one should never treat an ascendant realm as a great demon. Old Death grabbed Yu Yu's shoulder and they left the dungeon that had almost suffocated him. They circled around the corpses of several demons and the broken golden bodies of gods. As far as the eye could see, it was a treasured land that brought peace to the young man's mind. There was a gurgling stream, and in front of the thatched hut by the stream, there was a huge grape trellis. The lush green covered the vast land, and even the sleeves of his clothes were jade green. Every time Yu Yu took a breath, he felt relaxed and happy. It was a mysterious feeling that his spiritual energy and sword energy had been cleansed, allowing him to directly skip the chi refinement stage. The more it was like this, the more the reserved young man did not dare to breathe loudly. In the end, he was still a guest who had come to visit, so the young man did not dare to be rash. Old Death smiled. Just focus on breathing and guiding. You don't need a few breaths of spiritual energy. A small fish swimming in the river can't drink the water until it dries up. Old Death stopped. Master hasn't returned yet. Let's wait for a while. Yu Yu nodded vigorously, feeling very nervous. That was because the senior beside him had told him about the identity of the Sword Immortal, a penal officer. An ancient official position that had disappeared many years ago in the history of Great Wall of Sword Chi. It was on the same level as the hidden official. Old Death didn't go into detail and only said that the Sword Immortal of the penal officer felt guilty and was too ashamed to show his face to others. In another direction, two people slowly walked over along the stream. They were the Sword Immortal whose face could not be seen and the young Du Shanin. Around Du Shanin's waist hung a few small pouches that were weaved from silver threads. They gave off a golden light that was as dazzling as the morning sun. Old Death smiled. No wonder. In this heaven and earth, the corpses of great demons and gods were in the invisible river of time. Their corpses were continuously decaying, melting, and peeling off. However, the golden bodies of the gods would occasionally have some accidents. For example, piles of golden sand. What was even rarer was the fragments of the golden bodies. That young hidden official had traveled previously, but his luck wasn't good. He didn't see a single one of them. On the other hand, the young Du Shanin had followed the Sword Immortal and returned with a full load. That Sword Immortal would definitely not take the initiative to destroy the corpses of the gods. Every day, he would just wait for money to fall from the sky and bend down to pick it up. He must have brought Du Shanin along to see how his luck was. Beside the stream, there was a woman pounding clothes on a green stone chopping board, striking the clothes with a pestle. Du Shanin shouted and she suddenly raised her head. Her face was radiant and beautiful. Du Shanin suddenly became absent-minded. There was a small girl washing muslin holding a bamboo basket beside the woman pounding clothes. Her bright eyes had a smile, and when she saw the youth's dazed state, she couldn't help but laugh. The Sword Immortal penal officer and Old Death nodded their heads. Only then did Old Death bring a gloomy look to the grape trellis. Under the grape trellis, there were exquisite porcelain cups of different heights hovering in the air. They seemed to be waiting for the grapes to fall into the cups. There were 12 graceful women on the 5-colored December flower god wine cups and 12 poems that suited the scenery. Old Death smiled and said, "In that vast world, other than the female flower gods, there are actually 12 male flower gods. They are all the meritorious officials and favorites of 100 Flowers' blessed land. Most of them are immortals and literary magnates. Under a stroke of fate, they were inspired and wrote stunning poems that went down in history for certain flowers. Alliance once revealed heavenly secrets, saying that the birth of these famous poems was not all by chance. There was no lack of flower god ladies adding fuel to the fire. Beautiful night trips in front of flowers under the moonlight are truly enviable." The youth was gloomy and felt that he was listening to a heavenly book. On the side of the Great Wall of Sword Chi, Old Death would occasionally go to the top of the city, but he would pretend to be deaf and mute. At most, he would only exchange a few words with Alliance when he met him. In fact, just by looking at the Partridge Heavenly Tablet inscriptions and Old Deaf's conversation with Chin Pingon, one could tell that this Ascendant Realm Great Demon was knowledgeable. A short white-haired boy carried a jade-white skeleton on his back. He walked as if he was flying and ran to the opposite bank of the stream. His white skeletal feet dragged on the ground, making crackling sounds. It was clearly the remains of a golden immortal. It was unknown where he had dug it out from. The torture official, who was shrouded in clouds, turned his head to look at the otherworldly demon. The white-haired boy immediately stopped in his tracks and looked at him across the stream. He said with a smile, "I'm just here to send a greeting gift to congratulate the two esteemed sons of heaven. I'll send one today and make up for it tomorrow." Old Deaf chuckled. The sword immortal did not say anything. The white-haired boy said in all seriousness, "I swear on my identity as the grandson of the hidden official and Old Deaf's grandfather. I'm just going to take a look at their hearts. If I do anything sneaky, I'll be struck by lightning." He said with grievance, "Just a few looks, really just a few looks. It's been far too long since I've seen the scenery of the wilderness and the great wall of Sword Chi." The otherworldly demon turned his head to look at the two youths. "My surname is Wu, and I'm known as Tian Wu. I'm famous and chatty, and I'm full of trivial things. I don't put on any airs as a senior, so you two can just call me by my full name." Old Deaf and the torture official would not underestimate this otherworldly demon. He was indeed an extremely annoying neighbor. The white-haired boy wanted to continue pestering him, but a sword light flashed. The white-haired boy threw away the set of bones and ran. Every time he condensed into a human form, he would be shattered by the sword light that followed him like a shadow. After dozens of times, he was dozens of miles away from the cottage before the sword light stopped following him. The white-haired boy hovered in the air, feeling extremely sorrowful. That was because a sword light was hovering not far away. This was the torture official's flying sword technique. As long as the sword immortal was willing, the sword light could chase after the otherworldly demon for several years. The white-haired boy raised his hands. "Little darling, go home. I won't bother you. I'm going to find the hidden official." He left as soon as he said so. In a flash, he arrived at the steps of the prison. The sword light did not follow him. The green snake and the child with the short sword walked slowly. They were very regretful that they were unable to enter the minds of the two youths. When he looked at the memories of others, it was like looking at paintings and scrolls. The blurrier the memories, the blurrier the images. The deeper the memories, the blurrier the images, and the deeper the memories, the more vivid the paintings. They were like real objects in the real world, so much so that even the finest details could be seen. The otherworldly demon's methods did not stop there. There was also the method of raising the brush. The higher the realm of the cultivator, the greater the otherworldly demon's abilities. It could even casually tamper with and smear the paintings that were treasured in the hearts of others. It could make people forget some things or suddenly remember some things. The reason why the city lord of White Emperor City was a person of the Devil Tao and was feared by the cultivators at the peak of the vast world was because he was proficient in this Tao. However, the city lord still had many other, unreasonable, methods. This demification otherworldly demon was fascinated and wanted to visit the city lord in the Central Plains Divine Continent to spar with him. However, he could not escape from this prison. He had to find some fun. In any case, Chen Qing had already promised him that as long as he did not directly attack the youth and borrow his items, he would not do it more than 3 times. He still had 2 more chances. The white-haired boy chose 2. The fox demoness with mediocre charms and a demon cultivator of the lower 5 realms who was bound to die. The hidden official was a man after all. Looking at his attire, he was also a scholar. There were many great desires in life. Love was the most lingering. Men and women were the same. Everyone had their own obsession. Morality was the shackle. There was no difference between immortals and mortals. The fox demoness came from a fox cave in the desolate world. It was a pity that she only had 7 tails and her Tao was shallow. The white-haired boy came to the prison where the fox demoness was imprisoned. Before the other party could sense anything, he had already entered the lake of her heart and flipped through the books to browse the paintings. After a while, he swaggered out of the fox demoness body. However, he had only used a camouflage technique. He shook his head. It was too horrible to look at. It was too clumsy. No wonder the youth was unmoved. The fox demoness was still oblivious. The white-haired boy muttered to himself, "The next time you see that Chin Pingan, you should return to your original appearance. Face the sky without makeup and your clothes are neat and tidy. I'll help you make up a sad and sincere story. For example, you came to the Great Wall of Sword Chi to meet a lover. Then I will give you an extra supernatural power. With the art of the gorgeous corpse, you can cultivate the art of color refining. Then I will help you secretly build a romantic tent. Only then will you have a chance of winning. If you want to blame someone, blame that kid for being too calm and having a strange state of mind. No matter what the natal item of the gorgeous corpse was made of or what the final form was, whether it was a red muslin tent, a step bed, or an embroidered handkerchief, it was all called a romantic tent. It also had another name for the land of warmth. This otherworldly demon casually occupied the heart of a 7-tailed fox demoness and began to draw. Suddenly, he laughed. Cultivators, my fate is in my own hands. Isn't he overestimating himself? After fighting with a nascent soul cultivator who was not a sword cultivator, Chen Pingan was lying on the ground, covered in blood. He was panting heavily. Twisting Axayan threw him a porcelain bottle. Then, she busied herself at the side and said, "Haste makes waste. It is right to start with the golden core cultivators." Chen Pingan said, "I have to find a place to stay here, the kind where I can cultivate in peace." Twisting Axayan said, "Then you have to find that otherworldly demon. He is good at turning nothingness into reality." Chen Pingan nodded and said, "Since I can't hide, I won't hide." Twisting Axayan continued to clean up the mess and said, "We will start work soon. Let me tell you a little about the ways of the sewing man. You can be mentally prepared so that you don't have to rush things and suffer unnecessary hardships." Chen Pingan immediately sat up. Twisting Axayan said, "What we are doing now is to start with sculpting the eyeballs. But it doesn't sound very pleasing, so let me tell you something simpler." Chen Pingan smiled bitterly and could only nod. Twisting Axayan said slowly, "According to the rules of the sewing man, the human body is divided into 3 meridians, mountain, water, and chi. Muscles and bones are the mountains, blood is the water meridians, and chi meridians are the chi meridians." Chen Pingan said in a low voice, "Senior Twisting Axayan, please tell me in detail. The more detailed, the better." He could testify with Senior Lier's words and greatly benefit the martial arts. Every detail of a person's body was like a geographical map of a vast territory. Twisting Axayan explained the details in a lot of words. She then raised her hand and opened her palm. Her skin grew very quickly and soon, she was no different from a normal person. For example, the 5 fingers are mountains and the lines on the palm are water. This is the layout of the fusion of mountains and rivers. If you look at the lines on the palm, you can see the entire world in the palm. If you follow the meridians, you can see the 5 viscera and 6 bowels clearly. Otherwise, where does the abhijna of a cultivator come from? Without waiting for Chen Pingan to ask about the secrets of controlling mountains and rivers, Nia Axayan changed the topic. She raised her palm and spread her fingers. I can sew clothes into the true form of the 5 sacred mountains. I can also draw the cloud seal of the 5 thunder righteous techniques. I can also use the art of embellishment to refine the 5 elements. I can also write heavenly edicts. With just my 5 fingers alone, I am adept at 6 of them. Legend has it that the founding ancestor of the sewing man was extremely talented and no one could surpass him in the future. He used the layering formation technique to fuse several secret techniques into one. He could summon clouds and rain with a flip of his hand. His Abhijna was not inferior to the ancient Count of Wind and Master of Rain. He once rode the wind to Mount Longhu and cast the 5 thunder righteous cloud seal with a single palm. Chen Pingan said tentatively, I once saw an illusion in a scholar's notebook. It said that someone tattooed a few hundred lines of poetry by a great poet on his body. Was it the sewing man's way of thinking? Twisting Axayan was silent for a moment and said, there's something wrong with his head. Chen Pingan could only nod and agree, indeed. I thought so at that time. Twisting Axayan continued to elaborate on the sewing man's various secret techniques. Chen Pingan took out the blade strengthening gourd but did not drink. Twisting Axayan asked casually, why do men like to drink so much? Especially those who cultivate Tao. Drinking is a waste of time. The Great Wall of Sword Qi is not like the vast world. Even if you break through, you may not be able to live long. There are a few earth immortal sword cultivators who would squat by the roadside to drink and eat pickles. In the future, such a scene would no longer exist in the world. Chen Pingan hesitated for a moment and thought of her in his heart. He smiled and said, women are wine. There's no need to drink. Chen Pingan leaned back. He forgot who said it. Young men liked young women and drank glutinous rice wine. The wine was not strong, but it could still intoxicate people for the first time. When men grew up, they liked women. It was like drinking wine. If they were not careful, their liver and intestines would be burned. When they got older, they would miss women. It was winter, and they warmed a pot of yellow rice wine. Twisting Axayan turned around and said jokingly, next time, don't say such things to women. Chen Pingan smiled and said, then I'll change it. Other than Ning Yao, there was nothing else to say. Chen Pingan closed his eyes. He knew that he could not rush the matter of sewing clothes in the prison, but he still wanted to leave as soon as possible. At this moment, the otherworldly demon was looking at a demon cultivator of the lower 5 realms. As for the Great Wall of Sword Qi, a great battle was imminent. The sun shone on the city. The old Taoist gently patted the sea of clouds under the largest praying mat in the world. He waved at the sun in the sky with his other hand. I'm not full of merit, and I don't have enough money. I can only borrow some light. The vast sea of clouds first scattered and then condensed into golden gods. The old Taoist waved his sleeves and landed on the battlefield. On the line, the gigantic monster that had revealed its true form collided with the golden-bodied godly spirit. The monk in the Kasaya shook his shoulders and shook off the lion-like bugs that had been refined into Buddhist scriptures. The scholarly sage sat upright. The sun was just right, suitable for drying books. The title of the book had the word natal. The opening of the sect also revolved around the word natal. There were countless demons that attacked cities in the wilderness. On this day, Chen Pingan sat cross-legged outside a cage. Twisting Axayan put her hands behind her back and stared at Chen Pingan's eyes. Her Yin spirit was carefully carving one of the young man's eyeballs with an embroidery needle. It had been going on for the time it took to brew a cup of tea, so small blood beads condensed and flowed out of the eye socket. Twisting Axayan observed the young man's state of mind and casually said, if you can't even get through this, I advise you to give up on the sewing. Don't close your eyes. If your eyeballs move even a little, all your previous efforts will be wasted. You should consider the consequences. As long as he could get through it, the sewing would have mysterious methods to heal his injuries. After a while, Twisting Axeon was slightly surprised and said, "Not bad, it seems that you can do two things at the same time. The eyeballs will be painted with the most superficial yellow and black, and the needles will be drawn slowly. The engraving will be mainly done with the cloud seal, and the inscriptions will be the most shallow. However, your spine won't be so easy. The main thing is to use the rushing knife technique. The ninefold seal, birdworm seal, and weeping seal will be engraved on the joints of your spine. These are the techniques of stripping clothes, but the more important ones are the techniques of putting clothes on. It's still too early. If you feel that you can't take it today, or if you feel that you can wait a little longer, speak now and tell me." Chen Pingan remained silent. Twisting Axeon came behind Chen Pingan and used her hands as knives to cut off his green robe and skin. She reached out and pulled out the entire spine. The woman bent her fingers and gently knocked. She listened and said regretfully, "You've misunderstood me. Why are there so many hidden injuries? Why don't you show them normally?" Twisting Axeon put the spine back to its original position and said in a complaining tone, "Don't apply medicine first. You should get used to this pain as soon as possible. Aren't you able to endure it? Just enjoy it." Chen Pingan couldn't speak and had to try his best to maintain his state of mind and soul in the state of stagnant water. Otherwise, he would have wrung this woman's head off. In the prison, a building with a square sky and a square earth appeared out of thin air a few days ago. Other than the 4 pillars, there was no other cover. It looked like the pavilions that could be seen everywhere in the human world, but it wasn't exactly the same. Chen Pingan walked slowly barefoot. Inside, his field of vision was wide, although he couldn't see anything. The white-haired boy of the air-green snake was hanging outside the building and asked, "What's wrong with you?" Chen Pingan didn't stop walking and asked back, "What do you mean?" The white-haired boy said angrily, "How can a cultivator's state of mind be so fragmented? It's like a battlefield. You've made me hit a wall everywhere." Chen Pingan slowly punched out and said with a smile, "In the light, there are laws. In the dark, there are ghosts and gods. In both the dark and the light, there are both turbid, but conscience is still in the heart. Heaven and earth, the sun and moon are bright. What's so strange about that?" Twisting Axeon stood on the stairs in the distance and reminded, "Let's get to work." 675. On Upside Down Mountain, the disappearance of the Plum Blossom Garden had become a popular topic of discussion. Then, a large group of sword cultivators came from the Sky Ape Mansion. They were led by 2 sword immortals. One of them was Sun Juyuan, who had a wide network of friends, and the other was Mi Hu, who was rumored to have ascended to the immortal realm. They came on foot and left in a continuous stream of carriages and chariots. It was very lively in the sky and on the ground. However, when the sword cultivators set up such a formation, the natives of Upside Down Mountain pretended not to know. If they were thousands of mountains and rivers away from the Great Wall of Sword Aura, which sword immortal would not dare to curse? However, once they were close to the sword cultivators, what else could they do? They could only keep quiet. Only an immortal master of records who traveled here did not believe in heresy. He secretly performed the power of mountain view and saw the horrifying scene in the Sky Ape Mansion. The pavilion was torn into pieces. The old nascent soul cultivator from the Snow Mountain continent knew that things were not good. Just as he was about to withdraw his palm and withdraw the power, a dazzling sword ray appeared in the night and pierced through the old cultivator's palm. The sword ray flashed again and pierced through the old cultivator's left cheek and came out from the right. The flying sword had returned to the Sky Ape Mansion. The old cultivator who was in pain understood that his eyes could not see and his mouth could not speak. However, he could not help but resent the sword immortal's domineering behavior. In his hometown, how could a nascent soul cultivator be humiliated to such an extent? The sword cultivators emptied the Sky Ape mansion and returned to the Great Wall of Sword Aura that night. The prosperous mirage of Sword Aura Great Wall of Sword Aura had become increasingly desolate in the past few months. Shops and goods kept moving to Upside Down Mountain. If they did not have a place to stay in Upside Down Mountain, they could only return to their respective sects in the vast world. After all, every inch of land in Upside Down Mountain was worth its weight in gold. In addition, with the city of Sword Aura Great Wall of Sword Aura as the boundary, the south was a forbidden area. The Mountain View Grand Array had been activated and used as a camouflage. Therefore, the towering city of Sword Aura Great Wall of Sword Aura was no longer a scenic place to travel. This caused the business in Upside Down Mountain to become increasingly desolate. Currently, the ferry that traveled between Upside Down Mountain and the 8 continents had extremely few tourists. They carried fewer passengers but more goods. Therefore, many cross-continent ferries that sailed on the water was extremely deep. For example, the Old Dragon City's Osmanthus Islands ferry. Many of the cross-continent ferries that passed through the clouds and rain also slowed down a little. The war was tense and the situation was perilous. Upside Down Mountain was well aware that the Wildlands attack on the city this time was unusual. However, the Great Wall of Sword Aura had gone into seclusion more than once in its history, so it was not to the point of panic. There had been many cases where the Great Wall of Sword Aura went into seclusion and sold the deeds to immortal families and the records of their shops and mansions at a low price. Afterwards, they were all bitterly resentful and regretful. The person in charge of the Water Essence Palace, one of the 4 great mansions in Upside Down Mountain, was a female cultivator in the unpolished Jade Realm. Her name was Yunqian, and she was one of the ancestors of the Rain Dragon sect. One of her direct disciples had great fortune and had taken a fancy to a destitute wild cultivator called Fu Ku. The latter had the opportunity to transform into a fish dragon and had broken through at an unimaginable speed. He was considered one of the best in the history of the Rain Dragon sect. Yunqian's thoughts were even further. Other than the future of the Rain Dragon sect, she was also worried about the war at the Great Wall of Sword Aura. After all, the Water Essence Palace was not like the Spring Banner House and the Plum Blossom Garden. It was not refined and could not be brought away. It was also not like the god of wealth of the Snowy Peak Continent's Lu clan. The priceless Yuan Rua Manor was dispensable. It was just that the Great Wall of Sword Aura was now heavily guarded, especially by the lineage of the hidden officials. Sword cultivators were meticulous and ruthless. All cultivators who broke the rules, regardless of whether they did it intentionally or not, never returned. There were several people who came to the Water Essence Palace one after another. They were all cultivators who had achieved Dao with the Rain Dragon sect. There were even 2 nascent soul cultivators and an old immortal in the unpolished Jade Realm from the Talisman sect. They all hoped that she could help them pass a message to the heavenly monarch of Upside Down Mountain or to a sword immortal familiar with the Great Wall of Sword Aura. The heavenly monarch had long gone into seclusion. Yunqian went to the lonely peak to look for the old immortal who had refined the dragon's whiskers to forge a horsetail whisk immortal weapon. However, she did not expect to be directly rejected. She then wanted to ask someone to send a letter to the sword immortal Sun Juyuan, whom she had a good relationship with in the past. However, the letter disappeared like a clay ox in the sea. It was as if Sun Juyuan did not receive the secret letter at all. Cloud Sign stayed in the Water Essence Palace and felt uneasy. He could no longer cultivate in peace, so he rushed to the Rain Dragon sect's ancestral hall and called for a meeting. He proposed to relocate the sect, but he was mocked and ridiculed. Although Cloud Sign was prepared and understood that this wasn't an easy thing to do and that it was too far-fetched, he couldn't help but feel disheartened when he saw the people in the ancestral hall suddenly change the topic and talk about various businesses. When the sword cultivator left the Yuan residence, a Spring Banner House messenger flying sword quietly arrived at the Water Essence Palace. After Cloud Sign opened the secret letter, there were only 2 words on the paper. Beiqian. There was Sword Immortal Sun Juyuan's signature on the letter, which Cloud Sign was very familiar with. There were also 2 ancient seal scripts, Hidden Official. Cloud Sign had heard of it for a long time, but this was the first time he saw it with his own eyes. The Hidden Official seal script was on top, and the Sword Immortal's signature was on the bottom. It was in accordance with the rules. It shouldn't be a fake. Cloud Sign didn't dare to be negligent. He quietly left the inverted mountain again and hurriedly returned to the Rain Dragon sect. This time, he only found the sect master's senior sister. He didn't expect her to throw away the letter and sneered, "What, isn't it enough to demolish the Yuan residence? Now you want to demolish the Water Essence Palace. The young hidden official has a good plan. Cloud Sign, do you believe that as long as you go to the Spring Banner House, Xiao Yunyan, who has become the hidden official's confidant, will talk to you about the ownership of the Water Essence Palace?" Cloud Sign was skeptical, but he didn't forget to control the letter and carefully put it into his sleeve. Seeing this, the sect master became even angrier and said in a more serious tone, "The Rain Dragon sect's ancestral property was not easy to come by. You and I know the hardships involved. Yun Qian, you and I, in the matter of expanding the territory, have made absolutely no contributions. Now, could it be that we can't even defend Qingdu? Have you forgotten why you were banished to the Water Essence Palace? Even those nascent Soul Realm experts dared to criticize you. Wasn't it because you provoked everyone's anger in the Ancestral Hall? They couldn't even take down the small Luhua Island. If you lose the Water Essence Palace, how are you going to face the ancestors of the Rain Dragon sect? Do you know what everyone said about you behind your back? Soft-hearted. A pure Jade Realm Immortal Master, do you think it's appropriate?" The sect master didn't want to belittle this junior sister too much. After all, the Water Essence Palace still needed Cloud Sign to personally oversee it. If the stubborn Cloud Sign was really angry and made up an excuse to go out to sea or travel to Tongya continent to relax, she as the sect master couldn't stop him. Thus, she softened her tone and said, "Don't forget, the deal we made with the Mountain Water Cave's founder and the Great Wall of Sword Chi back then was recorded as an old debt. The new hidden official has great power in his hands. How is the Mountain Water Cave in Fuyao continent now? Is the Ancestral Hall still there? Cloud Sign, are you trying to make the Rain Dragon sect follow in his footsteps? This hidden official's methods can't be underestimated. He's especially good at using power to suppress others." Cloud Sign nodded slightly. The sect master's tone became serious again. "Junior sister Cloud Sign, I only have one last thing to say. The Great Wall of Sword Chi has an old grudge with our Rain Dragon sect. Does the new hidden official have any old friendship with you? Why are you planning a retreat for our Rain Dragon sect? Is it really repaying evil with good? Cloud Sign, that's all I have to say. Think about it." Cloud Sign left the Rain Dragon sect and returned to the Water Essence Palace. In fact, Cloud Sign had listened to the sect master's senior sister's words. The deceit of the immortal masters on the mountain indeed left a lingering fear in her heart. Cloud Sign had suffered greatly on her path of cultivation. She had faced 3 great calamities in her life. Other than a natural disaster, the rest were all caused by people around her. However, she didn't give up and went to Spring Banner House. Sword Immortal Xiao Yunyan seemed to have expected this and handed her a secret letter. He said that the hidden official had looked through the Rain Dragon sect's records and was very impressed by Immortal Master Cloud Sign's soft-heartedness. Cloud Sign frowned. Xiao Yunyan smiled. The hidden official didn't expect Immortal Master Cloud Sign to believe his suggestion. He only asked that she destroy the letter on the spot after reading it. Otherwise, it would be easy for new problems to arise. It wouldn't be good for either the hidden official or Immortal Master Cloud Sign. Cloud Sign returned to the Water Essence Palace and read the detailed secret letter. She didn't sleep for a night. At the end of the letter were 8 words. The sect is divided into north and south. The firewood is in the mountains. At Spring Banner House, after Cloud Sign left, Miyu and Nalan Saihuan appeared at the same time. Miyu asked with a smile, "Brother Xiao, do you think Cloud Sign will bring people to the north? If she really has such courage and means, how many Rain Dragon sect disciples can she save?" Xiao Yunyan said, "The sect has always been divided into groups. Cloud Sign is used to doing business in the Rain Dragon sect. She only has cultivation and is very unpopular. So even if she's willing to move, she can't bring many people with her." Miyu said, "Cloud Sign can't bring people with her. She doesn't need to bring them with her." Nalan Saihuan looked unhappy. "You still have the nerve to say that Cloud Sign is soft-heartedness. Believe it or not, if Cloud Sign really moves to the north and splits the Rain Dragon sect, the Immortal Masters in the south will be able to survive and integrate into the north. They will resent the Great Wall of Sword Chi for not helping them, especially our hidden official with a bodhisattva's heart. As long as Cloud Sign is careless and leaks the contents of the 2 letters, she will be hated." Xiao Yunyan nodded. That's why she asked Cloud Sign to destroy the secret letter. She must have expected that this person's heart is unfathomable. I believe that Cloud Sign, who is focused on cultivation, should be able to think of the pros and cons of this. Miyu said with a smile, "So what if Cloud Sign can't think of it? Would our hidden official care about this?" Xiao Yunyan sighed. "I'm afraid that the Rain Dragon sect, which believes that everything in the world is just one thing, has more than one person in the ancestral hall who wants to support the dragon. They still think it's a business deal." Nalan Saihuan sneered. Without the hidden official's brains, how can they be qualified to talk about business under the general trend? The woman knew that she had misspoken and left slowly, continuing to settle the score. Xiao Yunyan and Miyu looked at each other and smiled. At the crossing of the inverted mountain, there was a cross-continent ferry from the North Continent. 62 new sword cultivators had arrived. They did not speak much and went straight to the main gate, rushing to the Great Wall of Sword Chi. In the floating building that looked like a pavilion, Chen Pingon sat on the ground with his fists on his knees, breathing deeply. The thing he was sitting on was the bamboo mat that he had picked up from the plum blossom garden. Other than helping cultivators to concentrate and calm their chi, it also had a magical effect that allowed Chen Pingon to refine the green water droplets with abundant water chi faster. Not only that, perhaps because of the bamboo mat's material, other than the water residents, which benefited the most, the wood residents also benefited a lot. The water droplets that Chen Pingon refined had excess water chi. With a little guidance, it could be sent to the chi residence where the wood residence was located. A wisp of continuous water chi flowed in a long line all the way, nourishing the internal organs. For cultivation on the mountain, this kind of immortal item might not be of high quality, but it was the most indispensable. Little by little, it might not be effective in 2 or 3 years, but once one cultivated wholeheartedly and stayed in the mountain without caring about the weather for a few decades or hundreds of years, it would be a completely different world. Therefore, as Lu Tai had said, the immortal masters of the large sects would definitely have a natal item that could assist in cultivation. If they had enough immortal money, they would also need other items besides the natal item. What they sought was a long-term great Tao, like a skyscraper rising from the ground. According to the different time, different immortal abodes, and corresponding cultivation realms, they had to constantly change the items. There were many things to pay attention to. The extraterrestrial demon floated around the building and didn't say anything. It was as if the young man was more worthy of investigation than the disciplinary official and sword immortal who were shrouded in clouds and mist. The young secluded official had just returned from a secret realm, otherwise, he wouldn't have been so relaxed. Previously, he had been grabbed by the neck and dragged to the place where the corpse of an ancient god had been refined. There was a forbidden ground in the heart of this world that Old Death, the demon of otherworldly demonic body, and the sewing man couldn't enter. There was a small door with a symbolic lock, so Old Death had to take out the key and let Twixen throw the young secluded official inside. It was a golden pond with boiling magma. In the secret room, the golden light was blinding. Every time Chin Pingon was thrown into the golden magma by the sewing man, it would take at most a few hours. After walking out of the small door, he would be as good as new and his injuries would be healed. However, the things that were close at hand, like the sword-strengthening gourd, had to be left at the pavilion. Chen Pingon asked, the ancient gods also had Chi-Fu acupoints, and their structure was similar to ours. The white-haired boy stopped. It's more or less the same. It's just that you humans aren't as close to the heaven and earth as the gods. After all, you are puppets created by them. What they want is nothing more than incense. Your small human body naturally isn't too intricate. However, compared to other races, you are already considered to be blessed by heaven. Otherwise, why would the mountain spirits, ghosts, and even the demons in the world of desolation work tirelessly to transform into human form? Chen Pingon heard a key word. Clothes. Is it related to the stainless that Daoist pursues? The outer sky demon's body slowly rotated. He didn't answer the question and smiled. A sword cultivator's flying sword can break all spells. A market's hatchet can also chop melons, vegetables, and firewood. However, what did the flying sword break? What did the hatchet split? Do you know the reason behind it? Chen Pingon shook his head. His student, Cui Dongshan, might know the reason behind it. Chen Pingon finally opened his eyes and asked, in exchange, I promised you that you could enter my heart lake 3 times. What did you see? The white-haired boy of the air-green snake sat cross-legged. He was furious and gritted his teeth, but he didn't say a word. He had done business with this person 4 times. He helped build the building and gave him a female sword immortal's cadaver and 2 short swords. It was a great loss. Chen Pingon was curious. He picked up the sword-strengthening gourd and took out a short sword. If you are willing to tell me, I will return the short sword to you. Inside the sword-strengthening gourd, there was still the natal flying sword of the towering glory sex sword cultivator, Heavenly Sound. It was being nourished. The white-haired boy reached out and grabbed the short sword. He hung it on his waist. There was still one left. It was still being nurtured in the sword-strengthening gourd. He said, the first time I was a guest, I met a middle-aged Daoist who wanted to spar with me. I was almost scared to death. The second time I didn't go to that rundown house. In the end, I met a young but lethargic old man. He wore straw sandals and had a hatchet on his waist. He walked around and met me. He wanted to talk about Buddhism with me. Just as he said, please sit, I was shocked again. After talking about his 2 travels, the white-haired boy fell silent for some reason. Chen Pingon asked, what was the last time? The white-haired boy asked back, do you like to reason that much? Chen Pingon was puzzled, what do you mean? The white-haired boy jumped up and scolded, there was a guy who talked to me for a few years according to the different speed of the river of time. He didn't even let me go. I really couldn't leave. Chen Pingon smiled, I didn't know that I was so annoying. Even a demonic transformation realm demon couldn't stand me. The white-haired boy glanced at the 4 pillars that held up the building. After that, Chen Pingan continued to cultivate. The demonic transformation realm demon continued to wander around. Both of them were silent. On this day, Chen Pingan took off his shirt and exposed his back. Twisting Core took out the spine and started to skin it to sew clothes. She then used several ancient seal scripts, including the 9-fold seal script, to engrave real names on the young man's spine and the skin on both sides. They were all great demons that had died under the sword of the Sword Celestial. They were all ancient monsters that were inextricably linked to the demons imprisoned in the cage. The closer the relationship, the greater the karma, and the better the effect of sewing clothes. Of course, the pain the young man suffered would be greater. In order to prevent the young secluded official's Tao heart from collapsing and his flesh and blood dissolving due to the heavy burden, Twine could only impart a unique secret art to Chen Pingan so that he could be slightly distracted. This was actually a helpless move. After all, Chen Pingan had yet to reach the far-traversing realm. Even after being refined by the golden lava, Chen Pingan's martial body was still unable to bear too many real names of great demons. Twisting Core wrote 3 at a time was already the limit. The young man only had one hand left to control. In fact, towards the end of the sewing process, when Twisting Core engraved the second great demon's real name, Chen Pingan didn't even dare to have any thoughts. But even without any thoughts, his finger was still in the air, repeatedly writing 2 words. Ning Yao, Ning Yao. Twisting Core was in the prison and never asked about the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Therefore, she didn't know who this Ning Yao was. Occasionally, when she was resting, Twisting Core would glance at the young man's writing. She couldn't help but be curious. Which girl could make him like her so much? Was there a need to like her so much? 676. Only a few of the 61 demons of the middle 5 realms were left. Today, Twisting Core's sewing was the most crucial part. It was the final stage of the spine. Old Death had his hands behind his back and specially came to observe the sewing. As a demon, it was more comfortable to watch people suffer than to watch people enjoy. The white-haired boy called him grandson. Old Death responded and treated him as if he was deaf. Chen Pingan had already entered a meditative state. His mind was immersed, and his 3 souls and 7 spirits were nailed with embroidery needles. They were tightly imprisoned by Twisting Core. This was to prevent Chen Pingan from being unable to bear the pain and being unable to control himself, thus ruining the seamless sewing process that could not have the slightest mistake. Twisting Core had put in a lot of effort in sewing clothes for the young hidden official. The reason was simple. She would never have such a chance to practice in her lifetime. And once she succeeded, at least the Qi cultivators of the 2 worlds, especially those sanctimonious immortal masters of the sects, would know that she was a tailor who was despised by everyone. What kind of magnificent feat had she accomplished, which was unprecedented and would never be replicated in the future? It was like the human world. Whenever chess was mentioned, White Emperor City would be mentioned. When Tao was mentioned, heavenly masters would be mentioned. Therefore, Twisting Core was more eager to succeed than Chen Pingan. As a result, a tailor in the pure jade realm would often feel that his eyes were dry and sore after a long time of cutting and pulling out needles. He picked up the blade-strengthening gourd beside him and poured out a green bead with rich water fate. He raised his head and dripped the bead into his eyes. Other than the blade-strengthening gourd she borrowed from the young hidden official, Twisting Core took out 2 treasures after sewing clothes twice. They were the Golden Book and the Jade Book. Old Death lowered his head to look at the Golden Book and nodded. Good stuff. The white-haired boy said regretfully, what a pity. It will be useless after it's used. Otherwise, my grandpa hidden official's eyes would definitely light up. These two items were where Twisting Core's Tao fate lay. Nien Axayan once confessed to Chin Pingan that her cultivation opportunity came from the Golden Book and the Jade Book, which were the most orthodox treasures of the immortals. They complemented the art of sewing. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to live to this day. Ordinary cultivators, even if they were in the pure jade realm like Twixen, would not be able to see the contents of the golden jade booklet clearly. It was as if there was a natural formation of mountains and rivers. However, Old Deaf and the white-haired boy were both very unusual. The jade booklet was a meditative jade booklet from an ancient dynasty in the Central Plains. The booklet was divided into 24 slips, and the slips were connected by golden threads. Every single jade booklet had been polished by a secret technique. The Golden Book was the true scroll of the Imperial Edict, which was also known as the Scroll of Imperial Edict. The entire scroll was divided into 3 parts. The first part had a total of 16 words. The first 8 words were written in golden script, and they were all written in the style of cloud seal. Clouds and mist lingered around them as they flowed slowly. The last 8 words were about the longevity of the Tao and the heavens. It was a prayer that was personally written by a great celestial master of Mount Longhu. The second part was the portrait of 61 immortals. The third part was the main text of the true scroll of the Imperial Edict. The content was about an empress who hoped to become a Daoist immortal, Lord Xian. He couldn't possibly wipe the persons but as well. The white-haired boy asked with a smile, if it was you and Du Shanin, wouldn't they be rolling on the ground after one slash? Old Deaf shook his head and said, they would still have a chance if they could barely withstand 2 slashes. Anyway, these 2 brats don't rely on hardship to cultivate. Having a good life is more useful than anything else. Otherwise, they wouldn't have the chance to enjoy life here. Twisting Core kept her knife and rested for a moment. As her previous slash had been slightly sluggish, she seemed to be in a bad mood. When she heard Old Deaf and the otherworldly demons chatter, her face turned gloomy and she shouted angrily, "Get lost!" Old Deaf, who was known for his good temper in the Great Wall of Sword Chi, had indeed distanced himself from the place and walked up the stairs. It was fine that the girl was ugly, but her temper was also so bad. No wonder she couldn't get married. The white-haired boy floated beside Old Deaf and said, "Do you need grandfather to help sharpen that you use Tao heart of yours? You don't have to thank grandfather for such a small favor." Old Deaf chuckled and said, "I advise you not to do it. Boss Sword Immortal is watching over here. If this servant of mine doesn't protect his master well, I'll definitely settle the score with you before I get smacked to death, both new and old." After the 2 fellows left, Twisting Core spat out a mouthful of turbid air and continued to concentrate on her slash. The scene that was too horrible to look at in the eyes of ordinary people was too beautiful to take in all at once. The method of the seal carving was light and noble. After Twisting Core carved the inscriptions, clouds rose and gave birth to a 5-colored Ganoderma. The Yin characters were noble and turbid, like the mountain roots and dragon veins. Light and noble like the sky, heavy and turbid like the earth. For example, there was the 4-character Yang and Cloud seal script. Instead of writing the true name of the great demon, she wrote the seal script of Tao scriptures and master treasures. Once the seal script was formed, there would be an auspicious aura that lingered around like a sea of clouds around a mountain. There was also the ancient small seal script of Tai faking treasures, Lianxian seal script. When the words were stacked together, they had to be done in an extremely delicate and careful manner. Stacking them into a single word consumed a lot of Twisting Core's mind. With the knife technique, the talisman pattern was filled to the brim with bending and twisting. There was the place where the knife was retracted, and the place where the brush was retracted was like a droplet of dew. It hung low but didn't fall. There was also the cutting knife that was like a carpenter's shavings. Twisting Core lowered her head and gently blew away the useless debris. Those debris naturally came from the young hidden official's spine. After finishing her work today, Twisting Core dragged the young man to the small door again and complained, "Chinpingan, you can't even hold on like this. At most, you'll be done with 30 more slashes. If I didn't retract my knife in time, your entire spine would be crippled. Do you want to break the longevity bridge again?" The young man who was on his last breath could no longer speak. Only his lips moved slightly. He should be cursing someone. The floor was covered in blood. Twisting Core didn't waste any of it. The fresh blood automatically connected into a line and was finally collected into the embroidered bag at her waist. Old Death stood by the small door and unlocked it. Twisting Core casually threw the young hidden official into the furnace that was boiling with golden lava. Old Death closed the door. Twisting Core was about to leave when Old Death said, "Boss Sword Immortal didn't tell you how Sir Hidden Official killed his way to the 5 realms." After a few moments of silence, Ching Chiu sneered and retreated into the fog barrier. Chen Pingan did not force him and went to the first cage that held Yun Qing. Chen Pingan often came here and chatted with this great demon. It really was just chatting, talking about the customs of their respective worlds. Today, the two sat across from each other, separated only by a fence. Chen Pingan had not expected Yun Qing to be so knowledgeable that he didn't lose to the Confucian disciples in the slightest. For example, the Moon Order had a saying, "Ji Qiu kills a flood dragon to obtain a turtle." A bright flood dragon can be cut, but a dragon cannot be touched. Chen Pingan asked and learned that Yun Qing had studied under Zhou Mi for several years, but they had not been master and disciple. Moreover, Yun Qing liked to travel the world. He had even compiled a book of poems that was widely circulated in several dynasties of the world of wastelands. At the end of today's conversation, Great Demon Yun Qing smiled and took off the bamboo flute with the words "Banished Immortal" engraved on it. A half-immortal weapon. It's useless to keep, so I give it to the hidden official. In addition to the words "Banished Immortal" engraved on the bamboo flute, there was also a small line of words that had once been given to Lu Jifeng. Yun Qing had mentioned the reason for this item. It was once a love token of an Ascendant Realm Great Demon. If it was not severely damaged and could not be repaired, it would be an immortal weapon. Chen Pingan shook his head. "I don't dare to accept it." Yun Qing was puzzled. "Why?" Chen Pingan said, "Even if we hit it off, we're still on different sides. It won't stop Senior Yun Qing from going against his will to kill me." Yun Qing nodded and smiled. "Same here. That's why we hit it off." In the suspended building, Chen Pingan was walking in circles. However, he couldn't help but stoop and one of his arms drooped. Twisting Axean sat on the stairs in the distance and said, "If you don't reach the far-wandering realm, the repercussions will be great. Even if you succeed in the end, the effect will be greatly reduced." Chen Pingan nodded gently. "I know." Twisting Axean was also helpless. The white-haired boy appeared beside Twisting Axean and turned into the scholarly appearance of the great demon Yun Qing. He smiled and said, "Miss Twisting Axean, to be honest, I've been in love with you for a long time. What a beautiful girl without any entanglements. It's not the makeup of a wealthy person." Twisting Axean ignored him. The otherworldly demon changed his appearance again and said with a hoarse voice, "Twisting Axean, you won't despise me for being deaf, blind, and old, right?" Twisting Axean still ignored him. The otherworldly demon changed again. "Senior Twisting Axean, you can't judge a book by its cover. In my eyes, you're a good-looking girl. There are millions of good-looking girls, but there's only one Miss Twisting Axean." Chen Pingon kept walking and said, "That's enough." The otherworldly demon had turned into the appearance of the green-robed Chen Pingon. Twisting Axeon was only thinking about the aftermath of the sowing. The otherworldly demon returned to his most beloved appearance and sat on the stairs. A single man and a single woman without any feelings. This is outrageous. What's wrong with the two of you? You're such a killjoy. After Chen Pingon finished walking, he began to use the sword furnace to practice. After an hour, he began to breathe and nourish his natal flying sword. Twisting Axeon left. The otherworldly demon of the urchin snake was unwilling to leave. He stared at the blade-strengthening gourd beside Chen Pingon. His short sword, Dragon Chiu, was waiting inside. The one that Chen Pingon had returned was pinned to his waist. It was called Jiangbu. They were all of high status and were perfect for feeding the two little things hanging by his ears. In fact, items that could survive in this world for a long time would not be of bad quality. But to an otherworldly demon, it was meaningless. It all depended on fate. He suddenly said, "What about the immortal slough? Why don't I give you my Daoist robe and let her wear it and use her sword?" Chen Pingon said indifferently, "The dead are more important." After getting up, he leaned back and supported himself with one hand. He closed his eyes and made a sword gesture with his other hand. The white-haired boy kept his promise and did not set foot in the building. He just wandered around and kept changing into the demons that had died under Chen Pingon's fist and sword. He only asked, "Do the dead have to be respected? So what if they are alive?" Chen Pingon opened his eyes. He pressed his two fingers together against the ground, so that his feet were slightly raised a little. The white-haired boy who had returned to his original appearance looked at him and smiled. "You don't say what you think. You have been criticizing yourself. The strong and the world." Chen Pingon closed his eyes again and said, "There is no fixed law." The otherworldly demon suddenly turned into a woman and smiled. Chen Pingon hesitated and opened his eyes. It was a face that could be mistaken for the real one. What one thought, what one saw. This was the terrifying part of the otherworldly demon. Chen Pingon closed his eyes and said, "You will have to bear the consequences." The white-haired boy immediately shouted, "Grandpa Hidden Official, if your future inner demon is this woman, what should we do?" Chen Pingon smiled and said slowly, "I hope so." The white-haired boy raised his hands and flicked the green snake beside his ear. The movement was light, but the sound was like a bell, echoing between heaven and earth. He asked, "Why don't we practice?" Chen Pingon said in a low voice, "Stay away from me." The white-haired boy complained, "You have reduced your seniority for nothing. Grandpa Hidden Official has made a loss in this deal." In the next moment, the otherworldly demon was silent and shrunk its neck. It turned out that Chin Qingdo had already grabbed its head and held it in his hand. The old man had used his sword will to suppress it. The otherworldly demon's face became distorted and its whole body melted like a candle. It was beyond recognition. It cried and begged for mercy. Chen Pingon flipped his body and stood still. Chin Qingdo threw the otherworldly demon far away and looked at Chen Pingon. He frowned and said, "You can't carve out any of the key names of the great demons." Twisting Heart appeared on the steps again. "Don't blame me. If I can carve it, I'll have to carve it on a dead person." Chen Pingon said helplessly, "The bottleneck of a martial artist is not easy to break." Even the ask fist against the otherworldly demon was useless. What he lacked now was that mysterious and profound God intent. Otherwise, if it's just to temper my body, just bearing Senior Twisting Heart sewing is enough for me to reach the far-wandering realm. Chin Qingdo said, "Where can I find a 10th realm martial artist with perfect divine chi for Grandpa Hidden Official?" Chen Pingon said, "Don't ask me. Chen Qingdou laughed in anger. Twisting Heart's eyes were opened. Old Deaf, who had followed the commotion, was full of admiration. The otherworldly demon, who was curled up on the steps, felt that calling him Grandpa Hidden Official was not in vain. The result was that Grandpa Hidden Official was suppressed by the sword will. He first bent his waist, then knelt on the ground, and finally laid on the ground, unable to move. He almost turned into a pile of mud. Fortunately, Sword Immortal eldest brother was still quite loyal. He directly threw Qin Pingan into the lava furnace. After Qin Pingan disappeared, Chen Qingdou waved his hand, and Twisting Heart and the rest left at the same time. The old man stood in the pavilion and looked around. His gaze slowly swept across the 4 pavilion pillars. Chen Pingan rarely left the prison and went out to take a breather. The white-haired boy quickly appeared and urged the young hidden official to take a look at the place where the criminal official cultivated. He said that there were many treasures there and that they were all ownerless. It would be a waste if he didn't take a look. Under the guidance of the otherworldly demon, Chen Pingan came to the stream. He looked a little absent-minded, as if he was in his hometown and was going to pick up snake gall stones. However, he was missing a huge wicker basket. The white-haired boy was simply an informant who didn't do his job properly. He told Chen Pingan about the recent situation of the 2 pairs of master and servant in detail. He said that Yu was a little idiot and learned everything slowly. Compared to the 3 disciples that Old Deaf had taken in, she couldn't be compared at all. He said that Du Shanin's aptitude for sword training wasn't bad and his luck was even better. It was a pity that he was a huge pervert. For such trash to be able to become the master of Old Deaf and the criminal official, he was truly heartbroken for Grandpa Hidden Official. Chen Pingan suddenly stopped in his footsteps. Not far away, there was a woman who was making clothes and a young girl who was washing muslin. Chen Pingan focused his gaze and only felt that it was inconceivable. He had roamed the Jianghu and seen those little people who made incense sticks and incense burners their homes. He had even seen Cui Dongshan's insect silver, but he had never seen the 2 women in front of him. The white-haired boy exclaimed in admiration, "Grandpa Hidden Official really has good eyesight, seeing through their true identities in an instant. They are the incarnations of the ancestors of the Gold Essence coin and Guyu coin. That Du Shanin definitely couldn't do it. He only saw their charming faces, big breasts and small waists. Yu is even more pitiful. She didn't even dare to take a second look. Only Grandpa Hidden Official is a true hero." The woman who was making clothes raised her head and stroked the hair on her temples. She smiled at Chen Pingan. The young girl who was washing muslin saw the young hidden official and placed a finger on her cheek. Chen Pingan cupped his hands and returned the greeting. The white-haired boy stomped his feet and said, "Grandpa Hidden Official, sigh, how can they be worthy of your great greeting? It's too much for them." Chen Pingan turned a deaf ear to him and walked towards the thatched hut while thinking about money. There were 3 types of gold essence copper coins in Dali: spring coin, offering coin, and victory coin. Chen Pingan was no stranger to it. After all, the first batch of mountains was bought with a few bags of gold essence copper coins. The 3 types of gold essence copper coins sold by the Dali dynasty to various celestial forces were rumored to be created by the Mo family with the help of the Song family. The 3 types of gold essence copper coins were of the best quality and were the best quality. Then, they were refined on a large scale. Even the carving mother coin used to make ordinary copper coins in the secular dynasty was the beloved item of many celestial masters on the mountain. It was a great treasure that the collectors would not hesitate to buy. Including the gold essence copper coins, the new coins issued by the imperial court, and the 3 types of celestial coins, above the carving mother coin, there was a type of ancestor coin. The ancestor coin of the snow coin was naturally kept by the Lu family of the Jade Peak continent. However, the whereabouts of the carving mother coin and the carving mother coin had never been confirmed. No one would have thought that the carving mother coin of the carving mother coin would be kept by the criminal official. There were sentient beings in the world. As long as they could transform into human form, no matter what their roots were, they would gain spiritual intelligence. It would be the creation of the Great Way. Then, they could be considered as a cultivator who could climb the mountain. There was nothing wrong with treating them with respect. The young Du Shanin had nothing to do today. He stood under the grape trellis and looked at the two guests from afar. The white-haired boy was still fighting for justice for his hidden official grandfather. He walked side by side with Qin Pingan and walked backwards. He pointed at the two girls who only knew how to make clothes and wash muslin every day. Impudent, 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 show yourself in front of others. The girl who was making clothes and the girl who was washing muslin were originally no different from rural beauties. However, after the words, show yourself in front of others, were spoken by the outer sky demon, a strange phenomenon occurred. Their skin turned golden and dark green respectively. Vaguely, words appeared. Especially the girl who was washing muslin's forehead, it was as if a small window had opened. It was probably because when she was born, her words were chopped and the knife marks were still there. However, they were oblivious to it and continued to make clothes and wash muslin. The white-haired boy said softly, the ancestral coins in the world are like money. They are usually in pairs. If both of them become spirits and then become a couple, tsk tsk tsk, that would be a rare fortune. Money begets money. Hidden official grandfather, as long as you promise to bring me to the vast world, I will help you ask for them from the criminal official and the sword immortal. In the future, when I reach the vast world, I will not stop. I will open my eyes wide and help you find their Taoist companions. How about it? Chen Pingan said, nothing. The sword immortal criminal official was in the thatched cottage. The person who gave them didn't want them, and the person who received them didn't want them either. However, Chen Pingan thought about it again. Perhaps this kind of temperament was the true foundation of Du Shanin's great Tao. Who said that one's achievements were high or low? It was only the depth of one's thinking. Moreover, Alliance was right. What should he care about? What should he care about? What should he care about? The white-haired boy was rather happy. He had chattered so much, yet the hidden official in the thatched hut didn't say anything. This was a good sign. As expected of the hidden official who didn't care about anything. He was a completely different kind of person from Grandpa Hidden Official. He walked to Chen Pingan's side and pointed at a white jade table outside the grape trellis. Baby, it's a pity that the immortal book on the table already belongs to Du Shanin. A bunch of little fellows have already been raised in the book. They definitely can't be compared to ordinary Du Shanin. They're all very valuable. Chen Pingan walked out of the grape trellis and went straight to the stone table. He casually flipped open a page of the book. The book was filled with the two characters of immortal in different handwriting. There were both cursive and regular script characters. The white-haired boy asked in a small voice, you didn't even greet Du Shanin before reading. Grandpa Hidden Official, this isn't like your style. Chen Pingan turned a deaf ear to him. He only flipped through the book and searched for traces of the Du Shanin. The Du Shanin in the book. Li Huai seemed to have it. It was just that he didn't know if it had become a spirit now. The white-haired boy muttered, Grandpa Hidden Official definitely wouldn't go so far as to compete with a little idiot. Just why? Could it be that his state of mind has changed again? Or is he deliberately bluffing me to trick me into giving him the short sword? Chen Pingan flipped through the book but still couldn't find the so-called little fellows. He had to give up. According to the ancient book, there was an allusion to the three characters of Du Shanin. When the Du Shanin entered the book, its body would have 5 colors if it ate the characters of Du Shanin for a long time. If one swallowed the Du Shanin, one could become an immortal. At the very least, one could have a spring of ideas and a wonderful brush stroke. One was a general description of the literati's writing, while the other was passed down orally by the Qi cultivators on the mountain. However, even the cultivators on the mountain didn't understand the profound meaning of the characters of Du Shanin. They only knew that the Du Shanin's predecessor was a kind of wall fish. It was only born in a scholarly family and hid in the brush pot, ink slab, or the shadow of a lamp. However, the literati at the foot of the mountain said with certainty that as long as the 2 characters of Du Shanin were written in an expensive letter, cut it into pieces and put it into a bottle, there would be wall fish sneaking in. After eating up the shredded paper, there would be hope for it to grow into a Du Shanin. The white-haired boy slapped on the white jade table. I'm giving you face, but you don't want it. Believe it or not, I'll write the word wine on the book and make you little bastards drunk. Chen Pingan took a closer look. It was just that between the 2 lines of Du Shanin on the page, little guys the size of a fingernail kept appearing. They climbed over the wall, from different pages, from high to low. They squatted between the pages sickly and looked at him and the white-haired boy pitifully. Chen Pingan smiled and said, "Sorry to disturb you." Then he gently closed the book. The white-haired boy knelt on the stone bench and stretched out his hand to cover the book. He explained, "After the Du Shanin becomes an immortal, it's the most fun. They can eat whatever is written in the book. There are also all kinds of changes. For example, if you write the poem about wine, they'll really sway in drunkenness. If you write the poem about young beauties first, then the poem about the resentment of women, their appearance in the book will really become that of a resentful woman in a boudoir." The white-haired boy casually flipped through the book. Probably because he had a lot of face, every time he turned a page, the little guys would rush over. Chen Pingan thought for a while and asked, "What if I write about feces, urine, and farts?" The little guys were all stunned and speechless. They only felt that there was nothing left to live for. How could there be such a crazy person in the world? The white-haired boy gave a thumbs up and said loudly, "Grandpa Ingguan's wonderful ideas are rare in the world. In the future, when you meet the founder of our family, you'll definitely be able to hug him and regret that you didn't meet him sooner. In the future, when you follow Grandpa Ingguan to the central divine continent, you'll definitely have to go to Paper Bai's blessed land." Chen Pingan sat on the stone bench. The white-haired boy no longer cared about the book and pointed to the stream that actually belonged to the water without a source. "This is an extremely rare fire in the water. It looks like real fire. Grandpa Ingguan can use it to refine the last life item of the 5 elements. Qin Qing is not stingy, and the torture officer is even more generous. I can help move it to the pavilion." Chen Pingan was indifferent. He stood up and said, "You're already an uninvited guest." When Chen Pingan left, the white-haired boy had no choice but to follow. What was the point of hanging out with that Du Shanin? It was better to follow Chen Pingan and be pleasantly surprised. For example, today's visit. When faced with the thatched cottage, the young official didn't bow when he came and didn't say goodbye when he left. The white-haired boy followed beside Chen Pingan. "Grandpa Ingguan, today is a little different. Your heart is open and you're truly following your heart. You're relaxed and enlightened. It's worthy of celebration." Both parties walked on foot. Clearly, the young official wasn't in a hurry to return to the prison. Chen Pingan smiled. "You want to use that stream to fulfill your wish. Why beat around the bush? Just say it." The white-haired boy asked, "Will it work if I say it directly?" Chen Pingan said, "Of course not. Etiquette and rules were important. Whether it was the apprentice of the dragon kiln or the youth of the mud bottle alley, as long as they were trekking through mountains and rivers, they had to do what a person wearing straw sandals and holding a hatchet should do. The hidden official in charge, the wine seller, the pure martial artist of the Wen Quan, the sword cultivator who nurtured the sword. Different identities, different things to do and different things to say. In the end, they were still the same person. The white-haired boy complained, "My grandpa Guan, no one bullies people like you." Then the childlike otherworldly demon sighed. "Forget it, I'm not a person either." Chen Pingan said, "Whether you're a person or not depends more on your heart than your appearance." The white-haired boy snorted. "If a person has ulterior motives, he's still a person." Chen Pingan said, "If a bodhisattva has a heart, he's still a person." They walked to the corpse of an ancient demon. It was as wide as a mountain. "Let's go." Chen Pingan took a heavy step forward and suddenly punched. The corpse was rotten and couldn't be called tough anymore. Thus, a valley path was casually punched out. The white-haired boy clapped his hands and cheered. Chen Pingan glanced at the seemingly mischievous otherworldly demon and said slowly, "There's nothing new about the sad story of the fox demon. If you write books and sell them, it's hard to earn money." Traveling around, he had seen the fox fairy striking the bell and the female ghost scratching the door. One was disturbing while the other was frightening. He had also seen the sparrow listening to the Dharma on a tree branch and the old ghost riding a fox while singing, "Pan Shan Er." The white-haired boy said, "It's okay, I'll change it again." Then, he pretended to be enlightened. "I've forgotten her ending. There's nothing new about it." Chen Pingan suddenly said, "I've guessed your background." Looking up, it was as if he was looking at the Beko Keikyung building in another world. The white-haired boy sighed. Together with the suppression of the Western Buddhist kingdom, does it count as a different kind of Yi-Chi turning three pure ones? However, Chen Pingan changed the topic and laughed to himself. Fallen literati are nothing more than acting, teaching, and selling literature. When the last reclusive official in the history of the Great Wall of Sword Chi, he told stories on the streets, sold seals, and fan faces. Unfortunately, he didn't earn any money. The white-haired boy was dispirited. Chen Pingan rose from the ground and rushed into the clouds in his green robe. Then, he rode the wind and swam in the sea of clouds, his sleeves flapping loudly. In fact, other than sword kinesis, he could also ride the wind. However, he could only rely on pure vital energy to support himself and it was consumed very quickly. He summoned the 4 flying swords, number 1, number 15, Songzhen, and Kolei, and hovered them in various places. Above the sea of clouds, he leaped and stepped on the flying swords every time. Just like that, he drifted around. The white-haired boy yawned as he watched. Chen Pingan kept the 4 flying swords and fell backward, falling straight to the ground. He was still in the mood to leisurely glance at the slender stream in the distance. The water is in the sky. The sky is in the water. Chen Pingan's head hit the ground in the middle of the winter just like that. The white-haired boy above the sea of clouds was slightly surprised. He suddenly looked up and felt that the world had changed. After a while, the outer sky demon stood up and his aura changed completely. After receiving Chinchingdo's decree, he finally showed the aura of an ascendant realm outer sky demon. He scooped up a handful of water from the sea of clouds, waved his sleeves and threw the clouds into the sky. There was a bright moon hanging in the sky, so on his palm, there was the water moon. He smashed the moon in the water with his palm. The world changed again. The white-haired boy's figure had already disappeared. In the blink of an eye, the sea of clouds surged. Then, it was as if someone had casually created a huge hole in the clouds. Vaguely, an immortal with a blurry figure could be seen overlooking the earth. He laughed loudly and said, "Little Confucian, you overestimate yourself. Let me play with you." Then, a golden giant slowly stretched out a fist and sneered, "Do you dare to take this punch?" Chen Pingon had already stood on the ground and looked up. He spat and rolled up his sleeves, but then spread them out again. A white-robed young man was traveling far away. After standing side by side with the green-robed young man, he lamented, "It's really not fun to be in a cage for a long time." Chen Pingon smiled, "Speak human language." The white-robed Yin spirit waved his sleeves and looked very carefree. His eyes were burning and he laughed, "Screw them. Let them kowtow to me." "Very good. That's right. As expected of me, Chen Pingon." The earth shook. A green-robed man went straight to the sea of clouds. Martial artists asked the heavens with their fists. Then, the white-robed Yin spirit went straight up. The earth was his world. Countless flying swords went to the sea of clouds together. The swordsman asked the immortal on the sword cloud, "Sword Chi was north of the Great Wall. Sword Chi was south of the Great Wall." There were streams of martial fate flowing wildly, covering the sky and the sun, as if they were looking for the person with the fists in the sky who had disappeared. 677. After receiving Qin Qingdo's permission, the otherworldly demon that seemed to be idle all day finally got rid of all the restraints and gained temporary freedom. It was able to unleash the true divine arts of the ascendant realm. Everything in the world flowed according to one's will, and it was almost comparable to the truth. Old Deaf also received Sword Celestial Boss's instructions to open the small world of the prison ruins and accept the martial arts fate from the Great Wall of Sword Chi and the wilderness. In an instant, the martial arts fate swarmed into the ancient battlefield ruins like flood dragons. Beside the stream, the disciplinary officer walked out of the thatched cottage and came to the stone table. He stretched out his hand to press down on the immortal book that reared the moth. The woman who was washing clothes and the girl who was washing muslin were still doing the same work. Du Shanin stood under the grape trellis and looked at the scene through the gaps of the lush green leaves. He had a complicated expression. As the disciplinary officer pressed down on the book, the small world near the stream returned to silence and serenity. Old Deaf stood at the entrance of the prison and smiled while twirling his beard, being generous when the world is turned upside down. The youth who was brought here to admire the scene felt his heart sway, and he became even more respectful towards the young hidden official. Twisting Heart quietly appeared and said softly, "That otherworldly demon actually has such divine arts." Old Deaf laughed, "You can't really think that it's a little fellow that only knows how to play tricks, right? Its cultivation of the ascendant realm is just that it's suppressed by the great Tao here, which is why it seems a little showy. It's also afraid of Sword Celestial Boss. Otherwise, with your little realm and Tao heart, you would have long become its puppet. Even if the sewing technique involves quite a bit of the soul, it's still not as good as the otherworldly demon in the deepest part of the human heart." Twisting Heart asked, "It has always hoped to leave this place through Qin Pingon." Old Deaf shook his head, "Qin Pingon will definitely not let it leave the Forbidden Land. As long as Sword Celestial Boss isn't suppressing it, Qin Pingon will be its best body. It's like being taken over by Immortal Dove, with its body and spirit changing owners. When the time comes, it just needs to wander around the wilderness and be free." Regarding this matter, both of them were well aware of it. The otherworldly demon was trying his best to get familiar with Qin Pingon's way of thinking. Qin Pingon, on the other hand, was sticking to his own heart and sharpening his Taoist heart. Usually, they seemed to have a harmonious relationship, talking and laughing. In fact, this battle of life and death was not much different from the battle of Qi cultivators. You might not know that the oaths made by the otherworldly demons make are the easiest and without any restrictions. Old Death had a playful look on his face. With Chen Pingan's mental state and appearance as a foundation, perhaps a new sovereign great demon will soon appear in the wilderness. The great ancestor of Moon-bearing Mountain will definitely be happy to see this happen. 2 hidden officials of Great Wall of Sword Chi have pledged their allegiance to the wilderness. This is the direction of the general trend. In front of Sword Celestial Boss, I also have to say something rebellious. I'm looking forward to this. Chen Pingan walking to the other extreme, still Chen Pingan, but not completely Chen Pingan. He will obtain the purest freedom and cultivate in the future for immortality. Twisting Heart, what do you think? Twisting Heart said, I'm fine with it. Twisting Heart added, if such a day really comes, I might choose to rely on that new Chen Pingan and take root in the wilderness. I might even have a chance to break through. Old Death's fingers gently stroked his beard as he chuckled, the new Chen Pingan, Twisting Heart, and me, an ascendant realm. If the 3 of us work together in the wilderness and establish a sept, it will definitely be impressive and have great potential. Old Death then mocked himself, I can only dream of such a wonderful thing. The youth's heart trembled with fear as he listened. He couldn't imagine what kind of terrifying scene the Great Wall of Sword Chi and the unfamiliar vast world would have once that young hidden official pledged his allegiance to the demon race. In the depths of the youth's heart, he even felt that the consequences of Chen Pingan pledging his allegiance to the wilderness were even more severe than the previous hidden official Xiao Chua betraying the Great Wall of Sword Chi. Twisting Heart asked curiously, aren't you afraid that Sword Celestial Boss will hold you accountable for revealing your true self? Old Death laughed and said, I'm a demon to begin with, so when have I ever hidden my ferocious nature? Chen Pingan asked me what would happen if there were no taboos, and didn't I just say, all who see it die? Nian Axayan looked at the magnificent scene on the other side of the sky screen and said, this is not the momentum of a martial artist in the golden body state breaking through the realm. Even if Chen Pingan is the strongest, it still does not make sense. Old Death shook his head, that's because you haven't seen Chao Ci before. He and Chen Pingan are of the same age. Back when Chao Ci returned to Inverted Hanging Mountain, he had just broken through when he passed through, causing a huge commotion in the 2 worlds. However, in the end, Chao Ci didn't even accept a single martial fate gift, implicating the 6 sword celestials of the Great Wall of Sword Chi. They had to use their swords to push back the martial fate, as well as 2 heavenly monarchs of Inverted Hanging Mountain. Old Death glanced at the sky, however, in terms of the martial path, Chen Pingan is getting closer and closer to Chao Ci. The rest of the martial artists in the world will probably only get further and further away from Chao Ci. This was an extremely high evaluation given to a junior by an Ascendant Realm expert. When Chen Pingan met Chao Ci for the first time in the city, they were 2 young martial artists of similar age. At that time, the world only knew of Chao Ci. Yu said carefully, Senior Deaf, if he gets closer to Chao Ci, doesn't that mean that Lord Hidden Official is moving faster than Chao Ci? Old Deaf nodded his head, that's right. The white-robed Yin spirit had already returned to his aperture. Chen Pingan, whose body and spirit had merged back together, fell heavily onto the ground. His knees bent, he lowered his head and gasped for breath. At this moment, the green-robed visitor, who had his head lowered and didn't say a word, felt that the world was huge and there was nowhere he couldn't go. No matter if you were a great sword celestial or an ascendant realm demon, as long as you were in front of me and were my enemy, I had 2 fists and a sword to fight you. The white-haired boy floated onto the ground and said, I used all my strength to create such a huge scene. Grandpa Hidden Official, you must remember my kindness. This unworldly demon saw that the young man maintained his original posture, but he raised his eyes slightly. It retracted its smile and looked at Chen Pingan. Chen Pingan slowly straightened his back, and his movements were slightly sluggish. He smiled. There's nothing in the world that can't be discussed. It curled its lips and hugged the back of its head, so there's nothing to discuss. Chen Pingan's shoulders tilted, and he stomped heavily on the ground to stabilize his body. His back trembled slightly, and blood seeped out from his arms and eyelids. Of course, the unworldly demon knew that this was due to his unstable state. Coupled with the sewing, it involved the pressure of the great Tao. The young hidden official's state was literally in a battle between heaven and man. Those with high states were closer to the heavens and could see further. Naturally, they had a deeper understanding of the orderliness of the great Tao of heaven and earth. The opportunity for Qi cultivators to enter the unpolished Jade realm was the unification of Tao. For celestials to break through to the ascendant realm, the foundation of the great Tao was seriousness. Chen Pingan walked slowly towards the entrance of the prison. The unworldly demon's temperament was fickle. At this moment it was already smiling mischievously at the side, saying that it was fortunate to be able to protect Grandpa Hidden Official's journey and form 2 incense sticks. Chen Pingan was multitasking. On one hand, he felt the many mysteries of the physique of the far travel state. On the other hand, he focused his mind into a mustard seed, patrolling the small world of the human body. After enduring the pain of sewing clothes from twisting core, and then using the fist theory taught by Li Er to verify and examine each other, Chen Pingan dared to say that whether it was from the perspective of a martial artist, looking at the human body's landscape geography, or from the perspective of a Qi cultivator, looking at the human body's paradise, they were far beyond ordinary people. As for the natal item of the 5 elements, he had already gathered 4 of them. He was only left with the last obstacle. He was missing the last item of the fire element. The stream mentioned by the unworldly demon was called the fire in the water. Chen Pingan coveted it, but he was not tempted. What he coveted was that the stream was priceless. Anyone in the world who saw it would take a few more glances. He was not tempted because he did not want to take what others liked. Of course, this was a nicer way to put it. To put it bluntly, it meant that he did not have the confidence to deal with the criminal official. Chen Pingan always felt that the senior sword deity who was extremely experienced and had an extremely high level of cultivation seemed to have a natural prejudice against him. That seemingly casual visit made Chen Pingan even more certain that his intuition was correct. It was not that the Ning residents did not have any fire element items that could be used for refinement. Although the few treasured items in the Ning residence were not of high quality, it was more than enough to piece together the natal item of the 5 elements. For a Qi cultivator of the lower 5 realms, not to mention a cultivator who was in a precarious situation and would refine whatever he had, even a first-rate direct descendant of the clan would find it difficult to have Chen Pingan's current natal item arrangement. Moreover, Chen Pingan had been tirelessly adding to his belongings to supplement the natal items of the 5 elements. For example, the green floor tiles from the Taoist temple at the peak of the mountain, the 5 thunders seal from Lishen, the imitation Baek O Kaekyung building pagoda, and the sword fairy banner. After Chen Pingan refined the 5 thunders seal, he hung it on the door of the wooden house. It was used as an exorcism mirror in the marketplace. The pagoda and the banner were placed at the mountain temple. Even the original name, Little Fingdu, the 15 flying swords, and the 2 imitations of the sword fairy mountain were often played with by the little bald head. They were all kept in the scabbard. The 4 flying swords were connected head to tail, as if they were the strangest long sword in the world. However, Chen Pingan did not add anything to the water residence that was first built. Back then, he took the lead to use the water character seal as his natal item to refine it above the sea of clouds in the old dragon city. The guardian was Fan Junmao, who later became the lord of Mount Nanyu. He successfully built the water residence. The boy in green helped to take care of the water transportation and anima. The murals on the wall and the paintings of the water deity were the finishing touches. The water deity on the wall was vivid and lifelike. Their clothes fluttered in the wind, as if they were real unflexible creatures. However, after several battles, Chunpingan's realm fluctuated and fell. He caused the water residents to dry up several times. The colorful paintings peeled off and the water pond dried up. This was a taboo in cultivation. The small pond under the water character seal had a water dragon entrenched in it. The water character seal's water vapor poured out like a waterfall. Therefore, the pond was similar to a dragon's cave. It was in line with the saying, "Water is not deep, but there is a dragon." The white-haired boy glanced at it and saw through Chunpingan's thoughts. He said casually, "A dragon's cave to raise a dragon has been the first choice since ancient times." The saint explained this word: the cave refers to the gathering of qi and the bottom refers to the stopping of qi. They both mean stagnant and not dissipating. Grandpa Yingguan, the biggest problem with the dragon's cave in your water residence is that it occupies too little space. Why don't you deliberately expand the territory? It's not like you can't do it. Why do you have to draw a circle and imprison yourself? If it was me, I would let my good grandson take all the water pearls and throw them into the pond to tire those little people in the water residence to death. When the otherworldly demon said this, he put on a sorrowful expression and said pitifully, "The cave is a sign of sorrow. I am very worried for Grandpa Yingguan." Chunpingan's footsteps were still heavy. He swayed from side to side and said, "I am closer to water. I am least worried about the water residents." The otherworldly demon shook his head and said, "People who cultivate Tao are most particular about the level of the atmosphere in the elixir chamber. If there are no accidents, the water residence is very likely to be the place where Grandpa Yingguan will form his Aurous core in the future. However, to place a few pieces of junk. Oh no, a few lucky chances in the mountain temple, this is a loss. If it was me, I would not care. I would have refined all the magic treasures and piled them in the water residence. It is best to be prepared early. Forming the Aurous core is the most important thing for a cultivator. The level of the Aurous core formed will directly determine the level of the Qi cultivator's future achievements. Chunpingan's water residence, other than the water character seal that the otherworldly demon found troublesome and the group of green-clothed boys who would move away sooner or later, the rest of the scenery was natural. It was not bad, but in reality, it was not enough. Unfortunately, Chunpingan obviously did not listen to his priceless advice. The otherworldly demon did not care. If Chunpingan really did so, it would be a small matter after all. It would not mean much. In the eyes of an ascendant state, the so-called God's favored son, amazing talent, and great fortune were all false. Unless the other party could also become an ascendant state cultivator one day, otherwise, in the eyes of an ascendant state cultivator who was already at the peak of the mountain, the so-called lucky chances on the mountain and all the fights were just a group of cats and dogs playing under the eaves. If they were happy, they would take a few more glances. If they were annoyed or noisy, they would kill them. The otherworldly demon had been observing Chunpingan for a long time. He really wanted to do a big business with this young man. Chunpingan's mind was like a mustard seed, traveling to the mountain temple. Looking up at the foot of the mountain, a mountain temple was built with the five-colored soil of the new 5 mountains of Dali. The soil piled up into a mountain, and a small mountain temple was built on the top of the mountain. Later, Chunpingan also refined the true meaning of Taoism contained in the green bricks to strengthen the mountain. The white-haired boy asked curiously, "Grandpa Yingguan, why don't you have much vision for the cultivation of Taoism? Don't you have any thoughts about immortality?" When Chunpingan was walking, he used the 6-step stance as the foundation, constantly changing the boxing posture, and adjusting the muscles and bones in the subtle parts to better adapt to the current body. After hearing the question, he replied, "The distance is too far, I can't see it clearly, and I can't imagine it. The white-haired boy said, "Oh, so you need a little light to guide the way." "Unfortunately, I haven't found it yet. It seems that among the people who have achieved Taoism in the vast world, other than knowledge, fist techniques, and sword techniques, there isn't anyone who can truly make Grandpa Yin Guan yearn for them." Chen Pingan didn't want to dwell on this question, so he changed the topic and asked, "That senior officer isn't a local sword cultivator, right?" The reason why he asked this question was that other than the lack of any records in the Summer Palace, there were actually many clues. There were the 12 colorful flower deity cups that hovered under the grape trellis, the divine immortal characters that were eaten by the moth fish, and the officer's request for Du Shanin to learn sword techniques so that he could kill the flower thief on the mountain, as well as the clothes-tampering girl and the muslin girl that were condensed from the 2 ancestral coins of the gold essence copper coin and the Guyu coin. Even if the Great Wall of Sword Aura had elegant sword immortals like Sun Juyuan, they were still different from the officer who was shrouded in fog. The local sword immortals of the Great Wall of Sword Aura rarely had such concerns about the affairs of other places. Miyu's type wasn't called concern, it was purely a type of person who liked to attract bees and butterflies, a small world amidst hundreds of flowers. He deserved a beating. The white-haired boy, who had a telepathic connection with Grandpa Hidden Official, immediately said, "He's indeed not a local here." His hometown was a low-class blessed land in the Liuxia continent. His aptitude was frighteningly good, so good that he could break through the barrier of heaven and earth with a single sword. In a low-class blessed land with extremely great restrictions, it was a remote and desolate place where it was difficult for cultivators to even enter the Immortals' cave realm. Yet, he was forcefully ascended to the vast world with the methods of a nascent soul sword cultivator. Who would have thought that this originally extremely hidden blessed land would attract the covetous eyes of various forces because of his appearance in the Liuxia continent? The blessed land was originally like a paradise, but in less than 100 years, it was filled with miasma, becoming a place for banished immortals to play and play. Everyone fought over it, but there wasn't a stable heavenly lord who could properly manage it. In the end, the entire blessed land was in a 3-way chaotic battle between 2 sword immortals and an immortal realm chi cultivator. Their combined forces caused the heavens to collapse and the earth to split open. Almost all the locals were killed, with less than 1/10 of them remaining. At that time, the hidden official's realm was not enough, so he was unable to protect his hometown blessed land. Thus, he felt guilty to this day. It seems like the hidden official's family, descendants, and disciples were all unable to escape this calamity. Chen Pingan sighed endlessly in his heart. His own Luopa mountain possessed a blessed land with lotus roots. Chen Pingan then frowned endlessly. Usually, the appearance of every low-class blessed land would attract waves of bloody winds. The current situation in the Fuyao continent was extremely chaotic. Other than the appearance of several immortal supreme treasures, there was also the ascension of a pure martial artist of the far travel realm. This caused a hidden blessed land that originally stood aloof from worldly affairs to be discovered by the cultivators on the mountain, causing the various immortal forces to fight over it. It was also a low-class blessed land, but due to the worship of martial arts since ancient times, there was an extremely large accumulation of heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Practically all the immortals of the Fuyao continent with the surname sects were unable to stay out of this matter, wanting to get a share of the profits. When the outer sky demon was born, the realm would stagnate as the limit, neither increasing nor decreasing. After that, there were only 2 things, life and death. The white-haired boy complained, "Grandpa Hidden Official, is she and Chen Qing of the same generation? You should have said so earlier. With such a background, it's not enough for me to call you Grandpa. I should just call you Ancestor." Chen Pingan said, "I'm not anyone's reincarnation. You've misunderstood." The white-haired boy snorted. He could even deceive an outer sky demon. He was really a scholar. near the entrance of the prison. Chen Pingan had roughly adapted to the huge difference between the physique of the golden body realm and the far-wandering realm, but his body was still bent and his breathing was not smooth. It was not fake. This was the after-effect of sewing clothes. The heavier his muscles and bones were, the tougher his physique was, and the heavier the great demon's real name that had been engraved on his body would be. This was still the key to the great demon's real name that had not been engraved. Chen Pingan couldn't imagine what the situation would be once the clothes were successfully sewn. Would he have to bend down and walk? Passing by the 5 cages that imprisoned the upper 5 realms demon race, Yun Qing stood at the sword-light fence and congratulated him for breaking through. The great demon Qing Qiu only hid in the fog barrier. His gaze was cold as he stared at the young man with heavy footsteps. Among the other 3 big demons, the one who had not shown up before also showed up for the first time. The big demon was called Zhu Jia. He was sitting on a green landscape painting that had not been fully unrolled. If Qi cultivators looked at it carefully, they would find that this painting was very different from the ordinary paintings in the world. This painting was like a real blessed land. Not only were there undulating mountains, pavilions and attics, there were also flowers and trees, birds and beasts. There were also magnificent scenes of stars hanging in the sky. The big demon who seemed to be entrenched in the sky said in a hoarse voice, "Little guy, you are so lucky." Chen Pingan stopped and just looked at the painting. There were records in the summer palace that this great demon could steal mountains and rivers with brush and ink. He had once been a pawn for the sovereign stage great demon, Huang Wan, for hundreds of years. He could draw on the battlefield and move mountains and rivers into the painting. When he closed the scroll, it was enough to squeeze and crush all the creatures in the painting. Qi cultivators with a great disparity in realm could directly draw his image and directly detain part of his soul into the painting. Therefore, in the wilderness, there were often demons who carried portraits of their enemies, including their enemies' names, birthdays, and the location of the ancestral hall. Then, they would find the painter and pay him to draw. Then, they would buy the portrait of the enemy's soul. The 4th great demon was a woman who was a sword cultivator in the Jade Roll realm. However, her life source flying sword was seriously damaged on the battlefield. Her alias was Mengpa. She was born as an extremely rare plant spirit, but she could study swordsmanship and had great killing power. She had once dominated a region in the wilderness and was the master of a sword sect. She and the great demon in the ascendant realm, Chongguang, were not lovers in name, but they were lovers in reality. The last demon in the upper 5 realms kept breaking through realms after being locked up in the prison. Now, his cultivation was in the immortal realm. According to Old Def, Chen Qingdu had once promised this demon that as long as he reached the ascendant realm, he could replace Old Def to manage the prison. The white-haired boy seemed to be even more worried than Chen Pingan. He began counting with his fingers. First, use the path of a talisman to show weakness to the enemy. When the situation is not good, use pine needle and cough thunder to pretend to be a sword cultivator. When you are seen through, you fly into a rage out of humiliation. Open up the distance and use a genuine 5 thunderdermic seal. If the enemy is thick-skinned, close in on him and give him a few punches as a martial artist. If you can't beat him, use your sword immortal banner and use your numbers to scare him. Just as the enemy thinks that this is a trump card to escape, use your 1st and 15th flying swords to catch him off guard. If you can't beat him, use your sparrow in the cage and give him a few punches. If you can't beat him, use your moon in the well. Patriarch Yingguan, my fingers are no longer enough. Chen Pingan clicked his tongue and said, "You're really shameless." The white-haired boy smiled brightly and said, "I've acknowledged a good ancestor." "678. Chen Pingon put away the 4 natal items and asked, "What's your real name?" Wu Guang was of course the name made up by this demon. Even Yu Yu and Du Shanin didn't believe it. The white-haired boy was silent for a moment and said, "Frost's Descent." Chen Pingon asked casually, "Surname?" The reason why he asked was because of the demons imprisoned in those prisons. For example, the 5 demons of the upper 5 realms were called Yunqing, Qingqiu, Mengpe, Zhujia, and Ho Changjun. Except for the last immortal demon who had a surname, the rest of them didn't have surnames. As for their real names, they wouldn't be easily revealed. The same was true for the demons of the middle 5 realms. No matter what their names were, unless they died and Twisting Heart used the means of the tailor, they wouldn't be able to find out their real names from the Jindan and Yuanin that she stripped. The pure martial artists of the vast world were particular about finding a master as if reincarnating. Thus, the demons' real names were regarded as a matter of life and death since ancient times. Bai Zhe wrote the Mountain Search Map and revealed the true names and roots of the demons to the Sage of Rites. Then, together with the Sage of Rites, they forged the cauldron on the peak of the mountain. This was one of the key reasons why the demons were defeated. Once the wasteland broke through the Great Wall of Sword Qi and entered the vast world, every natal character that the Sage of Rites mastered would be a barrier for the demons. The few sword immortal embryos in the Jiaxin tent, Zhu Jie, you see. Tan, Lu Bai, they didn't have surnames. They were waiting for the moon-supporting mountain to bestow them with surnames. Moreover, their names were relatively obscure in order to avoid the Sage of Rites' natal characters. The white-haired boy shook his head and smiled. "I was born a lowly refugee in the White Snow continent and followed the surname of a rich family. In fact, she had an original name, which was Xiao Chao. Later on, when her life was stable, she became a page boy for a rich young master. A private school teacher helped to give her the name, Frost Descends. It had a chilling aura and a gloomy aura. It wasn't a very good name. Back then, I didn't know anything and was very happy. I always felt that it was related to books." The white-haired boy floated in the air. He leaned back and crossed his legs. "I'm also half a disciple of mine. I'm a cave abode cultivator. In that small vassal country, I can be considered a great immortal." When he was young, he knew some basic skills of supporting a dragon and helped others. However, he was unlucky and didn't succeed. Later on, he was disheartened, he taught and became a teacher. Occasionally, he sold to earn some money. One time, he went on a long journey, telling me that he wanted to travel the mountains and rivers, but he never came back. Many years later, I found out that the old master had gone to an obscene Shui Fu to seek justice for a friend who was an official. In the end, he didn't get justice, but lost his life there, and his soul was lit by a water lantern. In a fit of anger, I lost half of my life and smashed that he Bo's ancestral temple and his golden body. But that still wasn't enough to vent my anger. I chewed on the broken pieces of the golden body and swallowed them into my stomach. It's just that during the battle between the two sides, the water flooded 100 miles and the disaster spread to the prefectural city. I was chased by the government and was in a very difficult situation. The outer sky demon, whose name was Frost's Descent, said with a smile, "Xiao Chao didn't value himself and made a mistake." Chen Pingon had never heard of an Ascendant Realm cultivator named Frost's Descent in the history of the White Jade Continent. Chen Pingon didn't know much about all the cultivators in the upper 5 realms except for the Baoping Continent, Tongye Continent, and Beiju Continent. He didn't dare to say that he had heard of all of them. However, he only knew about the Ascendant Realm cultivators in the vast world. After Chen Pingon became a hidden official, he went to find them. What's more, the secret records of the Summer Palace were piled up like a mountain. It was easy to follow the vines and find the melon. The white-haired boy jumped up like a carp and laughed. This is a new story I just made up. If the hidden official has heard of it, then so be it. Chen Pingan said, I'm not sure if the story is true or not, but I can be sure that you're from the green underworld. The white-haired boy replied with an "oh," and said in realization, I know what went wrong. I shouldn't say that he was hunted down by the government. Other than the Qing-Ming dynasty where officials must have credentials, the government of the great imperial court doesn't have the guts nor the ability to do so. That world was very different from the vast world where hundreds of schools of thought contended for supremacy. The Taoist sect was the dominant sect, and the imperial court officials and Taoist priests were the majority. Therefore, there would never be a scene of an official praying for rain. The local officials in the green underworld could use their spells to summon the wind and rain, and pray for blessings and dispel disasters. The status of the gods in the mountains and rivers was not high. Although they didn't become menial laborers, they were still very different from the god of river and mountain lord. Chen Pingan said, Daoist son from the Dexiandu temple and I were lucky enough to travel together in the Beiju continent. If there's a chance in the future, I'll definitely visit and thank you. Daoist son was the leader of the Daoist sect's sword immortal lineage. His Dao techniques and swordsmanship were extremely high. However, Chen Pingan admired the old immortal's tricks the most. He was at the pinnacle of perfection. Compared to Daoist's son, he was still thousands of miles away. The white-haired boy nodded. I guessed it. The middle-aged Daoist in the wooden house was Daoist's son's junior brother. The wooden statue was made from the peach wood of the Dexiandu temple's ancestor. The Daoing tent contained in the five-colored mountain was also the foundation of the Dexiandu temple's sword immortal lineage. I'm not blind, I can see it. That's why Zhu Jie said that you have a good life. You're wrong, but you're also right. To visit the Dexiandu temple in another world meant that Chen Pingan had to be in the ascendant realm. Chen Pingan asked a key question, have you heard of the three mountains technique? The white-haired boy had a strange expression. I've heard of it, but I've only heard of it. Chen Pingan asked again, then can I use this to refine the god's heart? This god's corpse was once the ancient fire god's aid. The white-haired boy smiled and said, I'm not sure if you can refine it. As for the god's body, it doesn't belong to the five elements. It's all-encompassing and can make up for whatever it lacks. This cage is something that can be refined. Only that smelting pool has never been tainted by the Great Wall of Sword aura. It's still immortal after 10,000 years. I'm not afraid that you can't refine it. I'm just afraid that after you refine it, your body and soul won't be able to withstand it. Two major tasks, assembling the five elements and sewing clothes, will all go to waste. If you don't believe me, you can ask Nia Axayan. Nia Axayan stood by the stairs and said straightforwardly, unless I give up the golden book and the jade book and use all the words to build the walls of the heart chamber. The two immortal treasures were half-immortal weapons. They were also the foundation of Nia Axayan's great Tao. The price was huge. Chen Pingan asked, what's the condition? Nia Axayan said, you've always insisted on sewing clothes on the upper body. Please give up on this crazy insistence. Chen Pingan said, I refuse. The white-haired boy was gloating. He had been waiting for this show for a long time. It was finally time for him to take the stage. Nia Axayan was annoyed and said, Chen Pingan. If the 32 sewing places are only on the four limbs and the upper body, it's hard to avoid imbalance. Do you think it's reasonable? As a sewing person, do you think I'm a woman who cares about taboos between men and women? You're also a hidden official of the Great Wall of Sword aura. You're a cultivator who wants to reach the top. Why do you care about the so-called taboos between men and women? Chen Pingan nodded and said, I do. In your eyes, I'm just a sewing object who has been skinned and skinned. But in my eyes, you're still a woman. Nia Axian was so angry that her face turned green. Chen Pingan, you're unreasonable. The white-haired boy rolled on the ground and laughed. He tried hard to suppress his laughter and did not dare to make a sound. Fun, fun, fun. His anger was vented. Chen Pingan cupped his fists and apologized. Senior Nia Axian, please be understanding. Nia Axian disappeared in a flash. Chen Pingan was not too worried that Nia Axian would give up on sewing clothes and cause them to give up halfway. However, it was very likely that the following sewing and twisting of the core would cause her to suffer even more, and it would be unnecessary suffering. After Nia Axian left, the white-haired boy was already sitting upright. Chen Pingan smiled and said, Senior Frost Descent, why aren't you laughing anymore? The white-haired boy lightly beat his chest with his fist. My heart hurts. Seeing the hidden official get misunderstood by Nia Axian, my heart hurts. You call your senior, and I call my ancestor. We're brothers. Chen Pingan asked, if it's refined, will it affect the prison? The white-haired boy nodded and said, of course, the prison will lose half of its restrictions. But it doesn't matter. Even if it's all gone, there's still Old Death and a judge in the distance. There won't be any trouble even if the demons run amok. Other than Yunqing and the other great demons, there were only 5 nascent soul sword cultivators left in the prison. Without exception, they were all experienced in fighting and were very troublesome. Chen Pingan said, Yunqing will most likely break the restrictions and choose to leave the prison. Even if she only has a moment of freedom, she will want to leave the prison and take a look at the ruins of the ancient battlefield. Meng Pa is also willing to die under the sword of the judge and not be killed by a nobody like me. The white-haired boy rubbed his chin. That's true. What should we do? Chen Pingan looked at him. Didn't he say that he had recognized a good ancestor? The white-haired boy sighed and said, I'll just help Ancestor Ingguan keep an eye on those prison doors. Chen Pingan nodded and said, let's give it a try. Old Death frowned. Even if this otherworldly demon would definitely die after the test, what benefits would it bring to Chen Pingan? Wouldn't it be better for both parties to feign civility like before? Why was there a need to shed all pretense of cordiality? To both parties, it wasn't a good deal. Of course, to that Frost Descent, it was indeed a dead end. When Chen Pingan left the prison, as long as he didn't plead with the old sword celestial to help the otherworldly demon net, it would mean that Chen Pingan had already made up his mind to make the old sword celestial use his sword once. If Chen Pingan dragged his feet and had the intention of causing trouble, not saving or killing him, with Old Death's understanding of the old sword celestial's temper, he would let Chen Pingan suffer. An otherworldly demon of the Ascendant Realm would naturally have the means to tail him. From then on, Chen Pingan's path of cultivation would only cause endless trouble before he returned to the vast world. Of course, the prerequisite was that Chen Pingan could really survive and have the chance to see his teacher who was one with the heavens and earth, the sage of literature Old Scholar. Twixen, who had left and returned, was cursing Chen Pingan in her heart for being impatient. Why did his state of mind seem to have changed after ascending to the far-wandering realm and possessing martial arts fate? As for that otherworldly demon with ulterior motives, it would be better to delay it first. First, he would refine items and break through before successfully sewing clothes. When the time came, he would bring out the old sword celestial. It would be better than sparring with an Ascendant Realm cultivator in such a hurry. Cultivators were good at refining items and otherworldly demons. They liked to refine their hearts. The old sword celestial suddenly appeared. Can't you save me some trouble? Every time he saw Chen Qingdu, the otherworldly demon was like a mouse seeing a cat. This time, not only did he not restore the appearance of a white-haired boy, he instead asked, Chen Qingdu, is our agreement still valid? Can I leave the Great Wall of Sword Chi or not? Old Deaf wasn't surprised. Chen Qingdu didn't have the leisure to rear an otherworldly demon for fun. As expected, Chen Qingdu said, you can change to someone of a higher realm, such as Ho Changjun, or find someone with a naturally outstanding appearance, such as the disciple that Old Deaf picked. As for whether you can leave alive or not, don't ask me. Twixen laughed involuntarily. The last 3 words were so familiar. Old Deaf's expression was a little ugly, but he didn't dare to question Chen Qingdu's decision. He only regretted making the deal with Qin Pingan too early. Shuang Jiang shook his head. Chen Qingdu laughed and asked, I gave you face, but you don't want it. Shuang Jiang was silent. Chen Qingdu turned his head to look at Qin Pingan. Qin Pingan said, I'm a cultivator of the lower 5 realms. Not only do I have to sew clothes, but I also have to scheme against an ascendant realm otherworldly demon. Old Sword Celestial, you have no reason to stand by and watch. Twixen felt that this young secluded official was going to suffer again. Unexpectedly, Chen Qingdu smiled and nodded. You finally know to take the initiative to ask for help. How rare. Chen Pingan, who ruled the world, only asked for help from others. Chen Qingdu couldn't be bothered to care. But since he became the secluded official of the Great Wall of Sword Chi, if he didn't ask Chen Qingdu for a few more things, would he, the old Sword Celestial, be a decoration? On the inverted mountain, Miyu begged Xiao Yunyan to bring him to the Golden Millet shop to drink the famous carefree wine. He didn't expect that when Xiao Yunyan finally agreed, Nayland Saiwan said that she wanted to follow and enjoy the fruits of others' labor. You still have to pay back the money you owe. The woman said. Alliance said that money on credit isn't money. The old shopkeeper nodded. His face is Alliance's face, so it's not called face. The woman lay down on the table again and slammed her palms on the table. So boring. If I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have returned to Inverted Hanging Mountain. In Paper White Blessed Land, I already had many children with Alliance. The old shopkeeper was too lazy to nag this daughter of his. Xiao Yunyan didn't want to listen to these family matters of Golden Millet shop. He asked, Shopkeeper, what are your plans? The old man said, Fuyao Continent's secret realm has only appeared for a few years. It was a part of Golden Millet Blessed Land in the past. I plan to go there and take a look. When I see which sect has bought it, I'll discuss it. If we can reach an agreement, I'll spend money to buy it and expand the shop. I'll leave immediately. If there are no accidents, you should be the last customers of Inverted Hanging Mountain shop. The woman said, I'm not leaving. If I don't see Alliance, I won't go anywhere. Su Jia pointed up and said softly, Miss, if you don't go anywhere, it won't work. You might end up there. The woman glared at him, and the young shop assistant shrank back. Miyu smiled and asked, May I ask this lady, how is the scenery of vast heaven? The woman glanced at Miyu. His appearance wasn't bad, just not as good as Alliance's. She casually said, passable. Miyu muttered, how can it be passable? After leaving the gathering place of the Wasteland's demonic army, the little girl with the ponytail was in no hurry to go to the ancient well with the 14 thrones. She wandered around, not afraid of detours. Holding her ponytails, she leisurely traveled with the wind. If there were tall mountains, she would go to the mountain peaks to enjoy the scenery. If there were large rivers, she would go to find underwater residences. Unfortunately, it was said that the mountains and rivers of the wasteland were not as flashy as vast heaven. In fact, this was indeed the case. After she toured several mountain god temples and water god palace residences, she was somewhat disappointed. She could kill a group of trash with one punch and trample a group of ants with one foot. Without any restrictions, she could do whatever she wanted. The taste was very good. For example, if there was no wine, she would replace it with some dishes. She chewed on soybeans and crunched them. Then, the two sword immortals of the hidden official, Luo Shan and Zhuan, chased after her and chose to follow her to travel the wasteland. They had betrayed the Great Wall of Sword Qi with Xiao Chua and had nothing to do in the military tent. Moreover, they would not attack the Great Wall of Sword Qi. The vast heaven was the place that the two sword immortals yearned for. When they arrived there, as long as they were from the sword sect and had not been to the Great Wall of Sword Qi, they would be questioned by their swords. Above the sea of clouds, Luo Shan saw the hidden official holding her ponytail and flying with the wind like a bamboo dragonfly. He felt somewhat helpless. The sword immortal Zhuan smiled and said, "The hidden official should have left the Great Wall of Sword Qi long ago." Next, they were going to visit a big city in the wasteland. It was the capital of a certain dynasty. The requirements were very high. If one wanted to live or enter the city, they had to be in human form. This meant that the people in the city were all demon cultivators who had achieved initial success in spells. Of course, there were also many shortcuts. For example, they could spend money to buy talisman skins for demons whose cultivation levels were not high enough. This kind of rule was rare in the wasteland. At the same time, it also meant that the dynasty was very powerful. The Celestial Empress and her husband were both in the immortal realm. Searching for the dragon divining acupoint, breaking earth and covering the box. Every time he journeyed, he did it in one step, and he had to hide from the patrolling fire dragon, especially the little golden figure with a sword and scriptures hanging on the dragon. Every time he entered Qin Pingan's heart lake, the otherworldly demon would play hide and seek with the little fellow. This trick was very well hidden, and it wouldn't affect Qin Pingan's current state of cultivation. However, once this scholar's mental state was tainted, there was a part that didn't see the light. Even if it was subtle, when Qin Pingan's state of cultivation reached a higher state, it would be as big as a mountain. Or Shuangjiang might as well smash the golden well, and it would leave a flaw in Qin Pingan's mental state. The foundation of Tao was no longer complete. Could it be mended? Of course, it could. As long as Qin Pingan gifted the golden well to the otherworldly demon as a cave dwelling, not only could it be mended flawlessly, it could also benefit the state of cultivation, and become the source of Tao for a Qi cultivator. As for the method of cultivating the three mountains, Shuangjiang was no stranger to it. He had only heard of it before. However, until now, Shuangjiang still couldn't figure out one thing. From the time Qin Pingan took the initiative to ask for his name to the mention of the Daoist fire dragon's imparting of the three mountains' art of material refinement, was it intentional on Qin Pingan's part? Was it because Qin Pingan had already noticed that something was amiss? Was it because Qin Pingan didn't hesitate to shed all pretense of cordiality and ask Qin Qingdu to hold the fort? The white-haired boy couldn't help but lament. It can only be used as a training ground in the snail's shell. It restricts your great supernatural powers. Qin Pingan had cultivated 4 natal items: the old dragon city Sea of Clouds, the immortal inn at the Great Blasphemy Estuary, the Dragon Palace's cave, the Great Wall of Sword Aura, and the secret chamber in the Ning residence. The last item belonged to the 5 elements, and there were 2 dispensable Daoist protectors, the Ascended State Demon, Qing Shan, and the Ascended State Otherworldly Demon, Shuangjiang. The small door opened slowly, and Qin Pingan appeared. The white-haired boy immediately flattered, "Ancestor Yingguan, your aptitude is so extraordinary that it makes one's hair stand on end. Your refinement speed is so fast. To hell with Chao Ci, he's not even fit to carry your shoes." Why hasn't Ancestor Yingguan started refining? Is it because he has too much martial arts fate and hasn't been completely tempered? How many martial artists in the world can understand this kind of sorrow? Old Dev felt that he didn't feel the least bit guilty calling it grandpa when it came to the matter of bootlicking and disgusting. Chen Pingan said, I came out to take a breather. Chen Pingan strolled along the stairs. The surroundings were naturally dark and gloomy. How far one could see depended on one's cultivation. As the young Yin Guan was walking down, the white-haired boy walked in front. He walked sideways, bent over and stretched out his hands, reminding the ancestor Yin Guan to be careful when he stepped. If he walked up the stairs, the white-haired boy would follow behind him. He would also stretch out his hands to prevent the ancestor Yin Guan from accidentally falling backward. In terms of the degree of flattery on the surface, Miyu, Gu Jianlong, and Chao Gun of the Summer Palace's lineage were probably not as good as this otherworldly demon. It seemed interesting and boring, but the white-haired boy would silently count in his heart when Chen Pingan would deny this matter. It was really boring but interesting. Chen Pingan didn't care about the absurd actions of this otherworldly demon at all. He just let it do whatever it wanted. His real body was a scorpion. According to the mountain searching map, he belonged to the cockroach family. Chen Pingan often came here. He stood there and did not speak. He had been concentrating on cultivating his sword. He pretended that he did not see the young man outside. Chen Pingan asked, Do you have a way to win? Use the mountain sealing technique to close the door of the water deity mansion. The white-haired boy said with a long face, Elder hidden official, seniority is seniority, business is business. Right now, we're cutting off our relationship cleanly. Don't try to take advantage of me, okay? Chen Pingan said, Why not? From now on, we will start a real business. As long as you give enough, you can earn your life. Your oath is useless. But my oath is true. When the time comes, I will plead with Sword Immortal Boss. But there is a bottom line. You can scheme against others. I have already spoken with Sword Immortal Boss. If you scheme against me again, I will kill you. The white-haired boy asked, Are you really willing to change your mind and let me leave the prison? Chen Pingan said, There's a sequence of events. You were the one who schemed against me first. You wanted to seize my body and soul, coveting my karma entanglements and some of my fate so that you could hide deeper. Once you succeeded, perhaps even the great Sword Immortal would find it difficult to kill you completely. Why would I let you leave the prison alive after taking all the advantages? Do you really think that I am your biological grandfather or ancestral ancestor? If I was your ancestral ancestor, with your conduct and unfilial descendant, I would have put righteousness before family. The white-haired boy curled his lips and said, You just want me to pave the way for you and tell you more about the inside rules of the Green Turtle World so that you can make early plans for the Beko Keikyung building when you ascend to the Green Turtle World. Did I not say that? Chen Pingan smiled and rubbed the white-haired boy's head. Why aren't you calling me ancestral ancestor? The outer sky demon said happily, All right, ancestral ancestor. Chen Pingan changed his palm into a fist. The outer sky demon shattered with a bang. It then condensed into a human form elsewhere. It was a green snake wearing a Daoist robe. It jumped back and said excitedly, Ancestral Recluse's fist fully shows the power of the far-wandering realm. Chen Pingan gently twisted his wrist. Entering the far-wandering realm was indeed much stronger than the golden body realm. It was just that he did not know which realm Chao Ci was at now. The white-haired boy revealed the heavenly secret and said with a smile, Tao formula refines items. Ancestral Recluse has 2 immortal formulas. Both of them said that they can refine all things. Then, how about using the formula to refine the formula? Chen Pingan thought about it and still shook his head. If I have to give up one to keep the other, it's really hard to choose. Moreover, I don't know what will happen after refining them into one formula. Moreover, there will be too many accidents in this process. The two immortal formulas are too high grade. As a chi refinement warrior, my realm is too low. So, you can tell me what you really think. How should we calculate the money for this first transaction? How should we sum it up? The white-haired boy stretched out 2 fingers and said, actually, this is the second transaction. Twisting Core will come and find you very soon. Chen Pingon covered his sleeves with both hands and said with a smile, this is not considered a transaction. It's a favor of you returning to your ancestral home. The white-haired boy also covered his sleeves with both hands. He rolled his eyes and nodded, that makes sense. Chen Pingon said, I told you before that there's nothing in the world that can't be discussed. It's you who didn't believe me. The white-haired boy said frankly, I'm an ascendant after all. It's easy for me to become arrogant. The sword cultivator demon who was at the bottleneck of the nascent soul realm stopped nurturing his life-flying sword. He opened his eyes and looked at the pair of grandfather and grandson who were, happily, outside the sword-light fence. Huang He suddenly had a thought in his mind. If all the young people in the world are like this, we demons should not go there and cause trouble. Learning to read, our hearts and livers are soaked in ink. Our hearts and livers are very black. After leaving the cage, the white-haired boy knew why Chen Pingon stayed for such a long time. It was just that he had seen the 2 paintings of the young man's state of mind. He did not dare to be mischievous on such matters. Chen Pingon asked, regarding the 5 poisons, is there any corresponding folk custom in the world of Qingming? Shuangjiang nodded and said, there are many. For example, at the entrance of the market, small gourds are cut out of colored paper and pasted on the door. It's called the inverted calamity gourd. Over at the Yamen, the Qinglu officials who have the credentials will specially change into a set of Daoist robes bestowed by the Daoist sect, embroidered with the picture of the 5 poisons. Then, they will go to the place where all the people within their jurisdiction draw water and throw in Guyu talismans. Chen Pingon said, in the southeastern part of the North Continent, there's also the custom of posting Guyu invitation. If a rich family has the invitation written by the immortals at their door, it's something to be proud of. It's not inferior to the plaque hanging in the main house. Shuangjiang said, when one state is high, there may be new troubles coming one after another. However, there's one good thing. The state of a cultivator can really solve a lot of problems. When one state is high, many problems will disappear on their own. Good fortune comes uninvited, bad guests leave without being reprimanded. Chen Pingon seemed to have understood something. He nodded and said, that's reasonable. I've learned something. Shuangjiang raised his hand and wiped away his bitter tears. He sobbed and said, Ancestor, your words are touching. Ni Axian came quickly. When it came to the root of the great Tao, there was no need to be ashamed. She wasn't Chen Pingon, who was a man. What was there to be embarrassed about? Why would a woman blabber so much? Chen Pingon was very interested. He made up his mind to observe from the side. It was a heavenly immortal cave robe that was one of the few in the green underworld world. Using the power of sewing clothes, he carefully disassembled 36,000 crisscrossing threads of warp and weft. Just this process alone was a Tao observation that could only be chanced upon but not sought. Ni Axian took out the golden book and the jade book. She said, I was going to let you suffer a little before helping you build your heart chamber. She suddenly said, do you have a talisman of a higher grade? Otherwise, it won't be able to hold these words. If the grade is not good enough, it will have to be stacked together. It's not a small number. Chen Pingon took out a piece of green talisman paper from the fengsuan item. The white-haired boy's eyelids trembled. Axion nodded and let Chin Pingon place the talisman paper beside the golden jade book. She took out the willow tendon that she had refined into her natal item. She started to peel the words from the golden jade book. It looked like an ordinary dagger, but its tip was very thin. Every time a word left the book, Axion would use the tip of the dagger to touch the green talisman paper. When the word landed on the paper, it would sink into the talisman paper. Fortunately, it did not break the paper. In the end, Axion's face was pale. The organs under her head were churning and crushing each other. Her body was a mess of blood and flesh. It was like a muddy pond. Axion opened the embroidered pouch and took out some scarlet pills that were refined by unknown means. She poured a large amount of them into her mouth and swallowed them. Chin Pingon folded the talisman paper. It was heavy in his hand. He carefully put it into his sleeve. After standing up, he cupped his fists and thanked her solemnly. Axion ignored him. From the beginning to the end, the woman who had injured her foundation so badly that her pure jade realm was on the verge of collapse did not even frown. Chin Pingon felt that Axion could actually practice martial arts. Being unmoved by someone else's dagger and being unmoved by one's own dagger were two different realms. Axion looked at the white-haired boy. The white-haired boy did not transform into the true appearance of the Ascendant Realm cultivator, Shuang Jun. Instead, he glanced at the expressionless patriarch Yingguan. Then, he shrunk his head and stretched out two fingers to pinch a corner. He pulled slowly. Suddenly, a brilliant light flowed and a Daoist robe gradually appeared. Then, the white-haired boy suddenly pulled and the robe was in his hand. It was an illusory Daoist robe that flowed with colorful lights like a waterfall. Chin Pingon asked curiously, "The Daoist robe is also fake. Why is it so real?" Axion's eyes were burning. She felt that Chin Pingon was too much of a layman. She said, "It contains the meaning of Tao. When it appeared in the world, it was almost the manifestation of Tao. How can it be real or fake?" Chin Pingon's horizons were broadened. Although his Daoist robe was upgraded to an immortal weapon by constantly feeding the gold essence copper coins, it was definitely not as mysterious as this robe. The white-haired boy said angrily, "Little girl, how can you talk to my patriarch like that? Show your grandpa some respect." Axion responded with a cold smile and glanced at Chin Pingon. Chin Pingon looked at the white-haired boy. The white-haired boy looked around and laughed. Axion took the light and almost weightless Daoist robe. She opened her palm and rubbed it carefully, like a drunkard drinking wine or a lover caressing the skin of a beauty. Chin Pingon was a bit scared. The vulgar words of the female sword immortal Xie Songhua and the way Axion looked at her treasures made it difficult for Chin Pingon to resist. The white-haired boy told Axion where the restrictions on the robe were. She sat down and gently placed the robe on her knees. She took out her 10 fundamental life item embroidery needles and used them to pick up a thread. After slowly pulling it out, she twisted it into a ball of thread and placed it beside her feet. Just pulling out a single thread took the time it took for an incense stick to burn. Axion was mentally exhausted. She closed her eyes and breathed in slowly. During this time, an extremely small mistake in picking the needle triggered many restrictions. The sun, moon, stars, mountains, and rivers on the Daoist robe changed. In the end, the robe was directly put on Axion's body. Axion's soul trembled. She felt like she was thrown into a forbidden world. Frost Descent hurriedly controlled the robe to leave Axion's body. From this, one could see how dangerous it was. Axion spat out a mouthful of blood and put it back into the embroidery bag. Chin Pingon sat on the steps and watched for a few hours before silently leaving. Before this, he felt like he was in a house in the marketplace, watching a woman mending clothes under the light. The white-haired boy asked telepathically, "Is there no need to close the water manor?" Chen Pingan shook his head, "There's no need. My heart is calm." It was rare that the white-haired boy didn't leave with him. He rested his chin on his hands and stared at Nixan's needlework. He said softly, "If this is the real thing, you'll trigger the restrictions when you pick up the needle. If no one helps you take off your clothes, you'll die." Nixan didn't have any other thoughts. She ignored him. There were more and more balls of thread by her feet. They gathered together like miniature suns and moons. The white-haired boy suddenly said, "Nixan, why are you not afraid of death even though you clearly want to live? Not to mention the greedy old deaf, even the pure and simple torture officers are afraid of death. In my opinion, your state of mind is the closest to Chinchingdo's in the prison." Nixan took out another meridian thread that pierced through countless mountains and rivers on the robe. She planned to rest for a while and answered, "There's something to love about life, but not too much to worry about. It's a pity to die, but not too much to regret. What can I do if I'm already like this?" The white-haired boy said, "It's just that your innate aptitude is a bit lacking. Otherwise, there's still hope for you to reach the ascendant realm." Seeing that Nixan had no intention of replying, he laughed, "Have you heard that there's a glazed cellar in the Qingming Tian? Even if you don't care about your appearance, you can still improve a lot by changing your skin." Nixan said, "I've only heard that there's a fox cave in the wasteland." The white-haired boy was a bit helpless. Nixan's cold joke was indeed easy to lose the conversation. At this moment, the white-haired boy frowned and stood up. For the first time, his expression was a bit serious. Nixan stopped just as she was about to pick up the needle. Someone pushed the door open and walked out. The sound of his heart beating was like the power of a god's drum. Every time his heart beat, the entire prison would shake along with it. In the summer palace, a flying sword message was received. Sword Immortal Chou Miao handed the secret letter to Song Gaoyuan. It came from the upside-down Mountain Essence Palace. There was only a stamp on the envelope and no signature, so it was impossible to identify the owner of the stamp. Song Gaoyuan was accompanying Xian Shen and watching a certain battlefield on the scroll. After reading the secret letter, he wanted to say something but stopped. Now, the sword cultivators of the hidden official's lineage were much more relaxed. As long as they wanted to go to the city to fight, they no longer needed to follow the rule of 3 people in a group. Whether they were alone or in groups of 3 or 5, they could go as they pleased. Immediately, the 3 female sword cultivators, Dong Bud, Guizhuzhou, and Luo Zhini, left the summer palace together. Apart from them, Su Ning, Gu Jianlong, and Chao Gun also left on their swords. Chou Miao laughed, "What are you hesitating for? Learn from Lin Junbai." Song Gaoyuan hesitated and said, "I'll send a letter back to the upside-down Mountain Essence Palace. I'll wait until Sword Immortal Xie Ji leaves the battlefield, then I'll go to the upside-down mountain with this senior." Chou Miao asked, "You're just going to leave your senior in the upside-down mountain? That's not appropriate." Song Gaoyuan said, "Patriarch Rongguan won't mind. She wanted to tour the upside-down mountain anyway." Chou Miao let him be. The next day, Dong Bud and the 3 female sword cultivators returned to the summer palace together. Luo Zhini recalled something and told Song Gaoyuan that she had brushed shoulders with Sword Immortal Xie Ji on the battlefield. She asked her to pass a message to Song Gaoyuan, telling him not to wait for her. Peng Yuanji stood up and strode over the threshold. He rode his sword to the city and said, "Song Gaoyuan, I won't be sending you off." Song Gaoyuan left the summer palace on this day. Before he left, Chou Miao handed a package to the Deerhorn Palace cultivator, saying that it was from the hidden official. Song Gaoyuan carried the package and went through the gate alone. He went to the upside-down mountain and found the water essence palace. He saw the female patriarch of his sect, Patriarch Rongwan. The young sword cultivator saw his own patriarch. It didn't matter that Patriarch Rongwan was accompanied by several female immortal masters of the Rain Dragon sect. The young man's eyes reddened and he said with a trembling voice, "Many people died. Senior Xie also didn't return home." Patriarch Rongwan sighed, not knowing how to comfort this junior. The young sword cultivator of the Gold Armor Continent, Xian Kan, crossed the gate with the female sword immortal Song Pin. They went to the upside-down mountain and went straight to the ferry. Song Pin. Her murderous aura was extremely heavy, as if her mind hadn't truly left the battlefield. Following them were two little girls of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. They were both sword cultivators at a young age. The one who kept a straight face was called Sun Zhao. Her elder sister, Sun Tian, was practicing martial arts. Unlike Sun Zhao, the child who was looking around was called Jin Wan. They would follow sword immortal Song Pin to cultivate. When they arrived at Song Pin's sect, they would be officially accepted as direct disciples at the Patriarch Hall. The group went to the ferry at the Elk Cliff and took a cross-continent ferry to the Fuyao continent. Song Pin and Xian can return to their hometown, while the two children were thousands of miles away. The female sword immortal only bought 2 jade tokens at the ferry. When they boarded the ferry, the Qi refinement warrior in charge of the ferry asked why the two girls didn't have jade tokens. This was against the rules. Sword immortal Song Pin naturally recognized her. He wasn't blind. She was such a beautiful woman, and she was carrying a sword, Fuyao, that was rumored to contain a continent's sword light. The cultivators of the Golden Armor Continent and Fuyao Continent would recognize her at a glance. Song Pin said, "I'm giving you face. Just accept it." Xian Kan was calm. He felt that Senior Song Pin's words were very reasonable. At the door, He threw 2 bottles of pills to the young man for him to apply externally and internally. After the young man closed the door, he took off his clothes and grimaced. There was a huge wound on his body that was far from healed. It was old Pooh who pulled him out from the pile of corpses. After applying the ointment and swallowing the pills, the young man wore his clothes again. He sat cross-legged on the bed and diligently cultivated, nourishing his natal flying sword. After a while, there was a knock on the door. Chao Gun introduced himself. The young man spoke without thinking in front of Pu He, but towards this foreign sword cultivator from the hidden official lineage, even though Chao Gun's realm was not high, the young man was respectful. The young man hurriedly opened the door. Chao Gun looked at the young man who was a little reserved and laughed. "Let me tell you some things to take note of when cultivating in the vast world. As an immortal master of records, I might not be fond of complicated formalities, but listen to me." The young man listened attentively. Chao Gun finally said, "Yi Do, from now on, cultivate with sword immortal Pu He. Cherish it." The young man named Yi Do nodded vigorously. "My master, is this?" Chao Gun looked at the young man who was in high spirits and gave him a thumbs up. He held back his laughter. Old Pooh, who had stopped for a long time at the corridor outside the house, smiled and nodded. He went to find some wine to drink. Snowy Continent sword cultivator Deng Liang left the Great Wall of Sword Qi alone. He looked lonely. After training here for so many years, he had only reached the nascent soul bottleneck bit by bit. He was still unable to break through to the upper 5 realms. Previously, the sect had requested the help of the cross-continent ferry. They had sent 2 messages to the Summer Refuge Palace on Inverted Hanging Mountain, asking when he would return. Deng Liang ignored them both. Although Deng Liang was not as outstanding as Chao Gun, Xian Can, and the other young sword immortals at the Summer Refuge Palace, it was easy for people to forget that Deng Liang was an extremely young nascent soul sword cultivator. Not only did he have a seat in the Snowy Continent's ancestral hall, but his seat was also very close to the front. Deng Liang was born as a wild cultivator and had been in the mortal world for many years. After he became an immortal master of records, he treated people well. Therefore, he was very popular and was highly valued by the sect master and had to rely heavily on him. Before Deng Liang left the Great Wall of Sword Qi, he went to the wine shop and wrote a sentence on a nameplate: "I came as a nascent soul and left as a nascent soul. I have not broken through to the next realm and have let down the good wine." He carried a bag and boarded the ferry. The ferry manager personally welcomed him. Deng Liang smiled and chatted with him. Deng Liang first used a flying sword to send a message to the sect, saying that he was already on his way back. When he reached the cabin of the ferry, he took off his bag. Other than a few nameplates that had already become relics, there were also some spare items. Deng Liang took out a letter, which sword immortal Chou Miao asked him to open after boarding the ferry. He said that it was a letter personally written by Master Hidden Official. The handwriting was very familiar. The letter mentioned a few things. One of them was to ask Deng Liang to help deliver a letter to sword immortal Xie Songhua. Another was to ask Deng Liang to help take care of the sword cultivator disciples that sword immortal Xie Songhua had taken away from the Great Wall of Sword Qi. At the end of the letter, there was also a secret about the fifth world. Deng Liang was asked to bring it to the sect's ancestral hall. If Deng Liang's sect really wanted to, they could make preparations early. Deng Liang kept the letter and left the room to enjoy the night view. The sky was high and the moon was bright. He missed the Summer Refuge Palace very much and admired the young hidden official. In the Hanging Mountain Spring Banner House, they had just finished discussing an important matter. Yan Ming stood up from behind the desk and said with a smile, "It was very enjoyable to work with all of you during this period of time." Mi Yu, Xiao Yunyan, Nailan Saihuan, and Wei Wenlong stood up at the same time. Mi Yu did not say anything and only clasped his fists to send them off. Xiao Yunyan smiled and said, "It's a great honor to be able to work with sword immortal Yen day and night." Nailan Saihuan clasped her fists and said, "Yan Ming, you're the master of the house and have a way of making money. I might not lose to you, but as a sword cultivator, I'm not as good as you." Mi Yu looked dejected. "I'm even more so." Yan Ming nodded with a smile and strode out of the house. He only said one sentence to Mi Yu and Nailan Saihuan, who were from the same hometown as him. How could he be so relaxed when he was alive? There was no need to feel guilty. In the Summer Refuge Palace, the sword cultivators from the other hometown had already returned home. Sword immortal Chou Miao stood up and said, "From today onwards, before the hidden official returns, Dong Budi and Su Ning will be in charge of making decisions together." Luo Zhini wanted to say something but stopped. In the end, he did not say anything to persuade him to stay. After Chou Miao crossed the threshold, he turned his back to everyone and said with a smile, "I'll go first." Yan Ming, who had lost his arms, pinned a seal on his waist and returned to the Great Wall of Sword Qi. He returned to the city wall as a sword cultivator. Bai Lianshuang, the female warrior of the Ninth Realm, no longer taught the children martial arts. She left the cold shelter palace and returned to the Ning mansion. She cleaned up every nook and cranny of the Ning mansion. Then, she stood at the gate for a long time and murmured a lot before she went to the city wall. Yin Chen, the sword cultivator of the nascent soul realm, left the place of cultivation for the first time. He flew out on his sword and rushed to the battlefield. He did not return. In the wilderness, the moon in the sky came to the mortal world and crashed into the Great Wall of Sword Qi. On the city wall, The old sword immortal Dong Sanging sneered and said, F***CKU, and then flew away on his sword. "680, Shuang Jiang stood on the stairs and looked at the young man who was walking down shakily. He was pounding his chest heavily. Every time Chen Pingan punched, golden light would flow out of his chest. It was like a blacksmith forging a sword with a hammer. Every time he punched, sparks would fly in all directions and disrupt the flow of time. This caused the light around Chen Pingan to be distorted. As Chen Pingan was walking down the stairs from a high place, Shuang Jiang, who was standing at the bottom of the stairs, could still see his golden eyes clearly even though his eyelids were lowered. Chen Pingan stumbled forward. The movement of his heart was too big. After refining the god spirit's heart, it was like he had moved an entire furnace and placed it in his heart chamber. Even though the words that were peeled off from the golden book were of high quality and contained the true meaning of Taoism, there were still a few words that were melted by the golden light after Chen Pingan's punch and dissipated in the air. Shuang Jiang asked, "You shouldn't have refined it so quickly. Are you still hiding some secrets?" Chen Pingan was silent. He didn't want to speak, but in fact, he couldn't speak. He could only punch his chest again and again, trying his best to suppress the drumming sound in his heart aperture. Shuang Jiang stepped aside and walked with Chen Pingan. Shuang Jiang kept looking at the side of Chen Pingan's face. He operated his supernatural powers and carefully observed the atmosphere inside Chen Pingan's small body. Chen Pingan stopped and covered his mouth with both hands. He vomited a mouthful of golden blood. He raised his head slightly and swallowed all the blood. He continued to walk forward and pounded his chest again. Shuang Jiang was scratching his head. Strange, too strange. Even if Chen Pingan used the 2 fire seeds of the dragon's eye as primers and had the help of martial arts fate to prevent the god's remains from rejecting Chen Pingan's body and soul, it shouldn't be so smooth. According to Shuang Jiang's prediction, Chen Pingan might not even be able to walk out of the small door after dismantling 36,000 threads. This was like a gifted scholar flipping through a sage's book. He might be able to understand the subtle words of the sage in a short time, but he wouldn't be able to grasp the profound meaning. There were only 2 possibilities. One was that Chen Pingan secretly made a move and used the Great Wall of Sword aura to help Chen Pingan refine the object. The other possibility was that Chen Pingan was the reincarnation of a god who had a deep relationship with the god's remains. Half of it was the inheritance, and the other half was the refinement. However, Shuang Jiang felt that these 2 possibilities were very unlikely. Chen Pingan wasn't the kind of person who would give out charity. If Chen Pingan was the reincarnation of an ancient god, there would be some traces left behind when the longevity bridge was broken. Shuang Jiang had traveled many times and should have noticed it. Chen Pingan's eyes gradually returned to normal. The golden light slowly faded, and the movement in his chest became smaller. His punches became lighter, his footsteps became steadier, and his state of mind calmed down. The entire prison quietened down. Chen Pingan turned around and climbed up. The white-haired boy had no choice but to follow. This time, Chen Pingan passed by many prisons. The 5 great demons of the upper 5 realms and the 5 nascent soul realm sword cultivators all appeared, but no one spoke. They looked at the young man as if he was a demon. Chen Pingan came to the entrance of the prison and sat at the top of the stairs. This world had a pattern of day and night. Outside the prison, it was always daytime. Shuang Jiang couldn't help but say, "Hidden official elder, you really can't say it. If you say it, it'll be a business deal. Take it that I owe you money for 3 snowflakes." Previously, the 2 of them had discussed and set up the rules of the transaction. 1 snowflake was equivalent to a land immortal cultivator. 1 grain of small summer money could buy the life of a pure jade realm cultivator. When he had enough grain rain money, Chen Pingan could go and plead with Chen Qingdo to save the life of this external demonic beast. Shuangjiang had already prepared everything. He had the green snake, Taoist incantations, magic weapons, and all kinds of strange things. In this prison, it had still accumulated some belongings. It was just that in the past, it only depended on fate. Soon, it would have to desperately pick up scraps. If it was really driven to desperation, it would even obtain the clothes washing girl, muslin washing girl, grape trellis, 12-flower deity cups, as well as Du Shanin's modeled fish immortal book and the sword pill. It would King obtain all of them and come to the hidden official to exchange for money. There was one good thing about the young hidden official that made Shuangjiang calm down. Once Chen Pingan made a deal with someone sincerely, he would never go back on his words. It was more effective than any bullshit oath. Shuangjiang suddenly laughed to himself and said, "You must do what you say, you're such a petty person." Chen Pingan smiled knowingly. He didn't care about how the demon scolded him in a roundabout way. He only said, "You know that I opened a wine shop in the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Sword immortals don't drink on credit. And you only want to spend money for 3 snowflakes. If I don't do this deal, it's too much of a loss." Shuangjiang turned around and sneakily took out an embroidered handkerchief that looked like something from a boudoir. He gently spread it on the ground and pinched out a beloved item that he had kept for a long time. On the embroidered handkerchief, ripples trembled. Shuangjiang pinched out an extremely long narrow knife. Shuangjiang changed from pinching the handle to holding the knife with both hands. The top of the scabbard was pressed against the embroidered handkerchief. It was taller than the childlike demon. Shuangjiang put away the embroidered handkerchief and stood up. He stood on his tiptoes and pushed the knife out of the scabbard. Instantly, light bloomed. There were 5 colors, as gorgeous as the rosy clouds. The handle of the knife was wrapped with fine golden threads. The narrow knife was circular in shape and exquisite beyond compare. Outside the circular ring, there was a string of golden ancient seal inscriptions. The light flowed like the moon, the clear sky reflected the water. It would last forever, shining on the soul. The last 2 words were Zhan Can. After Shuangjiang pushed the knife back into the scabbard, he held the knife with both hands. "How about it? I'll use this knife to exchange for the answer from the hidden official elder." Chen Pingan reached out his hand and smiled, "Sure." Shuangjiang handed the narrow knife to Chen Pingan without hesitation. Chen Pingan placed the knife on his knees. It was extremely heavy. He held the knife with one hand and pressed 2 fingers together against the handle of the knife. He slowly pushed the knife out of the scabbard and looked at it. However, he quickly pushed it back. He remembered the 2 words Zhan Can and asked doubtfully, "Is this the execution tool of the ancient dragon beheading platform?" Shuangjiang squatted at the side and nodded, "Of course. It's just that before it was lost, it was in bad condition. It probably chopped off the heads of many evil dragons, so it has a strong murderous aura. Anyway, the hidden official elder isn't afraid of this. I'll treat it as a gift to a hero. To be honest, this item isn't the best on the dragon beheading platform. However, now that it's in the vast world, it's still enough to make the military cultivators of the upper 5 realms fight over it." Chen Pingan smiled, "Gift?" Shuangjiang immediately slapped himself and changed his words, "I'll sell it." Chen Pingan pressed his hands on the knife and said softly, "The answer is that I'm not sure either. I'm not lying to you." Shuangjiang felt as if he was struck by lightning. Chen Pingan raised the narrow knife a few inches. "When I do business, I've always been honest. I'm ashamed to accept it, so I'll return it to you." The 2 of them were speechless. Why don't you King return the knife to me? It turned out that Chen Pingan raised the knife a little and didn't say anything else. Shuangjiang couldn't snatch the knife away. The key was that the hidden official elder's posture. His 5 fingers were clenched tightly, and it didn't seem like he was going to let go. Shuangjiang wouldn't be polite with his words, because once he was polite, the other party wouldn't be polite either. Chen Pingan threw the narrow knife to the otherworldly demon. This is because you helped me leave something near the door. Otherwise, he would have to go to the pavilion naked and meet Twisted Core on the way. Shuangjiang held the knife and asked, just such a small matter. Is it worth exchanging such a good knife for it? Chen Pingan stretched out his hand and smiled, a small sum of money. It's a good omen to open the door. Shuangjiang handed over the narrow knife and was overjoyed. Chen Pingan stood up and walked slowly with the knife by his left waist. He didn't return to the prison. Shuangjiang asked, You've reached the far-wandering state first, and then refined your natal item. You can train your martial arts fate at the same time. That's why you weren't in a hurry to sew clothes. Chen Pingan shook his head. Actually, I didn't think so much. With you by my side, I've been purposely restraining my thoughts. Shuangjiang knelt on the ground and pounded his fists on the ground. He howled, How much sin have I committed? Chen Pingan didn't find it funny. Instead, he was worried. The otherworldly demon did as he pleased, and it was pure freedom. A sword gleam arrived in an instant and hovered not far in front of Chen Pingan. Then, it flew towards the thatched cottage by the stream. The criminal official took the initiative to invite him as a guest. It was the first time Chen Pingan traveled far with the wind as a martial man of the 8th realm. Shuangjiang stood beside Chen Pingan and whispered, This sword pellet that the criminal official gave to Du Shanin is also worth a small sum of money. Whether it was the sword pellet that the criminal official refined or the narrow knife that Chen Pingan just obtained, they were all priceless treasures of immortals. However, in his business with the otherworldly demon, the accounting method was different. In the prison, there were opportunities and treasures everywhere. The life of Shuangjiang's ascendant state was even more valuable. Chen Pingan once heard that there was an extremely hidden demonic sect in the Central Plains. When trading with people, they would only take the most precious thing in the other party's heart. It could be a woman they loved, or it could even be some kind of persistence or principle. For example, the person who cherished his life the most would have to give up his life in exchange. Chen Pingan floated to the side of the grape trellis. The sword immortal criminal official, who still did not reveal his true appearance, stood in the lush green and said, We are about to leave this place. Tell the hidden official that you can choose one of the 2 women that the ancestral money has transformed into and keep them by your side. Chen Pingan said, I don't accept a reward that I haven't done anything for. The criminal official said, After living here for so long, it's still boring in the end. The hidden official asked about punching and refining. I saw a few good shows and should express my gratitude. Apart from this, the most important thing is that they are closer to you and are willing to serve the hidden official. However, Du Shanin will need one of them to assist him in his cultivation in the future. Otherwise, you can take both of them away. On the other side of the stone table, the woman and the young girl were reluctant to leave. However, when they looked at the young hidden official, they smiled sweetly and their bright eyes flowed. Hearing this, Chen Pingan came to a sudden realization. He somewhat understood why this disciplinary officer sword immortal who was shrouded in mist and mist would inexplicably dislike him. Money. For the vast majority of cultivators in the world, all they saw in each and every blessed enclave was divine money. This was especially true for those people who did not know that there was a heaven beyond the heavens. In the eyes of the fallen immortals, they were the most worthless. Chen Pingan could not be bothered to explain anything. He shook his head and said, it's best if you keep them by your side. The criminal official was even more straightforward. He used the heaven and earth within the sleeve to put away the thatched hut, the stream, the grape trellis, the flower god cup, and the white jade table and stone stool. He flew away on his sword. Du Shanin and the young girl followed behind him. However, he left the woman behind. She curtsied towards Chen Pingan. She was graceful and graceful. Chen Pingan was not pretentious. He could not just grab the woman and throw her to the criminal official. As a result, he clasped his hands and bowed towards her. Afterwards, he looked towards the white jade table and said softly, "You didn't even leave a stool behind." He did not give him a chance to pick up scraps at all. When receiving gifts from others, it was hard to avoid owing them favors. On the other hand, when picking up scraps, it was like tying one's head to one's belt and earning money with one's own abilities. The woman who was born from the gold essence copper coin smiled even more beautifully when she heard that. She said softly, "My humble name is Changming. If master does not like this name, you can just give me a name. I will be extremely honored." Chen Pingan turned around and waved his hand. He smiled at the woman and said, "Daoist Changming, you and I are of the same generation in the future. To be honest, I do have a place to go. It's in the Aquarius continent. It's called the Lotus Root Blessed Land. It's suitable for you to cultivate in. However, after you leave the Great Wall of Sword Chi, where do you want to go? Whether you want to go to the Lotus Root Blessed Land or not, it's all up to you." The woman blinked her eyes and raised a hand. In the four corners of the world, there were many corpses of gods scattered everywhere. Their decayed and huge bodies were continuously broken into pieces. Then, golden grains of sand formed a line and gathered around the woman. It was like a golden mountain, the size of the Ning Residence's dragon-slaying cliff. Shuangjiang reminded softly, "This golden mountain, in the green underworld, is enough to refine the golden bodies of 3 to 4 river gods and water immortal prefecture lords. The blessed land of old ancestor hidden official is only a middle-grade blessed land. There will only be more golden bodies." Chen Pingan tried his best to hold back his laughter. In the end, he could not hold it in. He cupped his fists and said, "All right, I implore Daoist Changming to be a guest at the Aquarius continent. You can at least be a consecrator with fewer restrictions." The golden grains of sand from the corpses of the gods that were tempered by the river of time finally attached themselves to the woman's clothes. Chen Pingan felt that way. Wealth should not be exposed. That was how it should be. As expected, they were kindred spirits. The white-haired boy beside him who swaggered around the streets could not be compared to them. She asked curiously, "Master Hidden Official, are you not returning home?" Chen Pingan smiled and said, "We'll talk about it later." She did not ask any more questions. She still considered herself as a servant girl. After that, Chen Pingan strolled around alone. But before they parted, she placed her finger on her forehead and took out a gold essence copper coin and gave it to Chen Pingan. Shuangjiang pulled the woman to pick up treasures. Both of them discussed for a while. Shuangjiang initially planned to find all the treasures by himself. Of course, he would keep them all. Whatever she found, they would split it 9-10. He never thought that the smelly woman would have the guts to ask for a 50-50 split. It was just that her state of cultivation was not worth mentioning, but she was the ancestor of the gold copper coin. Even if she was killed by him and transformed into her Dharma form, she would still be reborn in the gold copper coin that Chen Pingan kept in his pocket. When the time came, she would complain to Chen Pingan and he would probably not be able to bear it. With Chen Pingan's temper, he liked to haggle over such trivial matters. 9 out of 10, he would directly ask Chen Qingdu to chop him to death. Shuangjiang would only negotiate with her nicely. In the end, they finally agreed on a 40-60 split. Shuangjiang earned a little, but he felt that it was more tiring than pestering old Dev for 80 years. He never thought that she was still not satisfied. She complained that she was useless and caused her master to lose 10% of the profits. Shuangjiang almost knelt down and kowtowed to her. Chen Pingan came to the sea of clouds that gave birth to the water droplets. He laid on the sea of clouds and placed his hands on his abdomen. He closed his eyes and rested. His mustard seed mind wandered around. In the end, in the small world of the human body, Chen Pingan came to the bank of the Heart Lake. With a slight movement of his heart, an unusually stable arch bridge appeared. His real body was sleeping soundly on the clouds. Chen Pingan's mind was standing at one end of the longevity bridge. As long as he crossed the bridge and reached the other end, there should be another cave-dwelling Qi refinement warrior in this world. The golden figure riding the fire dragon came to the side of Chen Pingan's mind. She crossed her arms and raised her head. The fire dragon under her had grown strong after tempering its martial arts fate. If the fire dragon was only the size of a chopstick before, it should be as thick as an arm now. It had a domineering aura. Chen Pingan said softly, "Don't scold me." The golden figure sneered, "Haven't you been scolding yourself? I'm sick of it. How can I not listen to you?" Chen Pingan said, "It said that there's a limit to one's strength. The key is that I've always believed in this. So, it doesn't make sense to scold me, does it?" The golden figure said, "You're afraid that you can't leave. You're afraid that you'll become the second Qingqingdo. At the same time, you don't have Qingqingdo's abilities. You're afraid that you won't be able to meet him again. For the first time in your life, you're afraid that you won't get anything in return for everything you've done." Chen Pingan jumped up and down a few times, hitting his palms with his fists. Finally, he stretched out his hand and huffed. He looked at the arch bridge and said, "Anyone would do that. There's nothing to be embarrassed about." The golden figure was silent for a moment. Then, she scolded him to express her consolation. Hearing the dialect of his hometown that he hadn't heard for a long time, Chen Pingan was immediately happy. His eyes were as clear as the stream in his hometown. He was a little sad like a small fish. With a swing of his tail, he darted into the water plants and never met anyone again. In the end, Chen Pingan's mind left the small world. He stood up from the sea of clouds and flew towards the entrance of the prison. Crossing the bridge was not an urgent matter. He would wait until the martial arts fate of the Great Wall of Sword Qi and the savage world was completely refined and integrated into his body. It should be his cave-dwelling realm that couldn't escape. When the cave-dwelling opened, the small world and the big world would be connected. The rich spiritual qi of the prison, which was mixed with dense sword intent, would surge into the key qi dwellings like a torrent. It was just that the pain of the flesh and soul might be seen as a daunting path by ordinary qi refinement warriors of the 5 lower realms. They might see it as a threshold of life and death that was extremely difficult to cross. But to Chen Pingan, it was really nothing. This time, when Chen Pingan passed by the prison, the big demon Yunqing appeared again with a smile. She joked, "Previously, I had martial arts fate. Now that I've refined the supreme treasure of the god's corpse, I have to congratulate the hidden official again. When I reach the cave-dwelling realm, I have to congratulate him again. I'm a little busy. Fortunately, I'm not in the savage world. Otherwise, I would have to give out 3 congratulatory gifts." Chen Pingan stopped in his tracks and smiled. In the vast world, the arrival of an immortal at the peak of the 5 upper realms is the best gift. Yunqing looked at the narrow saber and praised, "Good saber." Chen Pingan placed his palm on the saber's hilt and said, "It's heavy enough." "It's indeed a good saber." Yunqing sighed. It seems that I don't have many chances to talk to the hidden official. Chen Pingan said in a deep voice, it's a pity that I didn't meet Senior Yun Qing in the vast world. Yun Qing smiled. It's also a pity that I didn't invite the hidden official to drink wine in the vast world. The scenery on my old mountain is superb. The white-haired boy returned with a full load. Beside him was a girl. With her around, it was easy to obtain the golden sand. What required Shuangjiang's effort were the remnants of the ancient big demon's corpse. They were scattered and quite tiring. The supreme treasures of heaven and earth were sentient. They wouldn't stay in their nests like the god's corpse and the big demon's corpse. Even if Shuangjiang tried his best to search for them, it was still very troublesome. Fortunately, the girl was indeed the incarnation of the ancestors' money. Her luck was very good. Her final harvest exceeded Shuangjiang's expectations. After gaining experience, Shuangjiang purposely stayed away from her. When she encountered a fortuitous encounter, she would greet him. He would then pounce on her conscientiously and capture the treasures that were flying around like the flying swords of the sword immortals. Both of them agreed that today, they would only dig 3 feet into the ground in one direction. In the future, they would go to the same place every day. At most, they would take 10 days to roughly plunder everything. In the next 10 days, they would check and fill in the gaps. It was the first time for the girl to enter this prison, so she was inevitably curious. The big demon Qing Qiu saw the girl beside Chen Pingan. She was demure and gentle. She was indeed extraordinary. She clicked her tongue and said, Master Yin Guan, you are so lucky. But your taste is a little heavy. First, it was a skinned woman. Now, it's a monster with no real flesh and blood. Master Yin Guan, what's wrong with you? Isn't there a 7-tailed fox demon in the prison? If I remember correctly, there are still a few female cultivators. Are they not enough for you? Chen Pingan laughed, I'm about to die. Can't you say something nice? The big demon whose real body was the green loach sneered, you. Plus that stupid knife. I stretch my neck for you to cut. Can you cut it? Chen Pingan pushed the knife out of the sheath, why don't you give it a try? The big demon Qing Qiu instantly disappeared into the fog. Shuangjiang burst into laughter. The girl took her leave. The filthy and evil aura in the prison was too strong. She did not want to continue sightseeing. Chen Pingan came to Nia Xayan's side. He waited for her to take out a weft thread before saying, let me borrow your magical knife. Nia Xayan handed the magical knife to Chen Pingan. Chen Pingan took the magical knife and said with a smile, in my hometown, when you give people scissors and choppers, you will point the knife at yourself. Nia Xayan ignored him and asked, have you decided? Chen Pingan nodded. He first took out the green talisman paper that contained the words of the golden jade booklet. Because there were too many words and they were too heavy, the paper was uneven. Chen Pingan spread out the talisman paper with one hand and held the dagger with the other. "681, Frost Descent probed, the story of me using a huge golden body fragment to exchange for a contract with old ancestor Yingguan. The story was actually not small. Just looking at the matter of breaking the contract, Chen Pingan had used the beheading blade from the ancient dragon slaying platform. He had used a green talisman paper to carry the fresh blood and extracted a drop of blood from the heart. He also had to separate a wisp of the 3 spiritual souls and 7 physical souls to inject into the signature at the end. The breaking of a contract by an ordinary cultivator didn't need to cause such a huge commotion. If he didn't do this kind of business, Frost Descent felt that he would easily be punished by the heavens. However, Chen Pingan wasn't interested in doing this kind of business. With the longevity Daoist that old ancestor copper coin had transformed into, it was very likely that she would become the honorary consecrator of Luopa Mountain and have a treasure bowl at home. Now, Chen Pingan felt that he was very indifferent to fame and fortune. He definitely wouldn't be tempted by money. When the official left, Old Death followed suit. No matter how many heavenly materials and earthly treasures there were, they couldn't run out of a prison. Chen Pingan had always wanted to ask the old sword immortal why he didn't empty the place and hand it over to Summer Retreat Palace to manage or move it to a pill workshop. Unfortunately, the old sword immortal didn't give him the chance. Every time he showed himself, Chen Pingan's outcome wasn't good. Even a clay bodhisattva had some anger. Why couldn't the bag shop open? Other than that, there might be no end to the years in the future. He had to find something to do, such as counting money or refining items. Chen Pingan flipped his wrist and took out the 5 thunder spell seal made of strange materials. He held it in his palm. Even though it was only the size of a date pit, there was a faint rumble of thunder and colorful flowing light. It had a solemn atmosphere and naturally suppressed ghosts and filth. Just like the imitation of the Beko Kakyung building pagoda and the sword immortal banner, Chen Pingan didn't dare to make it his natal item. He only refined it to a medium level. Firstly, there was no need for it to be refined greatly. Secondly, he didn't dare to act rashly. After all, it was something he had obtained from Li Zhen, so he had to be careful. For example, Song Jin and Kolei had been in his possession for a long time before they were refined to great refinement. Of course, it was not that he did not trust Lu Jinglong and Yuan Ling Palace. It was just that a highly refined object was not ordinary. Not only would it occupy an entire natal acupoint, but it would also take away a practitioner's aura. For a chi cultivator of the lower 5 states who had not established many schools and had not accumulated enough aura, these two things were a huge problem. As a cultivator of the 5th stage, Chen Pingan actually had quite a number of chi dwellings. However, for the sake of refining the longevity bridge, he had divided them into 5 chi dwellings, all of which required diligent refinement of spiritual energy. How much spiritual energy could he possibly have left that could be used by Chen Pingan to reward his officials? As the saying goes, even the cleverest housewife could not cook without rice. Otherwise, with Chen Pingan's lucky encounters during his long journey, the boys in green would not be so idle. For example, the supply of the bottle of Mirage water elixir. Every time the water dwelling had a good rain after a long drought, the spiritual energy still had to be distributed to the mountain temple, the wooden house and other places. However, even if he had to refine this seal, Chen Pingan believed that with this treasure on the mountain alone, he could be an immortal master who could slay monsters and devils in a small vassal state of the Aquarius continent. Moreover, even if he walked in the mountains and swamps, he would be regarded as an immortal master. Because practicing the 5 thunders spell, if the spell was not authentic enough, it was easy to hurt the internal organs. Over time, the body would be damaged and irreversible. For example, the blind Taoist, Jia Qing, had hurt his eyes because he practiced the unorthodox thunder spell. Thinking of this, Chen Pingan could not help laughing. Chen Pingan suddenly asked, "Not golden sand?" Shuang Jiang took out a piece of golden body the size of a citrus and tossed it lightly. This kind of treasure was not commonly seen. Chiseling a mountain to get the treasure was very tiring. Chen Pingan's left hand controlled the 5 thunders spell seal while his right hand grabbed the piece of golden body from the hands of the extraterrestrial demon. After a while, he used the 3 mountain spell seal to refine the piece of golden body into a drop of golden water. He caught it with his fingers and gently rubbed it on the word Zon of the 16 words mantra of the 5 thunders spell seal. It was like a temple attaching gold to a statue. During the process of attaching gold, there was a trace of spiritual energy flowing in Chen Pingan's 5 natal acupuncture points. It was as if they had received an imperial order. They flowed to and from the palm of his hand and rose up. They lingered around the 5 thunders spell seal and helped to refine the drop of golden water into the seal. Compared to attaching gold with the celestial spell seal alone, the speed was much faster. This was the advantage of a cultivator's natal item that belonged to the 5 elements. There were all kinds of mysteries that were too wonderful for words. Chen Pingan put away the seal and the piece of golden body and said, "My hometown is Liju Cave. When I was young, I happened to wake up from a nightmare in the middle of a snowy night. Then I heard something at the door of my house. I seemed to hear a soft voice. It was windy and snowy that night, so I couldn't hear it clearly. I only felt that it was very scary. In fact, I was very hesitant at that time. I didn't know if I should go out or hide in my bed. I also thought that Song Jisin might have heard it too. He was brave enough to go out before me. So I went out." Speaking of this, Chen Pingan suddenly did not know how to define GQ. Frost Descent was familiar with many of Chen Pingan's thoughts. He said, there are 2 possibilities why she didn't look for Prince Song Jisin. One is that she chose to enter from the west side of the mud bottle alley. It was difficult to enter the alley, even though it was only a door away. She was exhausted and fell in front of your house. She didn't manage to knock on Song Jisin's door. This is the fate of the Great Way. The other possibility is that she walked into the mud bottle alley from Gu Kan's house and arrived at Song Jisin's house. Now, he was already 30 years old, and Chen Pingan was no longer a teenager. If he chewed it carefully again, he could taste a lot of aftertaste. It was like drinking a bowl of old wine. The after effect was really strong. After many years, the wine still stayed in his heart. When he was young, he had a good memory. Every time he was homesick, he would remember everything vividly. When he was moved, he would be immersed in it as if he was returning home. When he was old, his memory was blurred. Every time he was homesick, he felt that he was farther away from home. This was probably the reason why life was so helpless. Shuangjiang nodded with a smile. "I really know a lot about the trivial things in the marketplace." Chen Pingan joked, "As a great cultivator of the Ascendant Realm, you also know these things." According to the life story it told to Chen Pingan before, as a refugee orphan, Xiao Chao drifted and was killed by frost and snow at any time. Fortunately, it was accepted as a servant by a rich family. Then, it was a young master's errand boy. Because of fate, it was chosen by a hidden teacher in the marketplace. It was named Shuangjiang and embarked on the road of cultivation. During this period, it should have known a lot of hardships among the people. However, Chen Pingan didn't believe its story at all. Shuangjiang rubbed its cheeks. "In the world, it's rare to see an ascendant realm who has such a hard life like me. It's like a pitiful worm who grew up eating mud and eating feces." Chen Pingan nodded. "It's a hard life to call a 5th realm chi cultivator ancestor." On the other side of the stairs, the otherworldly demon put its hands on its waist and said righteously, "Ancestor Ingguan, I won't allow you to belittle yourself like this." Chen Pingan took out the 5 thunder seal again and said to Shuangjiang, "Tell Senior Twixen to start working. Help me move this thing to the palm of my hand first. Now I can do it myself, but it's too time-consuming. It will only delay her from taking off the clothes." Shuangjiang greeted the little girl who was busy taking off the robe. Chen Pingan came to the stairs and gently rolled up his left sleeve. Shuangjiang squatted at the side and said, "Look, this arm of Ancestor Ingguan is really knowledgeable. Ordinary women may not be able to see the door to the door, but it fits the saying of the subtlety of golden branches and jade leaves. Inside it is full of the true divine radiance, which can make those fairies on the mountain jealous. In the future, when Ancestor Ingguan travels far and wide, you have to wear a few more robes. Otherwise, there will be a lot of love affairs. If you ask me, just covering up your arm isn't enough. Just based on your face, figure, style, you have to learn from that torture official. Otherwise, the fairies will all fall in love with you. Their hearts will sway, and their souls will be distracted. Their hearts will be in a mess, and their faces will turn red. Of course, Patriarch Hidden Official won't be tempted. However, it's still a troublesome matter, just like the matter of the contract. Chen Pingan asked, "Is this how old Deaf is annoyed by your nagging?" Shuang Jiang laughed and said, "That grandson's cultivation heart is not enough. He's a good-for-nothing." After Nya Axayen rushed over, she helped Chen Pingan change the cave of the Five Thunders dermic seal from the mountain temple to the peak of a mountain where the lines on the palm were. When cultivators of equal strength fought, a moment's difference was the difference between life and death. Not only could it allow Chen Pingan to cast this thunder technique faster, but it could also allow Chen Pingan to get used to the connection of the 5 natal items faster. Once he cast it, the 5 thunders would gather and the heavenly power would be vast and mighty, creating a myriad of fortunes. But then again, if the young man's heart was bewitched by a fox, he wouldn't be able to walk into prison and become the hidden official of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Chen Pingan slowly raised his palm and offered the 5 thunder seal. For a moment, the 5 thunder gathered. Around a jade-white palm, there seemed to be a small world on the palm. Lightning flashed, thunder roared, clouds rose, and water rose. The ethereal figures of 36 gods could be vaguely seen, each with a decree. Chen Pingan turned to look at the extraterrestrial demon. He smiled and waved his hand, saying, "Come, come, let me touch your little dog head." Frost Descent sighed and obediently tilted his head. He stretched his neck and said sincerely, "Old ancestor of the hidden official, I'm such a loyal follower who doesn't hesitate to die every day. You should cherish me more." Chen Pingan flipped his wrist and slapped the 5 thunder seal heavily on the head of the extraterrestrial demon. With a loud bang, the extraterrestrial demon disappeared on the spot. Chen Pingan's sleeves fluttered and the strong wind blew at his temples. The extraterrestrial demon reappeared at the bottom of the stairs not far away. There were still remnants of thunder and lightning on his robe, causing his eyes to turn white and his body to twitch. Like a drunkard, he staggered up the stairs with his hands groping in front of him. Chen Pingan knew that he didn't have the ability to do so. He didn't cultivate the 5 thunder seal and didn't have the help of the superior Tao formula. He didn't have enough Tao technique and true meaning. How could he make the extraterrestrial demon so miserable? So he asked, "What realm can a Qi refinement warrior be killed by a solid hit?" "Sea Viewing Realm." "Dragon Gate Realm." Frost Descent jogged up the stairs and said, "Without the protection of the magic treasure, the old ancestor of the hidden official's slap wouldn't hurt him at all. An ordinary Dragon Gate realm would die on the spot." Chen Pingan asked again, "What if I don't care about the price? Give up the Dharma Mudra." Frost Descent said, "An ordinary nascent soul realm cultivator would lose half of his life. When facing the old ancestor of the hidden official, as long as he loses half of his life, it's equivalent to losing his life." Chen Pingan said softly, "Ordinary." Frost Descent said helplessly, "It's indeed a little regrettable." In the future, when the old ancestor of the hidden official fights, the opponent who has to pay such a huge price will definitely not be an ordinary Qi refinement warrior. Chen Pingan smiled and said, "Let's make a small deal." Frost Descent was eager to try. He rubbed his hands and said, "If the old ancestor of the hidden official chats like this, the sleepy bugs will die out." Chen Pingan said, "I have a lot of items on me and I'm about to become an immortal of the middle 5 realms. Help me review and see how I can benefit the most. It was definitely not suitable for great refinement, but it was most suitable for intermediate refinement. It could be placed in the pond of the water mansion. The little flood dragon that was previously manifested by the water essence was fake and weak. It was simply a stain on the old ancestor of Ingwan's mansion. It should not be condensed into the shape of a flood dragon at all. Instead, it should be condensed into a pearl. The stronger the water essence was, the more substantial the pearl would be. Together with the short sword engraved with the word lake, it could create a pattern of two dragons fighting for the pearl. That was the best choice. There was also the sword fairy streamer that should be placed on the top of the mountain temple. It was not something that Chen Pingon could just throw casually at the moment. Chen Pingon listened attentively. As long as this otherworldly demon was willing to preach seriously, it was worthy of its identity as an ascended realm. Its cultivation could reach the sky and pick the sun and the moon, and its words could build a high house. Chen Pingon benefited a lot. It was a good deal for only one small sum of money. On the way, a nascent soul realm sword cultivator of the demon race came near the sword light fence and asked curiously, "Young man, how do you cultivate? How can you change so quickly every day?" Chen Pingon stopped and asked back, "I heard that as a sword cultivator, you are proficient in the aura observation technique. You can inspect the dragon vein and are good at finding caves and secret realms." The demon race smiled and said, "You want to learn? Call me father, and I will consider it." Chen Pingon took out the last piece of golden talisman that he had collected and handed it to Shuangjiang. "This small sum of money is a bonus for the transaction." "It's not money." "As you wish." Shuangjiang bowed his head and took the talisman with both hands. Then, in a flash, he went into the cage. After a while, he walked out from the body of the nascent soul realm sword cultivator of the demon race. He shook the talisman in his hand. Dense words hung on it, like droplets of water on the lotus leaves, swaying slightly. Shuangjiang blew a breath at the golden talisman. All the words were firmly embedded in the talisman and he handed it to Chen Pingon. The demon race retreated into the fog barrier while cursing. Chen Pingon asked, "You can travel freely in the state of mind of a nascent soul realm earth immortal?" Shuangjiang shook his head and said, "Because we have been neighbors for many years, I have visited many times. That's why I can walk so leisurely. Otherwise, the Taoist heart of a nascent soul realm earth immortal is as firm as a rock. Without a few years of hard work, it would be difficult to succeed." After that, Shuangjiang talked about a few inside stories of the sea viewing realm, such as the shortcut of the finishing touch of the water mansion. The reason why it was called a shortcut was not because of some unorthodox method, but because Chen Pingon had a good foundation. He had the right time, place, and people. He could visit the water god mansions more often and find the gods and water immortals who were on good terms with him. He could exchange pointers with each other and obtain a trace of the true meaning of water art from each other. Then, he could add another, finishing touch, to the painting of the water immortals on the wall. If he did this in the sea viewing realm, he would benefit the most. After he formed his Aura's core, he could also do it, but the benefits would be less than in the sea viewing realm. This was the mystery of the Great Way. Therefore, on the path of cultivation, Qi cultivators were often willing to spend years or even decades to slowly grind away at a certain segment. After reaching the top of the stairs, Chen Pingon sat down at the entrance of the prison to rest. Shuangjiang sat at the side. Martial artists fought to the death and fought to the victory and defeat. Both could temper the mountains. The foundation of a martial artist's fist art was only the fist art itself. He could not be greedy for the martial arts fate. Without the martial arts fate, the sky would not fall down. Even if it did, he would have to practice his fist art before he punched. Chen Pingan asked, "What do you know about the martial arts fate?" Shuang Jiang shook his head. "I only cultivate Taoism. I don't know much about martial arts," Chen Pingan suddenly said, "a small sum of money." Shuang Jiang immediately brightened up. "I have something to say. I have something to say." Unexpectedly, Chen Pingan said, "Forget it." Shuang Jiang fell backward. He kicked his hands and feet and rolled around. Chen Pingan asked, "Other than sewing clothes to help temper the martial arts fate, is there any other way to have an immediate effect?" If a martial artist could break through the realm in the strongest way, it would be a great honor. It was equivalent to being recognized by all the martial artists in the world. However, this kind of breakthrough was only compared to other martial artists in the same realm. Chao Ci's breakthrough was the strongest. She had a lot of martial arts fate. Yu Zhuanfu's was much inferior. Chen Pingan met the strange man in the Mirror Mountain in the Ghost Valley of the North Continent. He called himself Yang Chongxian. Later, Chen Pingan knew his identity. He was actually a disciple of the Yang family in the Yunshao Palace. He was the scholar's elder brother. He had also reached the golden body state as the strongest sixth realm. Thinking about it this way, Chen Pingan felt that it was quite interesting. Chao Ci, Yu Zhuanfu, and Yang Chongxian, the three pure martial artists that he had met, had all been the strongest sixth realm in the world for a period of time. Shuang Jiang sat up and said in a sickly voice, "No. Sewing clothes by twisting the core is very precise. I do have some tempering methods, but it's just too much. I'm very fair when doing business. I won't speak without thinking. I'm blinded by money." Chen Pingan nodded. "You don't have to beat around the bush when you're scolding people." Shuang Jiang jumped up and raised a hand above his head. "The heavens have pity on me. If you accuse me like this, do you believe that I'll slap myself to death to prove my innocence?" Chen Pingan raised a hand and gestured for him to do as he pleased. Shuang Jiang was about to speak when he saw a little brat. He waved his sleeve and grabbed him. He glared at him and said angrily, "Little bastard, how dare you covet the majestic back of our hidden official ancestor? You're not a pretty girl." It was the young man, Yu. As Old Death had to return to the prison, he didn't take the young man with the title of master with him when he went to the city to fight. Chen Pingan turned his head and said with a smile, Yu, if you're not busy cultivating, let's have a chat." The white-haired boy immediately patted the young man's sleeves and said with a smile, Yu, what are you in a daze for? Quickly go and sit beside old ancestor hidden official. What a great honor. If it was Old Death, he would be crying and kneeling on the ground to thank him. Yu sat near Chen Pingan. The young man was a little reserved, not good with words, so he didn't say anything. Furthermore, there was a white-haired boy following the young hidden official. Senior Deaf said that this fellow was an otherworldly devil on the ascendant realm, so it was fine to be casual when they met. It didn't matter if they fought or killed since they couldn't defend against anything. Since Senior Deaf had said so, how could the young man be casual? Chen Pingan asked about Yu's matters, and the young man answered all of them. If Chen Pingan was said to be a pure martial artist, tempering his martial arts fate would be considered as opening a mountain, then crossing a huge threshold and entering the cave-dwelling realm would be considered as opening a mountain. He could either become an immortal in the middle 5 realms in the prison or leave the prison. The opening of a cave-dwelling realm cultivator was far from comparable to the opening of a far-roaming realm cultivator. This was especially so in the Great Wall of Sword Chi. It was probably like throwing a pebble into a lake. No one would care. However, if Qin Pingan didn't become a sword cultivator, he wouldn't dare to open his mansion opening and reach the cave realm. The reason was simple. The Great Wall of Sword Qi was too heavy. For Qi refinement warriors who weren't sword cultivators, the suppression of the Great Tao was everywhere. It would only make Qi refinement warriors feel overwhelmed. Therefore, Qi refinement warriors who weren't sword cultivators from the countryside often made a fool of themselves when they traveled the city. If they weren't careful, their lives would be in danger. In the eyes of the local sword cultivators, they needed their retinues and consecrators to protect them at all times. Therefore, the world didn't have a good impression of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. It wasn't just the prejudice of the Qi refinement warriors of the world. For those proud sons of the heavens who came from immortal clans, the younger they were, the more accustomed they were to being fawned upon in their hometowns. In the end, the moment they arrived at the Great Wall of Sword Qi, the cold and disdainful gazes from sword immortals and sword cultivators were enough to make them suffer. It would definitely be unforgettable. The Great Wall of Sword Qi was xenophobic. The sword Tao destiny condensed from the sword Qi of heaven and earth and the will of ancient sword immortals were extremely unfriendly to the world. As for the sword cultivator's impression of the world, it was even worse. The hidden official Xiao Chua, Luo Shan, and Bamboo Nunnery were the two sword immortals in charge of power. The guard sword-hugging man Zhang Lu, and young geniuses like Pang Yuanji and Qi Shou were all hostile to the world. It wasn't as simple as having a good impression of the world. Sword immortals like Sun Juyuan were very few in number. In the end, they encountered the sword immortal Ku Xia and the group of young sword cultivators from the Central Plains Xiao Yuan dynasty. Very quickly, their impression of the world changed. Among Chen Pingan's disciples, Pei Qian was the most unreasonable. When he arrived at the Great Wall of Sword Qi, he was like a fish in water. Cui Dongshan's realm was high, so he didn't care. In fact, the one who was most uncomfortable was Chao Qinglang, who had already become a Qi refinement warrior. However, during his time at the Great Wall of Sword Qi, after the young man stepped through the door, he didn't make others feel uncomfortable at all. Therefore, Chen Pingan had always felt that he had three things that he rarely met a match for. They were more talented than being a bundle shop. Finding a wife. Naming. Taking in disciples. Chen Pingan suddenly asked, will my two intrinsic flying swords be more lethal after advancing to the cave abode realm? Especially the small world of the sparrow in the cage. Can it take a big step forward? Frost Descent looked embarrassed again. In the eyes of an ascendant realm cultivator, such a small increase in realm was completely negligible. As for the small world of the sparrow in the cage, it had nothing to do with Chen Pingan's actual realm. Moreover, Chen Pingan's enemies, other than Yun Qing and Qing Qiu, were all demons of the upper five realms. The rest were all nascent soul sword cultivators and demons. It didn't matter whether he advanced to the middle five realms or not. However, since the Patriarch of Hidden Official was so concerned about that little increase, Frost Descent immediately racked his brains and tried to say some touching words to make up for it. Of course it's greater. The difference of one realm between the middle five realms and the cave abode realm is extraordinary. Moreover, the two intrinsic flying swords of the Patriarch of Hidden Official are unprecedented. They complement each other and can both attack and defend. Chen Pingan pondered for a moment and said, then let's break through the realm here. Help me pay attention to the traces and find the locations of the 10 Qi abodes. Find those below 5 Qi abodes, including 5 Qi abodes, half a small sum of money. Those above 5 Qi abodes will be counted as one small sum of money. If you find 10 Qi abodes but only tell me 6 Qi abodes, it's not a problem. But if you can't find even one Qi abode, then don't blame me for doing business. Frost Descent patted his chest and said, "If I can't find even one chi abode, I won't have the face to see the patriarch of Hidden Official. At that time, I'll bring my own head to see him." Frost Descent suddenly reminded him, "The patriarch of Hidden Official is amazing, so remember not to break through the realm too quickly. Break through 2 realms at once and directly enter the sea viewing realm. Otherwise, I'll have come here for nothing." After Chen Pingon made up his mind, he immediately stopped and began to close his eyes to rest. His mind was immersed and his mind moved slightly. The longevity bridge rose and he walked on the arch bridge slowly. After crossing the bridge, in the small world of the human body, more than 300 grotto heavens and blessed lands opened together. Spiritual chi poured in like a flood. Not only that, Chen Pingon's mind returned to the longevity bridge. He looked up and became more focused, paying attention to what Frost Descent said was the beginning of the world. Sure enough, if it wasn't for the reminder of the extraterrestrial demon, Chen Pingon wouldn't have been able to find that clue no matter how careful he was. In a trance, he vaguely saw a line opening in the sky. From then on, the world was different. The sun, the moon, the stars, the earth, mountains, and rivers began to confront each other. However, Chen Pingon had some doubts. Logically speaking, the sun and the moon should be far away from the earth when they were hanging in the sky. However, in the small world of the human body, the distance between the heaven and the earth didn't seem to be big. Or was it the case for all chi cultivators? Not only that, the stars in the sky rotated like pieces of broken mirror. All kinds of people and things flashed and disappeared. It seemed that Chen Pingon could reach out his hand slightly and he could recall the past. However, Chen Pingon suppressed the thoughts in his mind. He just stood there and restrained himself, not stretching out his hand. There were more than 3,000 big huts, which were once the storefronts and private residences of the shopkeepers who set up shops here. Above Fata Morgana, there were young men and women looking at it from the railings. Wei Wenlong raised his head and coincidentally exchanged glances with the young lady. Wei Wenlong only felt that it was strange. Why did the young lady look so amiable as if she was flipping through an account book? Du Shanin laughed softly. "Miss Ji Qing, is the person beside sword deity me someone with fortune?" The young maid with bright eyes and white teeth nodded her head, in reply to young master, "This person is indeed blessed with fortune. Miss Ji Qing, can you impart your aura-gazing divine art to others? This is my and elder sister Changming's natal divine art. We don't need to learn it, so we can't teach it. Please forgive us, young master." Du Shanin was a little regretful. Money could make gods and ghosts push the millstone. This logic was too simple. However, when he thought about his future cultivation path, where he would no longer be limited to the Great Wall of Sword Chi, his state of mind also opened up. Miyu let Wei Wenlong walk around as he rode on his sword alone. When he reached the highest point of Fata Morgana, he saw a white-robed sword deity hovering on his sword and drinking wine. His entire body was shrouded in clouds and his true appearance couldn't be seen. The Summer Palace's flying sword message mentioned this sword deity's identity as a judicial officer. In the history of the Great Wall of Sword Chi, there were 3 ancient official positions. Among them, the hidden officials were similar to hereditary officials. However, it wasn't passed down from one family to another, but between master and disciple. It was only until Xiaochua's betrayal and Chen Pingon's ascension that this rule was broken. Otherwise, when Xiaochua stepped down from her official position, her disciple Pang Yuanji would have the greatest chance. Other than that, there was also the judicial officer and the sacrificial officer. The sacrificial officer's lineage had long been cut off, and the previous judicial officers were all great sword deities. The current judicial officer had retired behind the scenes for a long time. He still had his position, but no one knew if he was dead or alive. As time passed, he lost his right to speak in the Great Wall of Sword Chi. There were differing opinions. Some said that he had gone into seclusion in the wilderness, while others said that he had quietly left the Great Wall of Sword Chi. Miyu bowed and said, "Sword cultivator Miyu greets the judicial officer." The judicial officer nodded in return. He didn't say anything and just drank wine. Miyu asked, "Has the judicial officer met the hidden official?" The judicial officer said, "I have." Miyu asked, "Has the hidden official already reached the remote travel realm?" The judicial officer nodded. "Yes." Miyu asked again, "Why hasn't the hidden official returned yet? Why hasn't he returned to the Summer Palace?" The judicial officer said, "I don't know." Miyu was greatly worried. The hidden official doesn't want to miss this battle. But since it's so close, why hasn't he appeared on the city walls even once? The judicial officer couldn't take it anymore. He stopped drinking and said, "You have a lot of questions." Miyu asked the last question, "Why is the judicial officer staying out of this?" The judicial officer said indifferently, "Who is the great sword deity with outstanding military achievements that spoke to me?" Miyu was speechless. He missed the hidden official very much. A huge rock that had been smashed by a sword deity on the city walls smashed towards the city's formation. Miyu frowned slightly and flashed over. He lightly touched the surface of the mountain river Grand Formation sky screen and bent down to draw his sword. He continued forward and slashed the sword into pieces. After that, he sheathed his sword and flashed back to Fata Morgana in a natural and smooth manner. Wei Wenlong happened to see this scene. He didn't understand why a sword deity like Miyu was looked down upon in the Great Wall of Sword Chi. Then Wei Wenlong saw that outside the city walls, a true Bodhidharma form of a great demon suddenly appeared. It hammered the city walls with both hands. Its momentum was earth-shattering. Even Wei Wenlong, who was far away in the mirage, found it difficult to breathe. In the end, it was chopped into two by a female sword deity. In the prison pavilion, Chen Pingon held his saber across his knees. He had stabilized his cave-dwelling realm and his martial arts fate had been tempered. He could try the Q-sword battle now. Chen Pingon stood up slowly. Shuang Jiang had been waiting at the stairs for a long time. Both of them walked up the stairs. Shuang Jiang smiled and asked casually, "Ancestor hidden official, since cultivation isn't for immortality and longevity, why do you cultivate so hard?" It was a casual question. Actually, the demon of external transformation didn't expect the young man to give an answer. Chen Pingon answered, "We want to become strong. We want to do something for this world." Shuang Jiang was stunned. "We?" Chen Pingon nodded and said, "Everyone." Guozhuzhou said, "As long as you don't go to the top of the city, you can kill all the demons that cross the city. However, you are not allowed to die in battle. If one of you dies, the other two will be grounded by a sword immortal for 100 years. Guozhuzhou pointed in the direction of Mirage Pavilion. With the punishment officer and the leader of the hidden official's lineage, sword immortal Zimi, around, mere golden cores like you won't have a chance. The three swordsmen looked at each other and smiled. It was better than being a bystander in Mirage Pavilion. Guozhuzhou suddenly said, "Don't die." Three sword gleams flashed and disappeared. Those Chi refinement warriors who were not of low realms had heavy hearts and were puzzled. Why did the sword cultivators of the Great Wall of Sword Chi not care about their lives and the Great Tao? It was not rare to have no regrets in the world even if they had no choice but to die. However, How could there be Dao cultivators who were willing to court death when they could avoid death? Guozhujiu turned and looked at the 3 sword gleams that disappeared into the distance. She did not retract her gaze for a long time. She was afraid that they would go to the top of the city on impulse. She was even thinking that if they went to the top of the city, she might as well follow them. Guozhujiu kept looking at the top of the city, secretly looking for the figures of her parents. However, she could not find them. Teachers, parents, children, partners, grandmasters, juniors, good friends. Which sword cultivator in the Great Wall of Sword Qi did not have a good reason to kill demons? There were also many sword cultivators below the level of sword immortals who were willing to kill demons but were not willing to die. The eldest sword immortal and the Summer Refuge Palace did not force them now. They just had to go to the top of the city and guard it. If they saw that the situation was not good, they would retreat from the top of the city. If they felt that it was more stable, they would return to the top of the city. Now that the Great Wall of Sword Qi, Sage Junzi of the Confucian school had already resigned from his position as the battle supervisor, the hidden official lineage of the Summer Refuge Palace rarely sent flying swords to the top of the city. Guozhujiu turned and smiled. Seniors, it's been hard on you. When they came here, the sword Qi was too heavy and the pressure was too much. The Qi refinement warriors who were originally resentful were speechless in the face of the sincere gratitude of a young lady carrying a bamboo box. After all, they were here to earn some hard-earned money. This was not the most important thing. The key was that their actions would be recorded by the Academy and the Academy. They would gain a lot of merit. At the Winter Refuge Palace, there was a group of outsiders. There was no one to teach them martial arts. The 10 over children were now practicing their martial arts on their own. According to Jiang Yun's words, besides the walking and standing of the pillars, there would be another round of martial arts practice where they would fight each other to death. When the Qi refinement warriors passed by the martial arts practice field, all the children stopped practicing. Most of them looked indifferently at the immortals who were cultivating the Tao. Gu Jianlong, the sword cultivator who was the temporary battle supervisor, did not explain anything to the children. He was lazy and unwilling. Moreover, if he really did say a few words of justice, the 2 groups of people with a huge age gap might fight directly. Gu Jianlong had always thought that the world was vast. Even if he had friends like the hidden official, Lin Junbai, Bai Xianxin, and the foreign sword cultivators, the world was still vast. At the sword workshop, Luo Zhini sat on a step. He closed his eyes and focused on nourishing his flying sword. A young foreign golden core cultivator who was working with the elders of the sect gathered his courage to talk to the lady. However, before he could speak, the lady said, "Thank you for your hard work," and then added, "Scram." There were 2 ways of saying it, one for the matter and the other for the person. At the clothing workshop, Wang Xinxue raised his eyes and looked at the city wall. An old foreign cultivator smiled and asked, "Little brother, can you ask about my age and realm? I'm really curious." Wang Xinxue greeted him politely. He turned his head and smiled. "It's not worth mentioning in the Great Wall of Sword Qi." Seeing that the old man did not believe him, Wang Xinxue added, "I'm not being humble." The old man smiled and said, "It's already a pleasant surprise to be able to talk to you peacefully." Wei Wenlong had already returned to the Spring Banner House from the Mirage. He told him about the fierce means of the sovereign stage demon. For example, the demon named Huang Wan seemed to have lost her mind. She smashed 50 to 60% of the pavilions on the city wall. There were many earth immortal demons hidden in the small worlds that Huang Wan had carefully refined. Among them, there was the demon sword cultivator who shouted, "The one who crossed the city wall first is so-and-so." After a Taoist temple was destroyed, he flew over the city wall with the help of his sword light. After being hit by a sword immortal, he was lucky enough to cross the city wall and escape to the city's great formation. In the end, he was slashed by Miyu's sword. Even his golden core and nascent soul were split into two. Nalan Saiwan looked at Wei Wenlong's admiring expression and said angrily, "No matter how good Miyu is, he's still a jade. It's more than enough to deal with a severely injured nascent soul." Xiao Yunyan smiled and asked, "Who's that so-and-so?" He was a sword immortal who was in the same realm as Miyu. In fact, his actual combat power was slightly inferior. Xiao Yunyan's reputation in the inverted hanging mountain was not small. Poor Miyu in the Great Wall of Sword Qi could only be casually ridiculed by a nascent soul sword cultivator like Nalan Saiwan. Wei Wenlong shook his head and said, "I don't understand the official language of the wilderness." After that, Miyu didn't say the name of the other party. He only said, "The one who crossed the city wall first." Xiao Yunyan said with emotion, "Grandmaster Yun Qian of the Water Fairy Palace should be coming to visit soon." Nalan Saihuan said sarcastically, "Master Hidden Official has a good eye and means. Only Qi cultivators like Yun Qian don't treat their jade as the upper five realms. If it were the grandmasters of the upper five realms of other sects, they wouldn't be so restrained." Xiao Yunyan was a gentleman who rarely showed his sharpness. Today, he argued with Nalan Saihuan and said, "Yun Qian's Daoist heart is higher than mine." In other words, I, Xiao Yunyan, was a sword immortal while you, Nalan Saihuan, were only in the nascent soul stage. Naturally, my Daoist heart is higher than yours. Nalan Saihuan raised her eyebrows and said, "So what if her Daoist heart is higher than mine? If we fight to the death, can Yun Qian survive?" Xiao Yunyan smiled and said slowly, "So what? Her Daoist heart is higher than yours." Wei Wenlong cheered for his master in his heart. This "so what" was really wonderful. Nalan Saihuan sneered and said, "Sword Immortal Xiao hasn't spent much time with Master Hidden Official, but you've learned most of the essence of speaking." Xiao Yunyan smiled and said, "You flatter me." It was just that other than chatting, when Wei Wenlong looked at the account book on the table, he unconsciously became speechless. The Water Essence Palace, one of the 4 private residencies in Inverted Hanging Mountain, was the only one that hadn't been tainted by the Great Wall of Sword Qi. It seemed like there was still an endless quarrel, and there was no conclusion. First, the Rain Dragon sect master personally came to the Water Essence Palace, but he still couldn't persuade his junior martial sister to give up on the idea of moving north. As for Yun Qian, she naturally couldn't persuade her senior martial sister. When Yun Qian publicized the matter of moving north to a small circle, the Water Essence Palace was full of contradictions. Moreover, it was obvious that most people had received the secret letter from the Ancestral Hall, which caused Ancestor Yun Qian to hit a soft nail. As an unpolished Jade Realm immortal, Yun Qian returned to the Rain Dragon sect. Unexpectedly, there were many objections among the direct disciples and many secondary disciples. They weren't willing to move north with Yun Qian, especially the direct disciple who had become Fu Ke's Daoist companion. She had already made up her mind and said that she wouldn't leave the Rain Dragon sect. This made Yun Qian even more haggard. Yun Qian could only hide her tracks and secretly visit Spring Banner House. She sat down in the meeting hall and met Sword Immortal Xiao Yunyan and Sword Immortal Nalan Saihuan. Yun Qian was indeed not good at dealing with people. She was worried when she came, but when she sat down, she didn't know what to say. Xiao Yunyan didn't want this Rain Dragon sect's ancestral master to be too embarrassed, so he took the initiative to say, "Does the Rain Dragon sect's ancestral hall feel that even if the Great Wall of Sword Qi can't be defended, it won't be too hasty to discuss the matter of retreating?" Because the Rain Dragon sect's ancestral hall is still a long distance away from the Inverted Hanging Mountain. If the situation is really dangerous, we can learn from the people of the pugilistic world and pack up some important items and valuables. we'll still be able to leave. Moreover, we can gather things that are close to us. In addition to your sect master's heaven and earth and sleeve, it'll be enough to protect the sect's vitality. Yun Qian was silent and nodded slightly. Xiao Yunyan continued, but if we move now, it'll affect the foundation of the sect and the water flow, and destroy the mountain river formation. It'll be difficult to restore it. In short, there are many difficulties and it's not worth it. It's better to wait and see. This is the Rain Dragon sect's ancestral hall's decision after careful consideration. Nayland Saihuan suddenly said, Sword Immortal Xiao, you've underestimated the Rain Dragon sect's business acumen. Now, they've begun to secretly buy up shops on the inverted hanging mountain. Well, with this, many shops that originally wanted to give up their ancestral businesses are unwilling to do so. The Rain Dragon sect is really doing a good deed. Xiao Yunyan glanced at Nayland Saihuan. Nayland Saihuan leaned back slightly against the chair, indicating to Sword Immortal Xiao that she would just be a mute from now on. Actually, these weren't harsh words. She didn't even say the words that really hurt. For example, there were definitely people with high status in the Rain Dragon sect, and there were more than one or two of them. They would want to make a bigger deal when the world was turning upside down and the mountains and rivers were changing. Not to mention Luhua Island, which Yun Qian shamelessly seized, there was even a chance to carve out a large piece of land in Tongya continent as the location of a lower sect. Xiao Yunyan said, at present, it's obvious that the Rain Dragon sect's ancestral court won't move north. The reason why there aren't many cultivators following fellow Daoist Yun Qian isn't that they're short-sighted. On the contrary, it's because they've made a shrewd plan. First, the cultivators who follow fellow Daoist Yun Qian to the north are all suspected of splitting up the Rain Dragon sect. Once the ancestral hall is angered, your senior sister can directly issue a decree, and they'll be reduced from a sect to a group of wild cultivators. This is a real worry that's close at hand. Second, even if they take the risk of moving north, where would they go? Where would they find an immortal island like the Rain Dragon sect's ancestral court that's rich in spiritual qi? Could it be that they're renting territory? Since when would the Rain Dragon sect's cultivators need to live under someone else's roof? If they randomly found a place with thin spiritual qi for cultivation, how many cultivators would their great Tao prospects be delayed in the next 100 or 1,000 years? Taking a step back, even if they found an overseas immortal island that was barely suitable for cultivation, where would they find such a large sum of money to build a mansion, set up a mountain and river formation, and spend the heavenly materials and earthly treasures needed for cultivation? Ancestral Master Yun Qian is famous for being bad at management and having a shallow family background. Moreover, Ancestral Master Yun Qian is pure and has few desires. He has never liked to make friends and has mediocre connections. It's not a good decision to follow such a great cultivator who only has cultivation but no way to make money. Yun Qian was speechless and didn't even nod. Nayland Saihuan finally said, "What should we do?" Xiao Yunyan stretched out his hand and rubbed the space between his eyebrows. Fortunately, it was Yun Qian. If it were an ordinary cultivator of the upper 5 realms, they would have left in anger at this moment. Nayland Saihuan glanced at the indecisive female cultivator of the upper 5 realms and asked, Yun Qian, how many people can you take with you? Yun Qian said, 62 people, including 3 earth immortals. Nayland Saihuan said, so many. Yun Qian blushed. She mistakenly thought that Nayland Saihuan was mocking her again. Nayland Saihuan suddenly said, I can lend you all the immortal money I've saved. Xiao Yunyan was greatly surprised. Nayland Saihuan lending money to Yun Qian was not in the plan. Yun Qian was puzzled. Why is that? Nayland Saihuan said, the world is in chaos. The money below the mountain is worthless, but the money on the mountain is more valuable. I only have one request. Yun Qian nodded. Please say. Nalan Saihuan said, Yun Qian, if you leave the Rain Dragon sect one day and establish your own sect, I'll be the sect master. Don't worry, I'll definitely be a sword immortal by then. If not, you'll still cling to your identity as a cultivator of the Rain Dragon sect. 100 years later, you'll return the money according to the rules of the mountain. Yun Qian thought for a moment and nodded. It's a deal. She finally had some courage that an upper 5 realms cultivator should have. Xiao Yunyan knew that cultivators like Yun Qian were born to be second in command and couldn't be the sect master. Nalan Saihuan turned and said with a smile, Sword Immortal Xiao, if there's a chance, how about you be the chief consecrator? Xiao Yunyan said without hesitation, sure. The relationship he formed with Nalan Saihuan in Spring Banner House was unusual. Xiao Yunyan was a sword immortal who had a wide range of friends. Although Nalan Saihuan was too shrewd in doing business and lacked sincerity, in the future, when they established a sect in the vast world, they really needed someone like her to take charge of the overall situation. Yun Qian made up her mind. Xiao Yunyan's reputation in Inverted Hanging Mountain was extremely good. He couldn't be simply seen as an unpolished jade sword immortal. Moreover, at a moment of life and death, one's character could be seen even more. Spring Banner House was willing to be so close to the Great Wall of Sword Qi, so Sword Immortal Xiao's character could be seen at a glance. Compared to Nalan Saihuan, who was good at making money, Yun Qian actually trusted Xiao Yunyan more. Nalan Saihuan said, My business is done. Brother Yun Yan, please continue with the business. Xiao Yunyan didn't care about Nalan Saihuan's change of address and said to Yun Qian, Master Hidden Official came to Spring Banner House for the last time and said that if fellow Daoist Yun Qian's northward migration was obstructed, there was a compromise. Fellow Daoist Yun Qian could go to Rain Dragon Sect's Ancestral Hall again and say that you're willing to personally lead a group of disciples on a trip. It would take about 5 years, and then ask senior sister for a sum of immortal money to be used to lead the team. Of course, the amount doesn't need to be too large. Other than visiting Flood Dragon Ravine, there are also many immortal mystic realms. For example, you can visit Luhua Island and the Cave of Fortune to search for ancient immortal opportunities. Qi cultivators below the Earth Immortal Realm can follow if they're interested. In addition, you'll also visit places like Dragon Rest Stone. Xiao Yunyan said with a smile, Master Hidden Official thought that fellow Daoist Yun Qian could only take 30 people with him, but he didn't expect to double that. It's actually a little troublesome. If 62 people leave Rain Dragon Sect and Water Essence Palace together, fellow Daoist Yun Qian's senior sister and the entire Rain Dragon Sect's Ancestral Hall will be embarrassed. Yun Qian fell into a dilemma again. Nalan Saihuan really couldn't stand this female cultivator's ignorance of the world. Some cultivators were really only suitable for Dao seeking. She couldn't help but say, It's not difficult. You can reflect on yourself in the Ancestral Hall, and say that you've given up the absurd idea of moving north. You're willing to make up for your mistakes and do your duty as an ancestral master for the disciples of the sect. Then, let the cultivators who were willing to follow you to move north find some good reasons to take the cross-continent ferries of the Hassa continent and the Aquarius continent. For example, you can say that you're traveling to meet friends. Remember, you must make them leave in batches. Moreover, these people must go first and leave at intervals. Otherwise, with your senior sister's temper, after you lead the team to travel far away, she'll secretly imprison them. She'll do this kind of thing. Yun Qian nodded slightly. After the deal of the 100-year agreement was settled, Nalan Saihuan looked at Yun Qian's weak and ignorant appearance again and suddenly found her cute. Such a great cultivator who stood aloof from worldly affairs would not easily cause trouble for the sect master. There were many immortal mountains in the world that were destroyed by their own people. For example, after a cultivator rose to the top of a mountain, he would be ambitious and blinded by his desire for power, and there would be a competition between sections. Xiao Yunyan said, mobilizing so many people, tearing down houses, and moving north are actually treating the symptoms but not the root cause. The three things I mentioned earlier, Master Hidden Official has actually been worried about them for a long time. However, at that time, we didn't speak openly and sincerely. He was worried that fellow Daoist Yun Qian would misunderstand our intentions, so it wasn't convenient for him to speak openly. At that time, the result he wanted was nothing more than to help fellow Daoist Yun Qian leave some cultivation seeds for the Rain Dragon sect. However, Master Hidden Official also said that there was no good plan for the migration. He could only fight for it. Fellow Daoist Yun Qian, please consider what I'm going to say next. The so-called traveling is of course fake. Giving up on moving north is real. Only then can the Rain Dragon sect be at ease and let them pass. Xiao Yunyan sighed when he said this. Yun Qian's expression was focused. Sword Immortal Xiao, please enlighten me. Xiao Yunyan said with a smile, after you travel through Luhua Island's Cave of Creation, you will head east and finally reach the shore of Tongya Continent. Previously, Master Hidden Official wrote, firewood is in the mountains in the letter. It means that as long as the mountains are there is no need to worry about firewood. It also means that firewood is in the mountains and not in the water. Then, fellow Daoist Yun Qian and the disciples of your sect will have three choices. First, go to the old Heavenly Lord of Taiping Mountain and say that you are friends with Qin Pingan. Then, head north and reach the shore of Old Dragon City. First, go to the Aquarius Continent Southern Mountain Lord, Fan Junmao. The Song clan is currently excavating a great blasphemy canal. The Rain Dragon sect's cultivators are proficient in water arts. Not only can they train their Dao, but they can also accumulate some incense offerings. After doing this, you will continue north to the Aquarius Continent. Xiao Yunyan shook his head. He was thinking about something. According to the young hidden official's prediction, the possibility of Cloud Stick and the Rain Dragon sect cultivators choosing the Tongyi continent seemed to be the smallest, but in fact, it was the most likely. The reason was simple. The Tongyi continent was most likely going to be fragmented. Not even a tenth of the immortal forces would survive. However, Cloud Stick would go to the other two continents first. Nayland Saihuan laughed angrily. Chen Pingan and I are neither friends nor enemies. You won't die if you tell me. Don't forget, we might be on the same side in the future. Xiao Yunyan smiled. Whether or not we're friends with Qin Pingan depends on our own preferences. As for being enemies, I don't think so. Xiao Yunyan really did know a lot about Qin Pingan. Because Xiao Yunyan would follow Lu Ji and Madame Huanyan to the South continent, Qin Pingan hoped that Xiao Yunyan would meet Lu Xianyang once when he arrived at the South continent. As for his direct disciple Wei Wenlong, it was certain that he would be Luopa Mountain's consecrator. Therefore, both sides were very frank. When Qin Pingan appeared at Spring Banner House for the last time, they talked more about the inside story of his hometown. The young secluded official was in the Great Li dynasty that occupied a continent. If he asked about the matter of Xingyang Mountain, it would affect the whole situation. Once he fell out with the Great Li dynasty, Luopa Mountain would be surrounded by enemies everywhere. There would be nowhere to hide. There would be no way to move the ancestral hall of Ji Se Peak. However, once the chessboard was enlarged, the Aquarius continent was located between the North Continent and the Tongyi continent. The North Continent had the Skeleton Beach, the Hemp Sect, the Taihui Sword Sect, the Floating Duckweed Sword Lake, the Spring Dew Garden, and so on. The Tongyi continent had the Yugue sect that was overseen by Jiang Shangjin. Since the Song clan had been immersed in meritorious deeds and knowledge for more than 100 years, they would naturally calculate the specific gains and losses, and whether it was worth it to act as a protective talisman for Zhenyang Mountain. Lu Xianyang's method of asking the sword was certainly desirable. However, Chen Pingan hoped that one day, the old bastard mountain-moving ape would be besieged and killed by the people of Zhenyang Mountain. When the time came, he would only need to sit in the ancestral hall of Zhenyang Mountain and be pinched by the nose by a group of so-called sword cultivators. He would drink tea and wine as he wished, and then watch the mountain-moving ape being abandoned by his friends. Asking the sword was in his heart. Of course, climbing the mountain with Lu Xianyang, asking the sword of Zhenyang Mountain, and throwing the mountain-moving ape's head into the ancestral hall was also a happy thing. I won't lose, you can do whatever you want. When they arrived at the door of the accounting room, Nayland Saihuan suddenly said, "It depends on the arrangement of the cloud contract." "Xiao Yunyan, are you afraid?" Xiao Yunyan smiled and said, "Afraid? Of what?" Nayland Saihuan shook her head and said, "Nothing." On the city wall, Lu Ji looked down at the battlefield below where the demons were gathered like an ant's nest. This female great sword immortal was recuperating from her injuries. Half of her face was badly mutilated. The battle was in a stalemate and she couldn't care less. Moreover, Lu Ji never cared about her appearance. Previously, she went too far out of the city and was hit by the great demon Chongguang's natal spell and the flying sword of sword immortal Shouqin. However, at this moment, in the largest ant's nest in the world, there was another tide that was advancing towards the south. The flying sword was in front, and thousands of sword cultivators were behind. A young sword cultivator had his chest pierced by the fists of a militarist demon with a human head and an ape body. After he fell to the ground, his head was smashed by a foot. Just as the demon raised his head, a sword beam from afar blasted his entire head apart. A young female sword cultivator whose intrinsic flying sword had been destroyed stumbled in retreat. She was grabbed by the arm by a demon that had charged at her from the side. With a punch to her neck, her entire arm was ripped off. The demon placed it in his mouth and chewed on it. The demon jerked his chin at the two female sword cultivators' companions far away, indicating for them to focus on saving the girl. Lying in a pool of blood, the young girl's face was covered in blood and her vision was blurry. She tried her best to look at her childhood friends in the distance. She picked up a broken weapon nearby and stabbed it into her heart. The demon frowned and threw away the half-chewed arm in his hand. Just as he was about to attack the two young sword cultivators, his body was smashed to smithereens by a sudden punch. He did not even see the face of the female martial artist until his death. He only knew that she was an inconspicuous, thin old woman. At the entrance of the Jiazi tent, the gray-robed elder looked at the battlefield with a calm expression. The bearded man, Lu Cha, stood beside the elder and asked, "Are we going to let the Great Wall of Sword Qi drag on?" Since the other party did not choose to retreat to the righteous world, Chen Qingdu clearly wants to leave behind a bunch of Sword Dao seeds even if he doesn't want the Great Wall of Sword Qi. The gray-robed elder laughed, "Retreat to the righteous world. I'm more than willing. As long as I'm left with this Great Wall of Sword Qi, these sword cultivators can go wherever they want. As long as they leave this place and head to the inverted mountain, the righteous world's Qi refinement warriors will be exposed. In the South Pasua, Fuyao, and Tongyi continents, we might not even have to do anything." Unfortunately, Chen Qingdu is not stupid. Otherwise, if the sword cultivators of the Great Wall of Sword Qi retreat today, the South Pasua continent tomorrow, the Tongyi continent and Fuyao continent the day after tomorrow, the cultivators of the 8 continents might as well retreat to the Middle-earth Divine Continent. I won't stop them. Lu Cha said, according to the message from the sacrificial warriors who crossed the city wall, the Great Wall of Sword Qi has mobilized a large number of Yin-Yang School and Mahist School mechanical engineers. They plan to ascend with the entire city. The gray-robed elder nodded and said, if that's the case, it's a little troublesome. Even with the mirage as the tip of the heaven-opening sword and the help of those sword immortal residences, the Great Wall of Sword Qi's array formation alone won't be able to hold the entire city. The elder smiled and said, is Chen Qingdu's actions considered desperate? Lu Cha did not say anything. The old sword immortal who carved the words on the Great Wall of Sword Qi was a handsome young man. According to the earliest prediction of the moon-bearing mountain, Qi Tingji was a person with lofty ambitions. He would never be willing to die and leave the Great Wall of Sword Qi along with the hidden officer Xiaoling. At the crucial moment, he would betray the Great Wall of Sword Qi and attack a certain great sword celestial, just like how Xiaoling punched his left and right back. He did not expect Qi Tingji to change his mind. Logically speaking, this should not be the case. As long as Qi Tingji was willing to leave the Great Wall of Sword Qi, the only one who could kill him was Qin Qingdou. However, once Qin Qingdou chose to attack, the great ancestor of moon-supporting mountain, who had been watching from the sidelines, would also attack. The only explanation was that Qin Qingdou had given Qi Tingji a better path to the Great Tao. Fei Fei floated next to the dragon throne. Compared to the human-headed dragon-bodied Yang Ji, Fei Fei seemed extremely insignificant. She glanced at the two youths standing on the armrest of the dragon throne and smiled at one of them. She then used her mind to speak to Yang Ji, you did not supervise the battle properly and are guilty. Why don't you say something? Look at how tactful Huang Wan is. Yang Ji's face turned even nastier. She lightly slammed her tail against the ground, causing the earth for 1,000 feet around to tremble and shatter. She and Huang Wan were in the worst possible situation. Yang Ji had once been the ruler of the Yeluo, so she naturally had a conflict with Fei Fei over the Great Tao. However, with Moon supporting Mountain as witness, Yang Ji had given the entire Yeluo to Fei Fei. In exchange, Fei Fei needed to help Yang Ji become the ruler of the 9 provinces of the vast realm while the vast realm was wantonly seizing water. Yang Ji had to become the mistress of all the dynasties and sovereigns of the mortal world. The conferment of the 5 peaks, the burning of incense in the mortal world, the life and death of gods, and the flow of martial arts would all be decided by Yang Ji. And Yang Ji also needed to help Fei Fei fulfill her greatest wish. That was to have Fei Fei devour the last embryonic true dragon and make up for her great Tao. In the future, all the water in the vast realm and the vast realm would be under Fei Fei's control. Thus, the two sides went from an endless struggle for the great Tao in the vast realm to an alliance of mutual assistance. On the armrest of the dragon throne stood the 2 embryonic sword immortals of the first divine tent, Yu Si and the youth Shoal. Yu Si had only learned of this after the battle. Shoal was actually Yang Ji's direct disciple. And Shoal had only just learned that Yu Si had been addressed as young master by Fei Fei. After that, the atmosphere in the first divine tent became rather strange. Except for Wooden Clog, the rest of the colleagues found it difficult to get along with them calmly. Everyone looked at them with a few more uncontrollable and difficult to hide fear. So today, the 2 sword cultivators agreed to come here to relax. Shoal said, it seems that there has been no trace of Chen Pingon. Yu Si nodded and said, then it will be difficult to avenge Lu Bai. Yu Si wore a black robe, but his hair was tied up with a white satin. The black and white were distinct, and he looked very handsome. Shoal looked gloomy. Sister Lu Bai changed her physique, but her sword heart is a little unstable. Yu Si knelt on one knee and looked at the battlefield in the distance. If it was me, it would also be difficult to maintain the previous clear sword heart. Shoal gritted his teeth and said, "I must kill Chin Pingon." Yu Si smiled and said, "Count me in." He turned his head to look at Fei Fei. She smiled and said, "Once we destroy that rotten fence, I will find that young hidden official for young master." Yang Ji hesitated for a long time and glanced at the top of the city wall. The scholarly sage had taken out the yellow stream great saliva painting, causing a steady stream of water to pour onto the battlefield from the top of the city wall, preventing the monster race from besieging the city. She took out a painting scroll from her sleeve, reluctant to part with it. As the former ruler of the Yeluo, before handing over the Yeluo, she had first refined 3 10,000-li-long rivers, one of which was the Wooding River, filled with white bones and ghosts. Yang Ji threw the scroll at the great wall of sword chi, dodging the flying swords of the sword cultivators and rolling to the ground. The surging Wooding River collided with the yellow stream great saliva, creating 1,000 ripples. In the previous battle, the great Yao Jia, who had not taken action even once, looked up at the old Daoist from the blue heaven world. It was said that he was the city lord of the 12 cities on the 5th floor of the Beko Keikyung building. The inverted mountain beneath the great Yao Jia's feet was as smooth as a mirror, dazzling and dazzling. This shattered inverted mountain was not any smaller than the mountain seal that the second Daoist brother had left behind in the righteous world. It was known as the Golden Throne of the World. It was refined from the fragments of countless mountains and rivers in the history of the world. As a result, it needed to be forged from the bones of the great Yao to connect the golden stones of various sizes. The mirror surface of the platform was like the largest golden coin in the world. The great Yao Jia was wearing a golden robe. Even though he was not using a concealment technique, he was still enveloped in the light of the sun, hiding his true appearance. The great demon obsidian armor was located at the center of the mirror. It controlled the mountain under its feet and rushed to the sky above the battlefield. It used the entire golden throne to block the burning power of the grand sun that was reflected by the myriad treasures mirror. Previously, the old Daoist had used the myriad treasures mirror to connect with the sun of the world and aimed it at a pure Jade Realm demon military cultivator. Not only did he burn the demon's tough body to death, he also used the immobilization technique. In the end, Yu Qing, one of the 10 great peak sword immortal candidates, chopped off the demon's head with his sword, mighty suppressing the 5 mountains. Then, he used his 2 natal flying swords, 100 feet spring and skylark in the sky, to kill the demon's immortal soul that was trying to escape. Yu Qing won some time to catch his breath. He looked around and saw that there were no demons involved in the battle. He stepped on the demon's head and shook his wrist lightly, scattering the blood on his sword. Delightful. Yu Qing headed south with his sword. In the future, if there are sword cultivators who travel the vast world, remember to visit my city. The scenery is great, and the fairies are even more beautiful. I've been with all of you for so many years. I'm so happy. After saying that, the old Daoist immortal's body melted into his soul. In the end, he turned into a dazzling rainbow light and went into the myriad treasure mirror that was hovering in the sky. Then, he surged out and crashed into the Golden Essence throne. Even the Daoist Yao Jia couldn't control the throne to avoid the rainbow light. It could only watch as the old Daoist immortal's soul and spirit melted into the Golden Essence throne like snow. Then, a crack that the old Daoist immortal's soul forcefully tore appeared on the surface of the mirror. His last words were only 3 words. "Please drop your sword." Great sword immortal Mihu slashed with all his strength along the crack and sliced the Golden Essence throne into 2. After this battle, the Daoist Yao Jia, whose natal item was damaged, could only retreat from the battlefield and try his best to repair the damaged Golden Essence mountain. At the entrance of the Jiazi tent, The bearded man and the gray-clothed old man stood side by side. Lu Cha said, Chen Shi and Nalan Xiaowei are both a little off. They shouldn't have fought so hard. They shouldn't have risked their lives like this. The gray-clothed old man nodded. On the other hand, Qi Tingji and Old Deaf were very normal. They looked fierce, but they still left a way out on the battlefield. At most, they would drop by one realm. As for Chen Shi and Nalan Xiaowei, the two patriarchs of Taixiang Street, they were rushing to their deaths. As for Dong Sanging, the old man raised his head and looked at the round moon that was far away from the sky and not close to the ground. Looking at his posture, Dong Sanging didn't plan to return to the city. Not only that, when this person completely fell, there would be a great scene. Although they couldn't differentiate between friend and foe, the gray-clothed old man still felt pity for Dong Sanging. He was such a hero. The gray-clothed old man didn't care about the life and death of the Lotus Nunnery's abbess. She went behind the moon-bearing mountain and refined half of the moon without permission. It was an act that deserved death. Now that she was going against Dong Sanging, she had the advantage of time and place. However, it was also a cage. Lu Cha asked, according to the latest deduction of the Jiazi tent, the Confucian temple is going to give half of the world to the sword cultivators of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. The gray-clothed old man nodded. That's a big deal. The young hidden official used a utilitarian way of arranging troops and formations to help the Great Wall of Sword Qi. At the same time, he had his hands tied and fought for several years, which made the sword cultivators frustrated. Not only that, Huang Luan had to throw half of the jade palaces and pavilions that she had painstakingly refined and collected at the Great Wall of Sword Qi. It was obvious that the gray-robed elder was not very satisfied with Huang Luan's performance. Li Kai looked back. Unknowingly, she was a little far away from the Great Wall of Sword Qi. It could be seen that her swordsmanship was very good. Huang Luan said, I'll give you one last chance to live. Li Kai thrust out her sword. Huang Luan reached out to grab the sword light and broke it. The sword light splashed out from her palm, but it did not hurt Huang Luan at all. Li Kai bent down and dashed forward, instantly unsheathing her sword. Huang Luan's robe spread out. The small world was snow-white. Li Kai's spiritual qi was forcefully raised to the peak, but it only broke Huang Luan's small world. Huang Luan said that she was an arrow at the end of its flight. It was absolutely true. Li Kai, who could not attack a second time, retreated and vomited blood. Huang Luan did not look at the woman's pitiful state. She lifted a sleeve that had been torn to shreds and looked at it. She felt a little sorry for her. She raised her head and smiled. Your sword will is really not bad. You are indeed a sword cultivator from the North Continent. I'm definitely going to take you as my female sword servant. After I take you down, I'll have Buying refine your soul into a new one. When we get to the Tongyi continent in the future, you'll be able to see if anyone can kill me with a single stab of their sword. As she spoke, Huang Luan pressed down with one hand. In a flash, a huge vortex appeared in the sky. A mountain-sized pavilion came crashing down on Li Kai's head. Li Kai was about to attack with her sword when she realized that an elder had come to her side. He said that he had offended her and pulled Li Kai to the back. At the same time, the elder threw the long sword in his hand towards the pavilion. The long sword and the sword light went straight up and stopped the pavilion, as if a single tree was supporting a dangerous building. Yao Chongdao's name was Lianyun. Perhaps it was because the Yao family head liked the word Lianyun so much that his sword and natal flying sword were named Lianyun. Immortal Realm. Before coming here, the elder had exchanged swords with the attendant. The demon sword Immortal had already retreated from the battlefield. Huang Wuan said helplessly, I'm really not interested in battle achievements. Why come to me when you are seriously injured? But I can't reject a head that is given to me for free. Above the pavilion, another huge building came crashing down. The sword Lianyun, which was overlaid with sword light, was instantly pressed into a slight arc. Huang Wuan was using the wear and tear of an intermediate refinement item in exchange for the wear and tear of Yao Chengdao's great refinement item. There was no need to hesitate. Huang Wuan's mind moved slightly and the immortal abodes came crashing down. The tip of the sword Lianyun had already cracked. It was just that the elder's natal flying sword had yet to appear. Huang Wuan wanted to see if Yao Chengdao, who was seriously injured, could use the trump card that made her eyes light up. Li Kai was about to return to the battlefield when the elder shouted angrily, Li Kai. It's not that I look down on women, it's that I look down on your unpolished jade realm. Retreat. Li Kai could only curse and decisively gave up the idea of charging forward. Huang Wuan looked up at the dazzling sword light that had already pierced through the entire pavilion. She smiled and said, I originally thought that sacrificing a long sword was a smokescreen to save someone and yourself. Alright, since you've made up your mind to waste your life with me, I'll let you have your wish. Killing an immortal of the Great Wall of Sword Qi can make up for your mistake. The elder was wearing a robe of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. His sleeves fluttered as he suddenly asked, You know my grandson-in-law? Li Kai didn't want to be superfluous and distract Yao Chengdao, but she also didn't want to retreat. She put some distance between them and nurtured her flying sword. After hearing this, she nodded and said, I know him. We're quite close. Yao Chengdao hesitated for a moment and said, Then I'll have to trouble Sword immortally to tell that kid that he doesn't need to come and ask for my hand in marriage. I don't care about his empty head. Li Kai was speechless. It wasn't that this great sword immortal Yao didn't care, but he couldn't drag that guy by the collar to the Yao family to ask for their hand in marriage. Li Kai wanted to say that she had a direct disciple and was obsessed with that guy. However, when the words were on the tip of her tongue, she decided not to say it. Li Kai said, Senior Yao, I can exchange places with you. If there's a chance, we can retreat together. Yao Chengdao was too lazy to expose the true intentions of this North Continent girl. Why would she die here at such a young age? However, the elder smiled and said, Don't underestimate the trump card of a sovereign stage great demon. You're just a little girl. If you die together with an old man, it'll be like committing suicide for love. What would that be? The elder leaped up lightly and sat down cross-legged. Clouds appeared under his feet. He placed his hands on his abdomen. Clouds rose from his palms, and a snow-white pocket-sized flying sword slowly rose. Huang Wuan's expression was calm. Yao Chengdao's natal flying sword was suitable for large-scale battles. It was very similar to Wu Qingpei's Sweet Rain and Yu Qing's Skylark in the sky. Its strength was not in close combat. Huang Wuan exhaled a mouthful of colorful fog. It disappeared in a flash. There was not much of a scene. However, it made Li Kai, who was far away from the battlefield, feel terrified. Any sovereign stage great demon was a monster who had lived for a long time. In the long years, Huang Wuan had refined hundreds of natal items of the 5 elements. She kept eliminating and replacing them. In the end, she had 2 immortal weapons and 3 half-immortal weapons. As for those magnificent jade palaces, except for 3 of them, the rest were all external objects. She had collected a large number of ancient ruins and immortal caves. It was nothing more than a hobby to relieve her boredom. Yao Chengdao said to himself, Little Ning, from now on, I'll leave her to you to protect. Don't not protect her just because she's strong enough. There's no good man in the world who won't protect the woman he loves. It's good that you can stop little Ning and go out of the city to fight with Li Jin. It's good that you can still live after defeating Li Jin. So there's nothing to worry about. I'm very relieved. In an instant, the old man's forehead, temple, neck, chest, and abdomen seemed to have been pierced by 5 colorful flying swords. The large moon crashed to the ground with such great momentum that the 6 great demons, including Yang Ji and Fei Fei, had no choice but to face the bright moon and the old sword immortal with the surname Dong. Alliance raised his arm high and gave a thumbs up. You're tuning into the Journey of the Soul YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.